I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Who is against me? A few days later, in the president's office of Kuiguang Group, Boss Yang, Kimura, as usual, organized all kinds of documents in an orderly manner and stood in front of the desk to report some important things. Here are the documents from the past few days. Please take a look. Yang Ruoqian was watching a suspense TV series on the computer screen with relish and said casually, "No need to talk about the good news. Choose some bad news to tell. Be prepared for danger in times of peace." As the boss, Boss Yang is the most hard-working person in the entire company. The secretary nodded, put down the documents on the top, pulled out the papers below, and said, "There is no bad news in the company recently, but I personally think there are things that need to be vigilant and prevented." Vigilance and prevent? Yang Ruoqian asked back, "What is it?" "If there is a risk that may cause huge losses to the company, it is necessary to increase the loopholes and let the risk feel what it means to feel at home. It's about the Golden Statue Foundation Award." Kimura glanced at the document in his hand and continued, "After the company announced the Golden Statue Foundation Award, netizens discussed it very much, but there were also some discordant voices. If you think it's necessary, we can deal with these comments." Since Yang Ruoqian rejected the invitation to reconcile with Yufa Group at the fastest speed last time, a large number of comments criticizing the Golden Statue Foundation Award have appeared on the internet. Some said that Kuiguang Group treated this award as a joke, and some said that Kuiguang Group set up such a good award, which was a copper smell in honor and a blasphemy against honor. There were also criticisms that Kuiguang Group was not qualified enough and the awards it issued were not valuable. Even in this pile of comments, you can find rational people who are indignant for the Fortress of the Magic City, saying that the director and actors have worked very hard. How can they use this award to humiliate people just because the movie was not well made, etc. After the request for reconciliation was rejected, Yufa Group did not call again, nor did it publicly attack the Golden Statue Foundation Award on the internet. But there were so many critical voices at once, and you can tell who wrote it just by thinking about it. If it weren't for the Kuiguang Group's control of the Leopard app, the current abuse would be even more unbridled. Yang Ruoqian immediately waved his hand. "Don't worry about them, let them talk. They can say whatever they want. Social platforms are places where you can speak freely. If they really say something they shouldn't say, there are people who can punish them. It's not our turn." Kimura reminded, "Those accounts look very suspicious. Are you really not going to fight back?" "Fight back what? What a great opportunity." Before, Yang Ruoqian paid out of his own pocket to find a water army in order to discredit himself, but the result can't be said to be immediate. It can only be said to be a mess, and the thousands of dollars were wasted. Now Yufa Group pays out of its own pocket to buy water army. It's like a hero. Since the last time the blogger talked nonsense and was almost bankrupted by a lawsuit filed by Kuiguang Group, there are not many people who are still so stubborn. People have to eat. Who has nothing to do to fight with Yang Ruoqian? After such a long time, it is not easy to see a few netizens who dare to take the lead. We don't even have time to protect them, so how can we crack down on them? Of course, Yang Ruoqian will definitely not let these clowns boast for so long. After the award ceremony, they will still have to deal with them as they should. But before the award ceremony, it is not a bad idea to use their mouths to lower the value of the Golden Image Foundation Award. I've said it many times, a man with a clear conscience fears no slander. This is the confidence of the Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian changed his sitting position slightly and said with a smile, "Let them say whatever they want. It won't affect us. Instead of thinking about this issue, why not think about how to make our award ceremony more luxurious and beautiful?" This is President Yang's confidence. Kimura nodded and said, "I understand, President Yang. Then there is one more thing. The helicopter props you promised the crew should be in place in the near future. Let them rest assured they will be able to pick them up at the airport the day after tomorrow at the latest." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "I guarantee that all their requirements will be met. Understood. I'll convey it for you. As Kim Yu turned and left the office, Yang Ruoqian also opened the system panel. Task reward is being extracted. A helicopter has been ordered according to the host's requirements. All procedures are complete, and it is being airlifted. Expected arrival time remaining 2 days. Warm reminder, after the host obtains the helicopter will belong to the host, and the system will not be responsible for the subsequent maintenance costs. Sure enough, Yang Ruoqian sneered, this reward is not well intentioned, and it is purely to squeeze me dry. Fortunately, the crew needs a helicopter now, and Yang Ruoqian can transfer the aircraft to the company at the speed of light. Otherwise such a good reward will be wasted again. After confirming his reward, Yang Ruoqian paused the suspense drama playing on his computer, turned on his mobile phone, and saw how the public opinion on the internet was fermenting recently. Now Yang Ruoqian completely lets go of all kinds of remarks, and the legal department, that once killed everything, is silent. Everyone who is waiting and watching should be relieved, right? Kuiguang Group has already made it clear that it is not on guard. Those who are unhappy with Kuiguang Group should also follow suit and attack it, right? Yang Ruoqian first clicked on Weibo and easily found the hot search for ##. As soon as he clicked on it, he saw a post with a lot of comments, but very few likes. Doesn't anyone think that Kuiguang Group has gone too far this time? They have no respect for their predecessors in the industry, and they are arrogant and conceited. They have only made a few movies that are okay at the box office, but they have become so arrogant. And that Golden Mop Award, the worst film and actor of the year. No, the director and actor didn't intend to make such a bad movie, so why do they judge others like this? Forget all these, except for a few of their own star directors. The judges are all people whose names can't be called out. Can such people really be fair and objective when judging the best and worst of the year? Yang Ruoqian looked at this post. His words were sharp, well reasoned, and hit the pain points directly, clearly exposing all the flaws he deliberately left, and he was so happy. This is equivalent to the perfect recognition of the user for something he designed. Yes, that's right, not objective at all, and he's using money to attack people. You're absolutely right. Yang Ruoqian opened the comment area with great anticipation, wanting to see what other people who clicked into this dynamic would say. 6. Rushing directly to the tower. Aren't you afraid of the legal department of Kuiguang Group? Are you going to die? Okay, I suggest you die far away. Don't splash your blood on me. Where did Ruoqi come from? Does your family know that you're going crazy on the internet? I don't think Kuiguang Group has gone too far. Please don't represent me. Hurry up and say you're here to travel. Why can I be in the same IP address with you? It's so embarrassing. Why don't you apply for a visa to go abroad? Blogger, don't you think what you said is funny? Respecting seniors in the industry? Those seniors who have made movies all their lives and the total box office is not as much as a movie of Kuiguang Group. Are such people worthy of respect? If a loser was born a few years earlier than me, do I have to respect him? What's the logic? Sorry, I decide whether to respect a person based on his behavior, not his age. No, if it were you, would you not care about any other circumstances and respect someone older than you for no reason? If so, can you kowtow to me? I think I should be older than you. If not, why do you use this reason to accuse Kuiguang Group of playing double standards? How is it arrogant? Arrogance is when the strength does not match the status. Kuiguang Group holds international awards on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is almost firmly sitting on the box office champion of this year. Is this called arrogance? This is called seeking truth from facts. It's like this. The blogger got 20 points in the exam. When he saw his classmate who got 100 points in the exam guiding the senior students on their homework, he thought others were arrogant. In fact, he was just too weak and his vision was not enough. To put it nicely, she can't catch up with the starting point of others, even after exhausting her entire life. That's fine, but she is still jealous. Ha ha ha. Also, the director and actors didn't intend for the film to be so bad. It's so hard to handle. Do any students hope that they will have bad test scores? Don't they have to accept criticism if they fail the test? Why is it that only your brother has a fragile heart and can't accept criticism? Can't people say that the film is bad? Bad is bad. What excuses are there? No matter how much you say, it's still bad. I don't care why it's bad. Every month they make more money than I can earn in several years, and they make such a rubbish for me. Why should I buy it? The host of this post is so mean. Look at what she said. She said it was objective and fair. Aren't all the entertainment industry awards in the country judged by those people you mentioned? Are they objective and fair? Not only are they not objective and fair, they are also disgusting people under the banner of objectivity and fairness. What the hell is this? Disgusting. Bloggers who support this behavior are even more disgusting. Their values are all distorted. The prizes were paid by the Kuiguang Group with their own real money, and they clearly said that they would not award them to their own people. Why do they need to get the consent of outsiders if they want to award them to someone? Aren't they a little too self-conscious? It's really disgusting. Just like I took out $100 and said whoever wins will get the money, and then some idiot jumped out and said it's unfair. What do I want you to care? I didn't spend your money. I gave it to a stranger on the street. I threw it directly into the sea. What does it have to do with you? I'm just stating the facts. Why are the people above so anxious to make personal attacks? How did the people above make personal attacks on you? They repeated what you said. Ha 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 ha. Come on, blogger. Do you think people are so stupid that they can't see that you took money? If you took the money and posted an update, you should stand at attention and take the scolding. Don't be so pretentious. It's disgusting. Water Army, do you still have any shame? Why didn't you show so much shame when you took the money? Yang Ruoqian looked at the comment section, and the excitement on his face was gradually replaced by confusion. This is not right. This is completely different from the scene he imagined. How come such a dynamic comment section is completely one-sided with insults against the blogger? Even if there were one or two comments supporting the blogger, they were quickly drowned out by the saliva of the crowd's insults and directly pushed to some unknown corner. At a glance, 99% of the comments were in support of the Kuiguang Group. Something is wrong. Yang Ruoqian is no longer a newbie in the entertainment industry. He knows how easy it is for people who pay attention to the entertainment industry to be misled. When one side is working hard to buy Water Army and Hot Search, and the other side does not fight back at all, black can be said to be white, and the victim can be guilty, not to mention the award of Kuiguang Group, which is obviously very subjective. After Yang Ruoqian formulated a passive defense strategy, it stands to reason that all other places, except Leopard App, must have been completely lost. But now, even the first dynamic on Weibo's Hot Search does not show any signs of losing, but instead scolds the Water Army and retreats step by step. The logic of these netizens who counterattack the blogger is very clear. While telling the facts, they did not forget to attack the blogger personally, and even reminded all the onlookers openly and secretly that the legal department of Kuiguang Group would really sue those who talk nonsense regardless of the cost. Moreover, these counterattacks seem to be initiated by different users, but they are highly correlated with each other, and they have a relationship of continuity and connection between each other. It can be said to be a seamless cooperation. Once they find someone who is strong in fighting power, they will immediately rush over. First let one comment label him as a Water Army, and then other comments will attack him in groups, without giving him any chance to resist. It looks like an internet war of words, but in fact it is definitely an organized and premeditated large-scale counterattack. Someone must be organizing the counterattack, and it must be someone who is particularly mean and proficient in internet tactics. Yang Ruoqian slammed his hands on the table. Who is it? Who is secretly against me? The Water Army that we have been waiting for so long. Mr. Yang is worried that the young seedlings that he has been protecting may be blown down by the wind. The treasure in his eyes was suddenly cut off by an unknown behind-the-scenes mastermind in just one night. Yang Ruoqian has repeatedly ordered not to respond to any voices on the internet, so these counterattacks are definitely not made by the company. Who else would be so idle and bored to spend a lot of money to help with public relations? The answer is actually already obvious. There is only one publicity and promotion team that has a strategic partnership with Kuiguang Group. Damn it. It's you again, Chengyu Media. No, Yang Ruoqian has already accepted his fate in terms of film publicity, and Chengyu Media can do whatever they want. How come they can't even have peace of mind when giving out awards now? Yang Ruoqian sighed picked up his mobile phone from the table, and sent a message to Cheng Fei. "Mr. Cheng, I checked Weibo. Those comments. Did you do it?" Cheng Fei replied soon. "Mr. Yang, you're welcome. It's what we should do. PS. I will update normally during the spring festival without taking leave, don't worry. By the way, many of the books I sacrificed died. How miserable, hahaha." Chapter 352. Props appear. "You're welcome. You're welcome." Yang Ruoqian almost fainted when he saw the message. That gave him a sense of security from his firm ally. There was a movie called The Richest Man in Jinhae City on the market, so why not promote this crappy award instead of the movie? How come Cheng Fei could always accurately find the project that Yang Ruoqian wanted to mess up the most from a large number of projects, and then lend a hand with the greatest effort? The few users who finally showed up and dared to speak out were completely drowned out before they even lived through a night. Forget it. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Yang Ruoqian sighed helplessly. As long as they are a bystander with basic judgment, they must know the content and subjectivity of my award. Many people dare not speak now, just because they are afraid of the residual power of the legal department of Kuiguang Group and the water army hired by Chenggayu Media. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian felt better. Let's not worry about this broken award for now. Let's wait until Cheng Fei's mood has passed. Yang Ruoqian swiped his feed. Pay more attention to the new movie recently. Hearing that the crew invited Feng Eluo to play the female supporting role, Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied. Very good. This crew formed by a new team is very savvy, and they knew to spend a high salary to invite first-line stars for the first movie. Yang Ruoqian likes this kind of employees who can understand the boss's intentions without hints. The last time he told the crew that if the salary leads to insufficient budget, you can add budget, the hint was already very obvious. That is, it was a hint that the crew could invite big name stars to be actors and pay them whatever they want. If it were another young and inexperienced person, they might not understand his meaning, and they might need more hints. Then take a look at Feng Eluo's updates. Yang Ruoqian directly searched for the two words Feng Eluo on Weibo and clicked on her updates. "I feel that our company and she are quite predestined, but it's a pity that we can't recruit her. Otherwise, 2 first-line stars will serve my small company, which is terrifying to think about." Swipe to Feng Eluo's homepage, and you can see a pinned update. Justice is in the heart of the people. Yang Ruoqian was stunned when he saw this title. What's going on? This title name looks like it's going to cause a quarrel. Did Feng Eluo have a conflict with someone recently? I haven't heard of it either. With the mentality of eating melons, Yang Ruoqian continued to read the big words in the title. "Recently, I have received many private messages from friends asking me about the Golden Horse Foundation Award. In fact, I don't want to respond, because anyone who has watched the movies and variety shows under the Kuiguang Group, visited their company, and is willing to take the trouble to find out the facts knows that this award must be very objective. Have you ever seen a company that is willing to share its resources almost for free through variety shows? After I won the 2nd place in the variety show, I didn't receive any other requests at all. They just handed me a bunch of resources without any additional terms. When I participated in the variety show, I was fortunate enough to visit their company. It's no secret what their company looks like inside. What kind of person do you think the boss of a company that can give employees such treatment is? And for this award, the Kuiguang Group clearly excluded all its own industries from the eligibility to participate in the competition, and simply exported resources to the outside world without any return. Even after doing this, there are still people who want to discredit them. In this regard, I just want to say that, as long as you are a bystander with basic judgment, you must know the value and objectivity of this award. Yang Ruoqian looked at this dynamic, and fell into silence for a moment. You are a filmmaker, and you are here to join in the fun, right? Mr. Yang rubbed his eyes. That's enough. A good first-line actress, instead of focusing on the upcoming movie, still posts this kind of thing on the dynamic. The key is that there are many comments below the dynamic that agree with Feng Eluo's statement. Judging from the level, activity and usual comments of these accounts, the possibility that they are small accounts can basically be ruled out. Alas, netizens nowadays are too easily led astray, especially when the person who said this is a first-line star like Feng Eluo. The most important thing is that no star, company or even platform has publicly stood up to criticize my award. Alas, stars can be understood. After all, the reward for the Golden Image Cornerstone Award is too generous. If you offend the Kuiguang group, you may be targeted, resulting in the loss of resources. It is not worth it to offend the organizing committee because of a verbal attack. A large company with strong competitiveness can also be understood. If they can shoot a hit movie while gaining box office and reputation, they can also get additional resources from the Cornerstone Award. Even if they do not recognize the value, there is no need to offend the Kuiguang group. What about the other award-giving parties? Why are they all silent? And what about those experts who specialize in academics and photography performance? These people don't need my resources, and they are not afraid of being targeted, so why don't they speak out? Alas, hurry up and do something. Don't these experts usually like to make outrageous remarks? Why can't I see any of them now? Yang Ruoqian sighed again and finally chose to turn off his phone. Sure enough, you can't read too much about work. It's depressing to read. Let's just give up. Anyway, I don't have anything to do recently, so I'll take 2 days off. 2 days later in the morning, Yang Ruoqian was brushing his teeth in the bathroom at home. Just as he spit out the foam in his mouth, a prompt popped up on the system panel. The mission reward has been successfully withdrawn. The helicopter requested by the host has been airlifted to Jinhae Airport. All procedures are complete, and the airport film set route has been applied for. Future applications must be completed by the host. Please go to the airport to collect the reward as soon as possible. Friendly reminder, after the host obtains the helicopter will belong to the host, and the system will not be responsible for the subsequent maintenance costs. So, it's here. Yang Ruoqian put the cup on the shelf, a little surprised. I haven't ridden in a helicopter yet. It's a good time to experience it. The captain responsible for flying the helicopter had already been hired, and now Yang Ruoqian only needed to go to the airport. Chang Ziking knocked on the bathroom door. Are you going to the airport today? Yes, let's go together. Yang Ruoqian yawned. Anyway, there's nothing to do in the company recently. By the way, take a look at the interior of this luxury private helicopter and broaden your horizons. This thing is very inconvenient to use in China. It's basically just a decoration. Chang Ziking complained. You spent so much money to buy this thing just to make a movie? How high is the cost? Actually, it's not that bad. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking went downstairs together. It's mainly for later maintenance. Oh, right. You bought a private jet and a helicopter, and you're such a big boss. Why don't you just change to a luxury house? Chang Ziking asked curiously while sitting in the driver's seat of the car. The answer is simple, because you can't afford it. Yang Ruoqian thought about the millions he had on hand. It was difficult to change a luxury car, and it was indeed a long way from buying a luxury house. Well, there are only 2 of us, and this house is big enough now. Yang Ruoqian sat in the co-pilot seat, his face calm. Wasn't the house next door mine before? We don't need it at all, right? Before the 2 of them were together, the house next door was rented to Chang Ziking, but since she moved in, she has never gone back. It is indeed the same as what Yang Ruoqian said. The 2 of them don't need such a big house at the moment. What's more, buying a luxury house is one price, and maintaining it is another price. In this regard, it is almost the same as luxury cars, and they are all big spenders. Mr. Yang's wallet can't afford such a toss. But in fact, these private planes or company cars are not much different from Yang Ruoqian's own property. There is no need to care too much about the numbers on your bank card. It's really unnecessary to have it empty. Chang Ziking nodded and agreed with Yang Ruoqian's statement. A few dozen minutes later, the 2 arrived at the airport and, led by a special staff member, took a car to a helicopter pad. A brand new helicopter with white and blue stripes appeared in their sight. Its huge rotors also showed its extraordinary price. Wow. Chang Ziking's eyes lit up. This is much bigger than the one I took before. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Chang Ziking and asked, have you taken one before? Yes. Chang Ziking nodded. I went to Hainan with my bestie during the high school vacation and experienced it once. It was hot and narrow inside, and there was not even a door on the cockpit. There was nothing interesting except being able to see the sea from a high altitude. Then mine is different from those. Yang Ruoqian got out of the car with some pride. After all, it's going to be a prop for the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City. If it's not good enough, it will be exposed. As he said, under the guidance of the staff, Yang Ruoqian opened the door of the helicopter. The interior of the cabin is very spacious, with enough space to carry more than 10 passengers. There are only 6 seats, and the space of each seat is unusually spacious. The color of the seat is dark blue, the material is soft velvet, the angle and position can be adjusted electrically, and it even has a massage function. Chang Ziking took a look and said with emotion, the walls and floors are covered with high-grade wood, so high-grade. I don't need to say much about other entertainment systems, right? Yang Ruoqian also walked into the cabin and sat down. Small refrigerator, small wine cabinet, LCD screen, high-speed Wi-Fi, air conditioning system, except for the lack of toilet and bed. Basically everything is available. It's pretty good to use it occasionally. After Yang Ruoqian simply used the things inside the cabin, the helicopter took off steadily under the control of the pilot and flew towards the direction of the crew of The Richest Man in Jinhae City. The helicopter slowly moved away from the ground, and Chang Ziking stuck to the window and looked at the beautiful scenery of Jinhae City from the highest altitude. How is it? Yang Ruoqian asked. It's quite comfortable. Chang Ziking retracted her gaze, but the sound is a little too loud. It's quite noisy. But this kind of thing is just for the sake of novelty. It's not as convenient as a car for activities within the city, and it's not as fast as a fixed-wing aircraft. If you want to cross the city, it feels quite useless, and it can only be used in specific occasions. No matter how good the sound insulation is, it's impossible for the inside of a helicopter to be quiet. When the two people talked at this time, they even raised their voices a little. At the same time, in a football stadium, all members of the crew of The Richest Man in Jinhae City, including Xiao Yuki, who was not in office at all, and Cheng Fei, who was in charge of publicity and promotion, gathered here. After finishing a shoot, several actors and crew members who were drinking water and taking a break sat on chairs nearby and chatted leisurely. Zhang Wei, who was in charge of playing the male lead, stretched his muscles and said, "Didn't I hear that important props would arrive on the set today? How come I didn't see them at all?" Feng Eluo sat a little further away, as elegant as usual. "Maybe not that soon. Maybe we have to wait until the evening. It should be." Several other actors who were not so famous didn't even dare to speak too loudly. Not long ago, when they learned that they had received a play from Kuiguang Group, they were happy for a long time. Everyone in the industry knows that the crews under Kuiguang Group are the most generous, and even the remuneration for group actors is much higher than that of other crews. As long as they can get the role, making a small profit is a guaranteed gain. If they can be valued by Kuiguang Group and signed to its company, it means that their lives will be accelerated. However, when they arrived at the set, they found that something was wrong. As soon as they walked in, someone who knew the goods found that the potted plants used as props were actually genuine products worth more than 100,000 yuan. Those dazzling luxury goods, jewelry, calligraphy and paintings, and all the valuable things that could be seen, not a single one was a fake. All of them were genuine. It is normal to accidentally break some props when filming a movie. But, how dare the young actors break these things? Breaking one means losing half a year or even a year's income. Even though the director repeatedly emphasized that there was no need to compensate for accidentally breaking props, the crew members did not dare to be careless. Important props. No need to wait until the evening. At this moment, Xiao Yuki, who was watching the show, suddenly waved his hand and interrupted. "Look at the sky." As the words fell, the whistling sound of the huge rotor cutting the air became closer and closer. Under the gaze of all the crew members, a luxurious private helicopter slowly descended from the air until it landed steadily in the center of the football field. The helicopter door was opened, and Yang Ruoqian walked out of the luxuriously decorated cabin. He waved to the crew members arrogantly and said, "Come on, the props you want have arrived. Just contact the driver if you want to use them." Looking at this exaggerated scene, many people had the same idea in their minds. This person is the real richest man in Jinhae City, right? PS. I don't know anything about helicopters, so I just copied the S76, just for fun. Chapter 353. We are nominated for a big award. Wow, what a grand ceremony. Shoyuki walked forward and took a look at the interior of the helicopter. This interior, wow, it's all high-end stuff. How did you get it in such a short time? Because of a mysterious power. Yang Ruoqian pretended to be profound. I'm so big now, isn't it normal to have my own channels? That's right. Shoyuki was too lazy to ask more questions. Our company always spends so much money on making movies. These companies must contact you and ask if you are interested in ordering a helicopter or something. Yang Ruoqian liked this kind of employee who used his imagination to help him smooth things over. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. By the way, how is the progress of the movie shooting now?" "No, why are you here? I remember you have nothing to do with this crew." He was almost led astray by the snazzy boy. "There's no rule that I can't come." Shoyuki shrugged his shoulders. "I took a day off today. It's not during working hours, and you didn't arrange any work for me. I came to take a look. Is it not against the rules?" Yang Ruoqian nodded. "It's not against the rules today. It will be against the rules from tomorrow. Don't think I don't know that you've stuck with this bud twice." As he spoke, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Kim Yu, modifying the relevant regulations. "From now on, no matter whether you are the person in charge of the project or not, as long as it is related to any affairs of the Kuiguang group, it will be counted as overtime and will be rewarded with extremely terrible rewards." Cheng Fei couldn't stand Shoyuki's jokes, so she brought the topic back to the right track and said, "The filming has just started. The protagonist hasn't become rich yet in the early stage. It's almost just a show between the actors. It's going well. And you're Zhang Wei. I feel that he is really suitable for this kind of comedy role, and it fits the character of the protagonist very well." Yang Ruoqian was not very interested in Zhang Wei, who was still a small fry. He glanced at Feng Eluo and asked, "What about Feng Eluo? How is her performance?" Feng Eluo is quite hard-working. Cheng Fei also glanced at the elegant goddess who was sitting not far away and drinking water elegantly. This kind of comedy heroine, plus a little bit of the character of the powerful king, the show effect is very good, and our director laughed. Is it so funny?" Mr. Yang, who didn't wait for the bad news, was a little confused. The director himself laughed. Wasn't the script of this movie adapted from Yang Ruoqian's own experience? As a person who had personally experienced the relevant pain, Mr. Yang was a little confused because he felt that his experience was not funny. Do the audiences of this year like to watch the protagonist suffer? Yes, Mr. Yang, your idea is really very good. Cheng Fei nodded. The Santi routine, the idea that making money will make the protagonist suffer, can really stimulate the audience's emotions. The combination that everyone else thinks the protagonist has made money, but only the protagonist himself knows that he has lost money, not only dilutes the protagonist's frustration of failure, but also raises a level of humor. If it weren't for this idea, I haven't heard that a movie can be shot like this. I'm very curious now if the person who wins the variety show in the end is not Zhang Wei, but another actor who is not suitable for the protagonist's personality. What ingenious way will you solve the problem, Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang, you actually have such a big investment, such a good script, movie resources, and you gave it out as a variety show reward. Alas, if it were me, I would definitely arrange Shanghai Anayu. How could I give it to an outsider? Yang Ruoqian was confused. Ingenious way to solve the problem? I don't know. From this variety show to this movie, Yang Ruoqian has never made any preparations. He doesn't even know the problem, let alone the solution to the problem. Why did Cheng Fei just assume that he has a solution? Excessive imagination is really not advisable. This, Cheng Fei nodded in realization. Does it involve commercial secrets? I understand. Mr. Yang, don't be embarrassed. I still understand this kind of rules. Although he didn't know how Yang Ruoqian would arrange it, he must have a corresponding plan. This is 100%. Yang Ruoqian ignored Cheng Fei, who was talking to himself, turned to look at Shoyuki, and asked uncertainly, "Do you think this story is funny too?" "Yes." Shoyuki looked at Yang Ruoqian with suspicion. "Weren't you very confident before?" Why are you not confident about the script you made yourself now? Be bold. You are one of the top creators in the country now. Don't be suspicious. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the helicopter, and a doubt slowly rose in his heart. Is his experience over the past year really funny? Is it true that the Kuiguang group, a large group that looks extremely glamorous to outsiders, is actually a fun thing in essence? Do audiences now really like to watch movies of this theme? Mr. Yang couldn't stand such a blow and kept smiling on the surface. That's fine. You guys stay busy here. I have something else to do, so I'll go back to the company first. Regardless of whether it's fun or not, the most important thing now is to quickly transfer the helicopter to the company's name. Otherwise it will be a real joke after the maintenance bill takes money out of Mr. Yang's wallet, which is not rich to begin with. After saying goodbye to the crew, Yang Ruoqian took a car back to the company. Kim Yu was already waiting in the office. When he saw the boss coming in, he said straight to the point, "Mr. Yang, you want to transfer the helicopter under your name to the company's name, right?" "That's right." Yang Ruoqian was a little scared thinking about this oil tiger, and nodded. "Handle the procedures as soon as possible." After Kim Yu made the second confirmation, he lowered his head and notified the lawyers in the legal department, who had been prepared long ago, and asked them to bring the drafted documents over. "Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. The employees of the legal department will be here soon." A few minutes later, several lawyers walked into the door of Yang Ruoqian's office with thick documents. As an employee who helped Kuiguang Group lay the foundation for Pizza Hut, the legal department now has a very strict selection mechanism for lawyers. Now, it has developed into a veritable super lawyer team. Just standing there, it seems that the word professional is written on his forehead. Mr. Yang, a lawyer skillfully found a document from the pile of documents and turned to the corresponding signature page. "Please sign here first, then write the date here, then stamp." Yang Ruoqian roughly checked the names of both parties A and B, decisively signed his own name, and stamped the company seal. After a series of complicated procedures, the system finally popped up a prompt. "The host has transferred his assets to the company. Please note again that the system does not encourage this kind of behavior of using personal strong assets to make up for the company's profits and losses. This property transfer will not be counted as the company's profit entry." Yang Ruoqian didn't bother to care about the system's nonsense at all. He was relieved to see that the transfer was successful. Kim Yu. After several lawyers left, Yang Ruoqian stopped the secretary and said, "Please help me contact a construction team with the highest efficiency and the best engineering quality as soon as possible to transform a helicopter landing pad on the roof of the building. Don't worry about the money. I just want to make peace quickly. Remember to complete the formalities first." Although there are few places where helicopters can be used, the scene of a helicopter parked on the roof of a company is indeed in line with the temperament of a large company. Not only does it look good, but it also wastes a lot of money. Kim Yu wrote down all the things to be done and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Yang, is there anything else? What is Shanghai Anayu doing recently?" Yang Ruoqian thought for a while and asked. This silly kid said before that he found a supporting role in a TV series. He shouldn't be bullied, right? Kim Yu naturally knew everything about the company's first line stars. "Don't worry, Mr. Yang. Shanghai Anayu and her assistant Wen Ruoqian are now in the crew. I specially asked the lawyers of the legal department to investigate quietly and found no problems." Yang Ruoqian nodded and then subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Secretly let the lawyers of the legal department investigate. Oh my god, if they really find any problems, the legal department of Kuiguang Group, which has been silent for a long time, will probably make a big fuss again. If the lawsuit is successful, wouldn't it add to the reputation of Pizza Hut of Kuiguang Group? Fortunately, there is no. Yang Ruoqian sighed and shook his head. "By the way, what is the name of the TV series that Shanghai Anayu filmed? If I have time later, I can also pay attention to it." Kim Yu replied, "It's called The Hidden Corner. It is adapted from a novel. I heard that it has a good reputation in the industry. No matter how good it is, it's just a supporting role." "Okay, that's it. You go and get busy." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "If there are other things about the movie, The Cornerstone Award and Shanghai Anayu, report to me as soon as possible." Understood, President Yang. At the same time, a production company that is not big or small is urgently writing their new script. Brothers are good news. An idle employee was browsing the web and suddenly shouted, "Our last movie was nominated for the Golden Image Cornerstone Award of Kuiguang Group." Zaizu was busy with their next TV series that was about to start shooting and did not look up. What award? I've never heard of it. It doesn't matter whether we win it or not. Brothers are, you can't say that. The employee turned his chair in a different direction. Although this award is given out for the first time, the prize is extremely generous. Look at those resources. Wow, they are given out without regard for their lives. At this time, Zaizu also remembered what this Golden Image Cornerstone Award was. He slowed down his work a little and said, "Oh, I remember. That completely unfair and subjective award, right? Our actors and movies were nominated, but we didn't apply. Their last movie was a disaster film. The production was not big, and the box office performance was only acceptable, barely reaching the level of 800 million. Compared with the cost, it was considered a small profit. However, the film has a good reputation on the internet, and its leopard score can be kept stable at 9.0. However, this year is a big year for movies, and the company feels that it cannot compete with other competitors, so it simply did not apply for the Golden Image Cornerstone Award. Moreover, the method of this award is entirely decided by the Kuiguang Group. Zaizu, who has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, can see at a glance that there is 100% trickery in it. It is very likely to be a resource exchange. Applying is just a runner-up for others, which is meaningless. The award is completely decided by the Kuiguang Group, and the reward is so generous, but the gold content is low. How can it be objective? As an insider, Zaizu has also heard a lot of rumors. It is said that many companies and actors have tried their best to find the contact information of the organizing committee in order to win the award and tried their best to treat them to dinner. Although I don't know if they got the invitation in the end, but Zaizu will not go to invite them. Has the Kuiguang Group issued a statement? Didn't you read it? The employee forwarded a message to Zaizu. They said that there is no need to apply for this award. It will be selected by the organizing committee from the works released this year, and companies are asked not to submit applications to them. Quite interesting. Zaizu still didn't care too much, and we were nominated by them? Were we just runners-up? I don't think that's the case given their generosity. The employee was relatively objective. Look at their variety show. Didn't they do any resource exchange? Maybe it's simply giving benefits to the entertainment industry? Do you believe what you said? Zaizu turned his chair and continued to work on the task at hand. We are all old people in the entertainment industry. Sober up. What if? The employee said, unconvinced. You say, what if we win the big movie award and get the resources of the Kuiguang Group? Can we shoot this TV series more smoothly? Zaizu didn't even think about it. That would definitely be a lot better. In terms of review standards, publicity and promotion resources, and various props resources, they are all very good. Our TV series is scheduled to be released during the Spring Festival, right? It doesn't conflict with the award, so we can really look forward to it. Look at the nomination list. There are only 5 movies in total, and 2 of them are obviously just for show. The employee became more and more excited as he spoke. As for the remaining 2, I think our movie is no worse than theirs. Zaizu paused what he was doing and asked, you mean, we can also spend money to operate it with the Kuiguang Group and see if we can get this award? Yeah. I think as long as the price is reasonable, we can really strive for this award. Zaizu thought about it for a while and found that what the employee said seemed to make some sense, so he nodded. Then, okay, you contact them and ask about the price. Remember to be vague. If you can afford it, it's not impossible to operate it a little bit. Brothers are, you say, if by some chance we don't operate it and the Kuiguang Group finally gives us the award, that would be great. Zaizu waved his hand. Then I will directly admit right here and now that the Hong Kong Film Foundation Award is the most objective and valuable award in the world, and it is with my real name. I will post a dynamic message on all platforms to acknowledge it, and by the way, I will wash my hair while standing upside down. Chapter 354 Strange Cycle. After dealing with the affairs of the company and the crew, Yang Ruoqian went home as usual, ate, took a shower and rested. What are you watching? Yang Ruoqian blew his hair clean and walked into the living room. He saw Chang Ziking looking at the tablet with relish and asked curiously. Chang Ziking double-clicked the screen to pause the playback, turned around and said with a smile, "Job hunting variety show. Have you forgotten? Didn't you ask Lu Shuiwen from the Human Resources Department to participate?" "Oh yeah, there is such a thing." The busy Mr. Yang immediately remembered. "I almost forgot. Was it good?" "In terms of the program effect, it is still quite good." Chang Ziking's analysis was relatively objective. The program team should have carefully selected many different talents from different fields, and even deliberately selected some, people whose self-confidence and strength do not match to go on stage. Yang Ruoqian nodded. "It's normal. After all, it's a variety show, not a normal social recruitment or school recruitment, and serving the audience is still the first priority." Chang Ziking made half a space for Yang Ruoqian and continued. "Sometimes, when you see a job seeker who is so amazing, you wish all the guests would attack him together to dampen his spirit. Sometimes, when you see an obviously very good job seeker, there are just one or two guests who deliberately find fault with him. In short, the program team has done a very good job in attracting the audience's emotions." "It sounds good. I just don't know if Lu Shuiwen can listen to me and recruit more invincible people. Now the Kuiguang group is good in everything, except that it lacks people who hold it back. Of course, what Yang Ruoqian needs is people who are very confident but lack ability. If they are deliberately disgusting, there is no need to recruit them into the company. It's a bit disgusting to see villains succeed. Moreover, most of these people are completely unenterprising, unwilling to try, and unwilling to work hard. If they don't even try, how can they come up with some big projects that can lose money? Just eating empty salaries, eating wages and eating in the cafeteria is simply a drop in the bucket for the Kuiguang group." Yang Ruoqian sat on the sofa, took the tablet, used Bluetooth to cast the screen directly to the TV in the living room. "Let's watch it together. Do you watch this kind of variety show too?" Chang Ziking moved her position again. "Or do you really want to recruit some people for the company from this variety show?" "Maybe." Yang Ruoqian didn't say yes or no. "Our company recruits people in an unconventional way and always brings me surprises in all kinds of unexpected places. Maybe this variety show can do it." Chang Ziking made a joke. "Just don't break your undefeated golden body. Break it quickly. Is this the protagonist halo of a reborn person?" But Yang Ruoqian really doesn't need this kind of protagonist halo. Haha, failure is normal. Who in this world can have smooth sailing? Yang Ruoqian shrugged his shoulders. Even the most powerful people will definitely encounter some setbacks more or less. Chang Ziking looked at Yang Ruoqian strangely and said, "Isn't it you? In addition to the small loss when you first started selling equipment, what other setbacks have you encountered?" The last time the university counselor contacted Yang Ruoqian, hoping that he would help solve the employment problem, Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and directly recruited everyone. What was the result? Even these students who had been screened had a private customization project after being recruited into the company. The most important thing was that this project also attracted Xiao Yika's father, who also specially brought in a lot of big bosses to come over, and they would always come up with a big deal. Frustration? There really was no frustration at all. "Mr. Yang, let's not talk about this. How far has this variety show progressed?" Chang Ziking crossed her legs and smiled. "This is the first episode of the variety show. There are not so many explosive points yet. The first one is a relatively standard job seeker. He graduated from an average 211 university, with average grades and average abilities. In fact, it is already very good in the job market, but this is a variety show, you know. By the way, you can also go to the audience to take a look. As the boss of Kuiguang Group, the program team probably can't wait for you to go there." Yang Ruoqian shook his head. "TSK, they don't want me to go there, but they want me to see the reaction of Yufu Group after I go there. The conflict between our two companies is already known to everyone. By the way, how did the conflict between us and them come about? I forgot a long time ago. I think it's a combination of multiple factors. For example, Lin Ko, the anti-UFO demon, will have a stress response and behave irrationally as long as UFO group is mentioned. As she said, Chang Ziking double-clicked the screen, and the variety show continued to play. In the guest seats, several guests in different costumes sat upright, looking at the job seekers who were giving speeches on the stage with a scrutinizing look. Among the 7 guests, there is Ruoqian from Kuiguang Group, a leader from UFO Group, and even the general manager of Gaoia Group. Unlike in the past, Chengaiu Group did not join the variety show this time. 2 companies that are diametrically opposed to each other are enough, and more will affect the viewing experience. TSK, Xiao Yuka's father is willing to arrange someone like the general manager into the variety show. Chang Ziking said as she watched, he heard that our company was also going to participate, so he arranged the general manager. You don't know how many people want to take a peek at our recruitment standards now. Other companies want to know the recruitment standards of Kuiguang Group, to see how they can accurately recruit so many talents. Job seekers and viewers, especially those who have been rejected by Kuiguang Group, are very eager to see the recruitment standards of Kuiguang Group. At this point, Chang Ziking suddenly paused and showed a thoughtful expression. By the way, what are our company's recruitment standards? As the boss's wife, she suddenly realized that she didn't seem to know what the recruitment standards of Yang Ruoqian and the Human Resources Department were. The company has never issued any documents or had any rigid standards. For example, education, work experience, or anything else. It's not just that there are no regulations. Even Yang Ruoqian's own actions are not understood by anyone in the company. Sometimes you can see Yang Ruoqian recruiting people with high education and excellent resumes to join the company. Sometimes he recruits people who are completely unknown to join the company, to take charge of very important projects. For example, the deputy producer in charge of The Richest Man in Jinhae City was recruited casually by Yang Ruoqian during a meal, and he didn't even ask the most basic education and work experience. It's a pipe dream to expect employees to find any rules from Mr. Yang's behavior. Yang Ruoqian looked at the screen and said, nonsense, there is no rigid standard. As long as you are suitable for the position, you can be recruited, no matter how bad the conditions are. If you are not suitable for the position, you will not be recruited, no matter how good the conditions are. What you said. Chang Ziking couldn't help but complain. Isn't it because the cost of confirming whether a person is suitable for the position is too high, so there are various rigid requirements? From a personal point of view, students who graduated from higher education institutions may not have better work ability than job seekers with worse grades. However, from the perspective of statistics and probability, the probability of selecting employees suitable for the position from the group with good grades is greater than that of others. If a hard standard is set first, the screening cost will be much lower. While Chang Ziking was complaining, the variety show on the screen was still playing. Dear guests and teachers, the above is all my personal information. I believe that with my ability, please give me a chance. Now is the first stage of job hunting, the company's selection stage. If the person in charge of the company is unwilling to recruit him, he can directly press the light off button on the table, which means direct rejection, and there is no chance to regret. If the company guest is willing to recruit him, he can set his own conditions, give the job seeker a position, press the favorite button, the light will change from pending white to green, and wait for the next stage, and there is no chance to regret. When the number of companies willing to recruit this job seeker is greater than or equal to 2, the recruitment process will enter the second stage, and all guests will show their recruitment benefits and positions. Job seekers can choose the job they like most and sign the labor contract on the spot, which is considered a successful job search. A guest from a company that provides classified information service platform was the first to press the favorite button. Compared with other companies present, although many people have heard of their company, its scale and financial resources are not that large. It just so happens that the person in front of them is more suitable for their new project, and the conditions are not particularly outstanding. Overall, it is more cost effective. Companies like Kuiguang Group, which have tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of large projects, are actually very powerful. After seeing someone press the favorite button, Lu Shuiwen no longer looked at the job seekers on the stage. She always kept the boss's order in mind. Only those who are not wanted by all companies will be considered. However, For the sake of the job seeker's face and the reputation of Kuiguang Group, Ruoqian did not press the rejection button immediately, but planned to wait until the countdown time was halfway through before pressing it, so that she would not reject too quickly to hurt people's self-esteem, nor would she reject too slowly to waste time. The host looked at the company guest who chose to recruit and asked. Teacher Liang agreed very quickly. What shining points did you see in our job seekers? The company guest spoke quickly. To be honest, the conditions you gave can only be said to be average in this program, not particularly excellent. But our company is currently carrying out a new project, and your ability just matches the previous position. But don't belittle yourself. Your grades show your learning ability, and your ability to come to this stage also proves your psychological ability. It's your luck that you happen to encounter a new project in our company. It's your strength that you were successfully selected. You just have to be prepared. The position I gave you requires you to grow and hone from scratch. That's all. The job seeker was obviously very excited. He nodded and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Teacher Liang. Thank you. After a period of time, except for this company, no other company lit up. So there was no second stage, and the two parties signed the labor contract on the spot. After the first guest left, the host began to liven up the atmosphere again. The next job seeker. Let's welcome him. After a round of applause, a young man who looked young, but a little vicissitudes of life walked up to the podium and bowed to several guests. Hello, teachers. My name is. I'm from. After briefly introducing himself, the big screen behind the job seeker began to play a video. In the video, a RV that was neither new nor old was driving on a winding mountain road. The first sentence was a very loud in high school. I dropped out of school due to family reasons, but, ding, ding, ding. Before even saying the words but after that, 3 lights in the guest seats had gone out. After hearing about the academic qualifications, the guests didn't even have the interest to continue listening and directly pressed the light off button. The job seeker's face turned pale, and his eyes, which were originally a little confident, were instantly filled with anxiety. There are usually 2 or 3 introduction videos like this. After one segment is played, there will be a segment where the guests ask questions and the job seekers answer them. During this period, the company guests can freely choose to turn off the lights or not. Now, only the first 3 seconds of the first video have been played, and 3 companies have already chosen to turn off their lights. This is a very bad sign. But no matter what the job seeker thinks, the video continues to play. I have XX fans on the XX platform. I usually share my life, shoot vlogs and write novels to make a living. I hope. After the first video was introduced, a guest asked him a few questions about his future plans, and then decisively pressed the button to turn off the lights. Now, only the Kuiguang Group, Youfu Group and Gaoiao Group are still on. The general manager of Gaoiao Group actually wanted to turn off the lights a long time ago, but before he came, he received an order from his boss Xiao Changfeng to learn from Kuiguang Group. Seeing that the director of the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group had not turned off the lights, he suppressed his confusion and did not turn off the lights. The guests of Youfu Group had the same purpose. First, to learn from their competitors, and second, to see if they could snatch some people from Kuiguang Group. Ruoqian, who was on the far right, looked at the remaining 2 companies that had not turned off their lights with a confused look. Why haven't they turned off the lights yet? Actually, Ruoqian thinks that this person can be recruited into the company to see if he can be a column blogger or something and promote and bring goods. Maybe he can bring some profits to the company. But the boss said that if other companies want this person, Ruoqian must not want him. Only job seekers that all other guests don't want can be included in the consideration of Kuiguang Group. Now the other 2 companies have not chosen to turn off the lights, nor have they expressed their preference. It has been in such a pending state, which makes her a bit difficult. In fact, no one knows that the current guest group has fallen into a strange cycle. Ruoqian does not make her choice, and the other 2 companies do not make her choice, and if the other 2 companies do not choose, Ruoqian can't make her choice either. It's just awkward. The host glanced at the 3 large groups that were still on the stage, and some unexpected expressions appeared on his face. In the arrangement of the program group, this job seeker is actually a role that turns off all the lights in one round. Now it seems that this is not the case. Is this person really a talent favored by so many large companies? Okay, there are still 3 guest teachers waiting to be determined. The host controlled his facial emotions and smiled. Then let's move on to the second round of video introductions. Chapter 355 Ups and Downs. Looking at the 3 large companies that are still in the pending state, the job seeker's originally nervous mood has calmed down a lot. These 3 companies are all large and well-known large companies and groups in the industry. They chose to wait and see because they must have seen some of his advantages. Not making a decision now, perhaps this part of the advantages is not obvious enough, or it may be a problem with academic qualifications. Just now, several company leaders who rejected him made it very clear. First of all, the academic qualifications are not up to standard, and secondly, the video content is too empty. You are applying for a job, not writing an essay. If it weren't for the fact that there are still 3 large company leaders who are still waiting and watching, the guests who chose to turn off the lights would definitely curse or ridicule without hesitation, who would talk about their shortcomings first when introducing themselves. Kid, don't be so stupid. The job seeker apologized again and again, feeling a little regretful. The company he liked more rejected him at the beginning. But it doesn't matter, he still has a second video introduction, and it would be good if he can work in other companies. As for the mysterious and silent teacher Ruoqian, he had long known the difficulty of being admitted to the Kuiguang group, and did not have much extravagant hope for it. After the Kuiguang group chose to participate in the variety show You Are the Best, the program team naturally spared no effort to promote it, and posted Ruoqian's identity in the 4 big words Kuiguang group almost in the form of big character posters. The program team knows what job seekers want nowadays. As long as they can find a job in the Kuiguang group after graduation, it will be considered glorious to the family. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to get a job. The eliminated job seekers don't know why they were eliminated, and the hired job seekers don't know why they were hired. A long-lasting topic of discussion on the internet is, how can you be admitted to the Kuiguang group? Even many employees and their program team want to try the Kuiguang group. Now, the director of the Human Resources Department of the Kuiguang group has appeared in the guest seats. As expected by the program team, just with such a gimmick, the ratings of You Are the Best have set a new high. In the past, the audience watched this kind of job hunting variety show for fun, but now it is completely different. Are they watching a variety show? They are obviously watching their future. Soon, the second round of videos began to play. The video shooting location this time was moved to a snowy mountain. The job seeker hurriedly introduced his skills, and then began to speak literary and artistic. The reason I came to this place is that the white beauty can make me intoxicated, purified, cleansed. I will record these beautiful things in words and write them in my book. Listening to these outrageous words, which did not summarize their own advantages and skills at all, and were extremely literary and artistic, the chairman of Kuiguang Group finally couldn't help it. He kept looking at Ruoqian with his peripheral vision and watching her movements. This person is so outrageous, and he still doesn't turn off the lights. In fact, after watching the second video, Ruoqian's heart was also beating. I felt that this job seeker seemed to be a little too literary. Job hunting is to prove your advantages in a concise way, and at the same time, use some actual honors or work experience to support it. Disadvantages, try to cover them up if possible, and if you can't, just muddle through. Job seekers like this who show low education and still don't know what they are talking about after playing the video for so long really look like the program team deliberately put them up to increase the diversity of job seekers and improve the program effect. But Ruoqian looked at the Youfu group and Kuiguang group, whose lights had not been turned off, and could only suppress her anxiety and wait slowly. At the same time, Ruoqian also had some doubts in her heart. Why are Youfu group and Kuiguang group still in a pending state? Not to mention Youfu group, they are not very valuable, like to cast a wide net, and often recruit anyone to the company. There are already several anchors who have caused big troubles. But Kuiguang group is different. They don't run projects in the entertainment industry, so why don't they turn off the lights? Is it because of my own ability that I can't see the shining points hidden in this job seeker's outrageousness? Ruoqian hesitated for a few seconds, but soon stopped tangling. She can see the upper limit of her ability most clearly. As long as it is beyond her understanding, it will never be wrong to listen to General Manager Yang. As long as other companies refuse, she will agree. As long as other companies agree, she will refuse. It's that simple. At this time, the video has been played, but the guests of the big three have not made their own choices. Some are stroking their chins, some are nodding gently, and some are sitting still with no expression, looking very concerned about this choice and very cautious. The host was finally a little surprised. He looked at the audience and the job seekers, and said a little exaggeratedly, This is really unexpected. Our number 2 job seeker actually made the 3 teachers unable to make a choice after watching 2 videos? What are they struggling with? What are they considering in their hearts? The 3 teachers have 2 minutes to think. Yang, Ruoqian and Chang Ziking heard the host say this and looked at the progress bar again. They guessed that the next step would be advertising time. By the way, this ad is from our company, right? Yes, Kuiguang Group is the exclusive title sponsor of this variety show. Then let's not skip it. Let's see what ad you have. While the two chatted, various comments kept appearing on the screen. What's going on? Why hasn't this guy been eliminated yet? You can't say that others are against the sky. I feel that he has gone off topic seriously. The video he showed has almost nothing to do with job hunting. Yeah, I can't see what advantage he has. Then why didn't the 3 big guys choose to eliminate him? It should be the program effect arranged by the program team, right? This kind of program will be like this. It's not surprising. I guess they will turn off the lights collectively when they come back. While the comments were discussing fiercely, the inserted ads also arrived as expected. The screen immediately showed a photo of Feng Eluo's face deformed by fear and a bunch of scary insanity destroying background walls behind her. The best escape room in the world is in XXX, Jinhae City, Kuiguang Building. A lot of content is waiting for you to experience. Chang Ziking stared at the advertisement blankly and poked Yang Ruoqian with her finger. Is this your idea? Put the advertisement of the escape room into the job hunting variety show. Yang Ruoqian nodded. How is it? Isn't it very dramatic and effective? Look at the barrage of comments. Chang Ziking rolled her eyes. From an advertising perspective, you are indeed very successful. But the problem is that every round of tickets for the escape room is fully booked. What's the use of advertising more and attracting more consumers? Productivity can't keep up. What we want is that productivity can't keep up, and what we want is that the advertising is in vain. How can we waste money if we don't do this? Yang Ruoqian made up an excuse. Hey, you don't understand this. The escape room is just a part of our industry. As long as we advertise a project, other industries can also benefit. Although our escape room is fully loaded, there is still room for growth in other industries. Chang Ziking put her eyes back on the screen and complained in a low voice. It sounds a bit reasonable, but I always feel something is weird. Look at the barrage. They are all saying it's weird. What does the barrage know? If the barrage really knows, why don't they start a company and ruin me? Before Chang Ziking could figure out what was weird, the advertisement of your best job had already been broadcast, and the show continued. Of course, in the first episode of a variety show like this, the advertisement is usually not a show, but a confession and introduction of the guests or job seekers, and there may even be a awkward praise of the guests by the job seekers. A deep male voice came from the speakers. Kuiguang Group. It has been less than 2 years since its establishment, and its valuation has exceeded 10 billion. Their current achievements have a lot to do with the endless stream of talents in the company. An artistic subtitle also appeared on the screen at the right time. Less than 2 years. Valuation of 10 billion. Box office champion. International award. Amid the background sound of shocking, the deep male voice continued to brag. Their salary, benefits and bonuses are all at the top level in the industry, but the talent selection mechanism of Kuiguang Group has always been a mystery. Today, we are fortunate to invite the Human Resources Director of Kuiguang Group, Ms. Ruoqian, to the show to take us to find out. Ms. Ruoqian is one of the founding team of Kuiguang Group and has made great contributions to the company's establishment and development. Now she is in charge of personnel, has a keen eye, and has recruited countless talents. Compared with academic qualifications, She seems to value the matching degree between employees and positions more. After a section of awkward praise with shots and subtitles about Ruoqian, the previously accepted job seeker number 1 also said his own experience and sat on a chair to be interviewed. He smiled and said, when teacher Ruoqian walked in, "Wow, that aura." When she looked over, I was directly shocked and felt that I had no secrets at all. I felt very dreamy, very surprised. Chang Ziking got goosebumps when she heard it. This is too corny. Are these variety shows so awkward now? Chang Ziking knew very well who Xiaolu was. When buying a car, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking went to the 4S store together. The scene of Ruoqian being bullied by other employees is still vivid in their minds. When did he become a big devil who could kill people with his eyes? President Yang shrugged. It's just that it has to be a little awkward because there are so many talented people. Otherwise, if you walk in alone, everyone else will be cold and indifferent, and everyone will be rushing to meet deadlines, so there will be no show effect. Our own variety show is still more interesting. After the introduction, the screen turned back to the stage, but to the surprise of all the comments, the lights in front of the tables of the big 3 still showed to be determined. Now there are only 30 seconds left to make a decision. Even Ruoqian, who had given up thinking and planned to do whatever President Yang said, felt a little uneasy at this time. The boss only said to recruit those who others didn't want, but he didn't say that everyone else was to be determined. What's going on? When I watched this kind of variety show before, I didn't see so many people making decisions at a fixed time. If the other 2 companies didn't decide until the last second, wouldn't they be playing rock paper scissors? Teachers, you are struggling so hard. The host had never seen such a scene before, and he forced himself to smile, but there are only 30 seconds left. Teachers, if you don't make a decision, it will be assumed that you have accepted it. 25 seconds, 15 seconds, 5 seconds. In the last 5 seconds, the general manager of Kuiguang Group really couldn't bear the pressure, and he couldn't understand why this person who could even go off topic in his job application video was worth recruiting, so he could only press the reject button. When, at the last second, the person in charge of UFA Group couldn't bear the pressure either. He was afraid that this was another conspiracy by Kuiguang Group. It is said that in the live broadcast project, a middle-level manager named Lin Ko fell into the trap of Kuiguang Group and recruited people who shouldn't have been recruited and was finally fired. Between the 2 options of recruiting the wrong person and missing out on talent, he felt that the former still had to bear more responsibility. So 1 second before the countdown ended, he still pressed the reject button. Ding. After pressing the button, he turned to look at Ruoqian, secretly praying in his heart that she would also press the reject button. However, Ruoqian's unwavering attitude disappointed him. When the countdown ended, Ruoqian's pending status was changed to employed by default. The comments after seeing this scene started to fill in. Kuiguang Group actually wants him. Oh, I thought he would refuse at the last second. Since you agreed, why didn't you click it earlier? Why keep the suspense for so long? You don't understand. This is a strategy. If Ruoqian makes a decision too early, the heads of other companies may follow up with the admission. It is well known that Kuiguang Group is very discerning in recruiting people. If others don't know the reason, can't they just copy the homework? So they have to leave it to the last second to avoid other companies competing with them. I see. Is this the ability of a human resources director of a large group? He can consider so many aspects in just a few tens of seconds. The cheerful music of successful job hunting was already playing at the variety show. The host was surprised and puzzled. He first congratulated the job seeker, then turned to look at Ruoqian and asked, Teacher Ruoqian, I can see that you are very conflicted. Can you tell me why you finally chose to recruit him? What advantages did you see in him? What position do you plan to offer him? When the question was asked, not only the audience in front of the screen, but also the heads of other companies and even the audience members at the scene held their breath and stared at Ruoqian. Appeared the person hired by Kuiguang Group. If it weren't for the law, many people would have rushed to the show immediately and sliced up this job seeker for a search on the spot. Chapter 356. The pressure from our leaders began. When Ruoqian was asked by the host She was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why she accepted this person. It was just because the guests from other companies were slow to make a choice, and Ruoqian couldn't disobey the boss's order, so she could only wait. As a result, at the last second, the guest from Yufu pressed the light off button, and Ruoqian didn't press the light off button. So she was admitted by default. Why only the boss knew about the admission? How could she, a small employee and the most inexperienced veteran in the company, understand these things? Every time the Kuiguang group was successful, she was the one who stood up and applauded. But looking at the expectant eyes of the host, other guests and countless audiences, Ruoqian could only reluctantly pick up the microphone and start to think of ways to make up stories in her mind. First of all, although the job application video made by this job seeker is relatively unprofessional and provides less effective information, at least we can see that he is capable of surviving alone for a long time in the wilderness. After saying the first sentence, the subsequent fabrications were much easier. Ruoqian paused and continued. Everyone recall his first video. Can you see a RV on the winding mountain road? In my impression, the RV he drove was not very expensive, but it was worth at least 250,000 in the primary market. From what I know, this RV is relatively new and should not be a second-hand car. As a former car salesman, Ruoqian finally put his professional skills to use. Maybe many people haven't noticed that the content of this job seeker's other videos also shows his food, clothing and daily necessities. They are not luxurious, but they are of high quality. Everyone here is an elite and a high-income person. Perhaps you won't notice such small details. The job seeker is only 25 years old. He can buy such an RV at his age and live such a relatively high-quality life. I think his income is at least not low. The more Ruoqian spoke, the smoother her thoughts became. The job seeker just said that his income is entirely dependent on the creative incentives and novel royalties earned by posting his life on social platforms. What does this show? It shows that this job seeker has independently filmed and created in many extreme environments without the help of others and posted them online. And he can also rely on this method to earn a relatively good income, buy a nice RV, and maintain his decent life. I'm just a director in charge of personnel. I dare not say that I'm very proficient in all fields. I can even say that there are many fields that I don't understand at all. Without knowing much about this field, I can only judge a person's ability in this field by his income. Obviously, the job seeker has a certain ability to make money in this field, or at least has a certain potential to make money. This job seeker can make a living without any resources or help from any photographers. If we give him traffic and various resources to help him improve his ability to produce works, will he be able to produce unexpected sparks? I'm looking forward to it. Coincidentally, Kuiguang Group does not currently involve artists and anchors in this field. I think he might be able to give it a try. Instead of judging a job seeker's ability from his resume and video introduction, we should judge the job seeker's ability or potential from the information revealed in various details of the video. Several guests who pressed the light off button at the beginning nodded thoughtfully. The strength of video making ability does not represent the strength of work ability. The problem is that it is not easy to make an accurate judgment. Even if it can be done, it is not convenient. They are all executives of large companies, and they have a lot of things to deal with every day. Who has the time and patience to carefully analyze and investigate the various information hidden behind the resume of each job seeker? Could it be that the reason why Kuiguang Group can recruit so many talents is because our department can do this kind of work? Exclamation mark. Isn't this workload too much? And to analyze the meaning behind every resume, every person, and every sentence, the work is very brain-burning and tiring. As expected of a veteran of Kuiguang Group, as expected of someone who can sit firmly in the position of director of the our department, he really lives up to his reputation. After listening to Ruoqian's speech, the host clapped in amazement and nodded, saying, as expected of you as the our director of Kuiguang Group, you have such meticulous insight, really amazing. Then, Mr. Lu, why did you struggle with it for so long before? What is the thing that has prevented you from making a decision? Lu Shuyan paused for a moment and said, just like the problem everyone has seen, this job applicant's video production ability is really poor, and the amount of information is seriously insufficient. In order to get information from these pictures, I also need some time to think. I see. The host nodded. Then, Mr. Lu, what kind of job do you plan to offer this job applicant? Lu Shuyan, who was not prepared at all, could only take out the standard labor contract of Kuiguang Group for new anchors and bloggers. For this reason, Lu Shuyan also reminded him in advance, this job seeker, although I have decided to hire you, due to your objective conditions and the problem with your job application video, I cannot offer you too high conditions for the time being. Please be mentally prepared. As a person who uploads works on the internet, how could the job seeker not have heard of the name of Kuiguang Group? He was so excited that his legs could not stand and nodded repeatedly. As long as you are willing to give me this opportunity, thank you very much, thank you very much. No matter how high the conditions are, as long as you can climb into the car of Kuiguang Group, there will be no shortage of career development opportunities in the future, let alone opportunities for promotion and salary increase. Originally, he did not expect Kuiguang Group to look at him straight in the eye. How many top students from famous domestic and foreign universities were rejected? How could a high school dropout who drove a motorhome and wandered the streets be chosen for admission? Getting a labor contract is already an unexpected surprise, and it is worth the trip, even if the conditions are not good. Lu Shuyan nodded. The basic guaranteed salary without liability is 15,000 yuan per month, 5 insurances and 1 fund. Housing allowance, car allowance, and meal allowance are calculated separately and not included in the salary. Bonus mechanism, holiday arrangement, the share ratio above the guaranteed salary is. After speaking a lot, in the shocked eyes of all the company guests, Lu Shuyan finally asked, the above are the highest conditions we can offer. The job seeker couldn't wait to sign the contract. After Lu Shuyan finished speaking, he looked at the host on the side and nodded frantically. I'm willing to sign the contract. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. If he failed to sign the contract, he would not be able to sleep when he went back at night. Very good. Let's congratulate this job seeker for finding his dream job. Congratulations. Now go up and sign the contract. Chang Ziking looked at the screen and blinked. Lu, are these recruited employees really reliable? Too reliable. Mr. Yang, who knew that Lu Shuyan was completely making up stories on the spot, clapped his hands. Lu is really professional this time. It is a great blessing for my Kuiguang Group to be able to recruit such an employee. Is that so? Then go to bed. Anyway, the next episode hasn't been released yet. Night has arrived. After the first episode of the variety show was filmed, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie returned to his hotel and took a deep breath. He was the general manager of Kuiguang Group who was under pressure from the chairman. 15,000 is the opening offer. Are all the people working for Kuiguang Group so arrogant? Is this their lowest salary? But it seems that Lu Shuyan wants him to be a video blogger or anchor. Our company doesn't have such a business at all, so it's understandable that she turned off the light. If Lu Shuyan's judgment is correct, among so many companies present, only Kuiguang and Youfu have the need to recruit this person. But I have to say that her observation is really sharp. She can actually analyze so many important information from a video that makes people doze off. While he was thinking, his private mobile phone suddenly rang with a special customized ringtone. Ding ding ding. There are very few people who can have his private number and not be added to the do not disturb list at this late hour. Those who are qualified to make him get up to answer the phone during the break are all important people. Either his immediate superior, an important partner, or the person who approves various necessary documents. He poured out the coffee that had not yet been brewed, walked to the bed into steps, and took out his mobile phone. The caller column clearly showed the 3 characters Xiao Changfeng. Chairman? What's the matter with him looking for me so late at night? Is there any serious emergency in the group? Is it the stock price plummeting? Or is there any negative news? Or has an order been snatched away? Countless thoughts emerged in the general manager's mind, but without exception, they were all negative. If it was good news, there was no need to call me so late. After 3 seconds of doubt, the general manager pressed the connect button and asked carefully, "Chairman, you haven't rested yet so late?" "Rest? What's there to rest?" Xiao Changfeng's familiar voice came. "I took some time to watch the first episode of that variety show today. Do you have anything to say?" The general manager didn't expect that his chairman would call him late at night to talk about this. He couldn't react at once and could only say out twice. Xiao Changfeng yelled, "I ask you, when will our human resources department be able to analyze from various details which position a person is suitable for in the company like the Kuiguang Group, instead of just screening academic qualifications like a robot? I want talents. I want high efficiency, high quality and highly adaptable talents. Do you understand? Then go ask the director of the human resources department. Why are you yelling at me? The general manager is already under a lot of pressure. Mr. Xiao, are you dissatisfied with the current director of the human resources department? I'm dissatisfied with all of you." Xiao Changfeng sighed. "Look at our director of the human resources department, how much salary he gets, what he does, and look at other companies. You guys, you have been old foxes in the workplace for many years, and what is the result? In the end, your work efficiency is not as good as that of the company co-founded by my son. Alas. Forget it, I won't say any more. We still can't use overly high standards to require everyone. I'm hanging up. Beep, beep." The general manager, who had been prepared to finish a document overnight, convene a video conference of all leaders, and severely criticize the director of the human resources department, was stunned when he heard the busy tone from the other end of the phone. He suddenly had a very strange feeling that the chairman called him not to criticize his work, but to show off his son. No, I can't be scolded for no reason. After thinking about it, the general manager shook his head. This document still needs to be done. I'll scold the employees of the hour department tomorrow. As for whether the director of the hour department will pass the pressure to the employees below after the meeting tomorrow, it has nothing to do with him. In another 5-star hotel not far away, the deputy director of the hour department of Youfu Group, who had just taken a shower, was watching videos and enjoying his business trip. This business trip, he only needs to attend the program group's program on time, which is very easy and simple. Suddenly, his mobile phone page was occupied by the phone page, which showed a terrifying name that was the phone number of his immediate boss, the director of the hour department of Youfu Group. He was so scared that he immediately pressed the answer button, but before he could say anything, he heard a barrage of abuse. "Xiao Cheng, what's wrong with you? I asked you to go on a business trip, to promote the company and recruit talents for the company, not to embarrass you." "Mr. Yuan, shut up. Let me be frank with you. The leaders above have watched this variety show and are very dissatisfied with your performance. Why is it that the human resources of Kuiguang Group have such an outstanding performance, but you can't? How come they all get high salaries, but your performance is an order of magnitude worse than others? Don't you want to do it anymore? If you don't want to do it, just say it." Xiao Cheng, who was originally relaxed and had performed like this several times in this variety show, was suddenly under maximum pressure and said repeatedly, No, Mr. Yuan, listen to me. I just want to be cautious." Mr. Yuan, who had just been scolded by the board of directors with the same rhetoric, interrupted his subordinates. "Don't make excuses. Don't make reasons. Others can do it. Why can't you? Find your own problems. Don't shirk responsibility and reflect on yourself these few days." After that, he hung up the phone. Xiao Cheng looked at the phone with tears in his eyes. "No, using the monster of Kuiguang Group to benchmark others, isn't it a bit too much? P.S. Chapter 351 was blocked. It's quite funny. I read it 100,000 times and still don't know what I wrote. Where the problem is, in the end it turned out that the pictures of the 2 helicopters were problematic. So embarrassing. What's wrong with the pictures of the helicopters? It was reviewed by a lunatic. Chapter 357 Phone calls. So many calls. The next day after Yang Ruoqian watched an episode of You Are the Best Job, he went to the crew to observe and look around to see where he could increase the budget. But unfortunately, the employees of the Kuiguang Group now know Mr. Yang's character, and they really followed his requirements and replaced all the places that could be replaced with real products. It looks like a crew, but it is actually a huge gathering place for luxury goods. It's bad. Now these people are getting more and more sophisticated. Mr. Yang had a headache. Now the props are full and the actors are almost hired. How can we increase the cost? The leading actors are ready. Although the extras have not been decided, the expenses of extras can't be too high. Even if the Kuiguang group has offered the highest treatment for extras in the industry, the combined cost of these people will not be higher than Feng Luo. It doesn't cost much at all. But now after walking around the crew, it seems that only the extras can be tampered with to increase the cost. As a legendary boss with endless creative ideas, Yang Ruoqian turned his mind and tried to find a way to increase expenses in this hopeless dilemma. Not far away, Feng Luo, who was walking over with 4 buckets of water, glanced at Mr. Yang who was strolling around in the crew and asked elegantly, "Boss Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Ruoqian turned his head and looked at the 4 full buckets of water held by Feng Luo. He was stunned for a moment and asked, why are you carrying water?" Feng Luo said, "As a matter of course, the staff is busy. There is no water in the crew, and I can't find anyone for a while. I just happened to carry the water on the way." "What's the matter?" Mr. Yang was confused. "If there are not enough people, let the crew recruit more people. The crew is a little ignorant. Recruit more people. Recruit 10 more people. It's okay. It's a small matter." Feng Luo nodded indifferently and walked towards the crew carrying water. After Feng Luo left, Yang Ruoqian ordered the crew to recruit more people and then walked around the set again. However, no matter how many times he looked, he couldn't find much room to increase the budget. Even if some places are not perfect, they are just some small improvements, which will not have much impact on the overall cost. We need to think of a better way. Extras. Extras. Mr. Yang paused for a moment, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He glanced at his phone, and after making sure that Lu Shuiwen was not filming a variety show, he immediately found an empty room and called her. Lu Shuiwen quickly answered the phone, with a somewhat uneasy tone. "Mr. Yang, good morning." She had heard from various channels that several guests who participated in the variety show were severely criticized by their immediate superiors. Would such criticism also befall her? Since joining the Kuiguang group, Lu Shuiwen has not received a real criticism. Is the job applicant recruited a little too abstract? Just as Lu Shuiwen was breathing and thinking, Yang Ruoqian's question came over. Are the current college students and the post-zeros doing something to rectify the workplace and making a fuss if they don't have suitable treatment? Lu Shuiwen didn't expect that President Yang didn't mention anything about the variety show. She was stunned for a long time before she said, "Yes, it should be, but it depends on what kind of college students they are. Not all college students are like this." Yang Ruoqian was very interested. "Tell me in detail. If they are college students who graduated from famous universities, they are not afraid of not being able to find a job after graduation. They are only worried about not being able to find an ideal job. They should not have such a mentality." Lu Shuiwen thought for a while and said, "If it is a technical university that does not require high grades, most students know their own level and will not have too many unrealistic fantasies." What this means is that the middle group, who have certain strengths, but find that there is a big gap between reality and imagination after entering society, are the most likely to reorganize the workplace. Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized, "I see. By the way, I watched the first episode of the variety show Your Best Job. You did a very good job. Keep it up in the future." Then I'm hanging up. Without waiting for Lu Shuiwen to say anything, Yang Ruoqian hung up the phone, found the phone number of the crew leader again in the address book, and dialed it. The person in charge, who had just been criticized for the water carrying problem, received another call from his boss and was a little panicked for a moment. "Boss Yang, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Ruoqian asked quickly. "How is the recruitment of extras for the crew going?" "The requirements have been formulated and are being planned to be released on major platforms." "Do you have any requirements for the relevant personnel?" Yang Ruoqian said, "Stop everything you are doing now. The target group for recruiting extras needs to be changed. This movie can't take the usual path, even in the selection of extras. The relationship between extras and movies is really not that big, right? The person in charge was silent for a moment and asked carefully, "Boss Yang, do you have any specific arrangements? Send it to me and the crew will do it." Yang Ruoqian thought for a few seconds and asked a few key questions. How many extras do you plan to recruit? How much is each extra's daily salary? The person in charge explained, because there are football match scenes in the movie, in order to make the scene as grand as possible, we may need to use more than 1,000 extras in total, that is, sitting in the stadium audience seats and shouting. Don't worry, this kind of expense will only take 1 or 2 days. As for wages, it is still the previous standard, 120 yuan per person per day for an extra, and the wages will be increased if there are special requirements. 1,000 extras, 120 yuan per person per day, costs 120,000 yuan a day. Whether it is increasing the number of extras or increasing the wages of extras, aren't they both effective ways to significantly increase costs? Yang Ruoqian's tone immediately became serious. Although I don't watch football, I still know how many people a football field can accommodate. Are you sure 1,000 extras are enough? The person in charge wiped his cold sweat. "Mr. Yang, it's like this. 1,000 people come to strengthen the momentum and create the atmosphere on the scene, and the other fans can be synthesized with special effects. This can save a little cost and facilitate management. Think about it, if thousands of people come at once, it will be difficult for our crew to manage and coordinate. Too many extras are hard to coordinate. Hiring more extras will cause management disorders in the crew, forcing them to hire more staff. This is a double happiness." Yang Ruoqian was even happier. If it's hard to coordinate, just recruit more managers. These are not a problem. Okay, just do as I said. At least 3,000 extras should be arranged, and the salary of each extra should be at least 200 yuan a day, and this time our recruitment should be targeted at college students, to give the future flowers a chance to try. Understand? The person in charge no longer thought about the meaning of Yang Ruoqian's words. He nodded and asked, "Mr. Yang, what university are the college students from? Are there any specific requirements?" Yang Ruoqian said the last sentence before hanging up the phone. "I'll let Kimu notify you later. Okay, keep busy." Finally, I remind you one more time, where the budget should be spent, it should be spent without hesitation, instead of saving. A good movie is not saved, but spent. Do you understand? I see, Mr. Yang. In a certain place, at a certain university, the young couple who had watched the variety show Escape Room before, and had visited Jinhae City during the long vacation, were hanging out in a rental house. There haven't been any good variety shows to watch recently. The boy who was more concerned about the entertainment industry side, "Your job is not bad, and the ratings are very high, but I don't think I'll have a chance to be hired by Kuiguang Group, no matter how many times I watch it." The girl was reading a novel while eating melon seeds and casually replied, "Instead of reading these, you might as well think about how to get our internship certificates." Alas, don't bring up other people's business, ding dong. Before the words fell, a notification suddenly popped up on the notifications of the two people's phones. Their counselor at all the staff in the student group, and added to important information. Important information. It's about everyone's internship. Internship. Just as I mentioned internship, the counselor sent me the news about internship. The young couple looked at each other, immediately stopped what they were doing, and clicked into the chat group. Although the variety shows and novels are interesting, your own future is still the most important. Internship places like this that can be sent to the group are very precious. Being late by 1 second may lead to missing the opportunity. The two clicked into the group chat and saw the complete message sent by the counselor. According to the notice just sent from above, the crew of Jinhae City Kuiguang Group is recruiting interns with internship certificates. The opportunity is very rare, and the number of places is very small. Students in need can contact me now to sign up. First come first served. Internship opportunities from Kuiguang Group. And with an internship certificate, the young couple didn't even have time to be shocked. They immediately opened the private chat window with the counselor in a hurry and sent a message impatiently. Sister Chen, me, I want an internship, I want this place. After seizing the opportunity, the two rushed to their rooms in a hurry, took out their student ID cards from their school bags, took pictures of the front and back, and sent them to the counselor. But the counselor did not respond for a long time. It is conceivable that her private chat window must be crowded with a lot of messages. The two sent messages to the counselor almost at the same time as they saw the message. They were ranked so far behind at such a speed, so you can imagine how popular the registration is. After waiting nervously and anxiously for more than 10 minutes, the two young lovers finally received replies one after another. Come to the office before tomorrow and fill out the information. No waiting after the deadline. This is selected. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. If they were playing games, taking a shower, or sleeping in at this time, they would have missed this opportunity. Just a few minutes after sending the message to the two, the counselor sent a message in the group saying that the number of registrations was full and there was no need to send him any more messages. From all the staff to the quota being full, it took less than 20 minutes in total. You can imagine how many people signed up. As for the treatment during the internship, the two did not even think about it. As long as they could get the internship certificate stamped and signed by the Kuiguang group, they would be far ahead of others. So what kind of treatment would they care about? You should know that many companies now recruit people based on a work certificate and internship experience. It is the current situation of many companies recruiting people that they cannot find a job without having worked before. The internship certificate issued by Kuiguang Group, a well-known and difficult to enter enterprise in the industry, is of high value. That's great. With this internship certificate, it will be much easier for us to find a job after graduation. Are you not planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Forget it. I don't want to take the exam after graduation. I should find a job quickly and get a good position. That's the most important thing. That's right. The next day, the young couple got up early in the morning, had a simple breakfast, walked out of the rental house, and took a taxi to school for the first time. As they rushed to the counselor's office, they opened their phones and looked at the chat history of the classmates group. What did I miss? What did I miss? Shit. A person who changed his name to I have obtained the internship qualification of Kuiguang Group. Please be informed laughed and said, it's just missing out on the future. It's not a big deal. It's not fair. I was taking a shower at that time and the registration was closed when I came out. I want to re-enter the competition. This is too fast. It's said to be more than 20 minutes, but in fact it's just that the counselor is slow to reply. In fact, those who didn't chat with the counselor privately within 3 minutes have no chance. Don't ask me how I know. Don't you want to talk nonsense? How far is our school from Jinhae City? Why did an internship quota fall without any warning? This quota must be very scarce. It is not easy for Sister Chen to grab so many. The internship quota of Kuiguang Group. Think about it. Alas, life is like this. You may miss an opportunity that is hard to encounter in this life in a blink of an eye. Of course, I just said that I got an internship quota. Please no. Who asked you? The young couple turned off the lively classmates group and knocked on the wooden door of the counselor's office. It was still early, so there were not many students gathered at the door of the office. Sister Chen, it's quite early, come in. The two hurried in, took out their student ID cards, and said, we are here to fill in the internship information. The counselor nodded and took out a form from the side. Give me your ID card and then fill in this form. By the way, 200 per day during the internship. This price is still very good. The young couple nodded. 200 is indeed okay. Sister Chen, where do we pay? Does it support quarter code payment? The counselor was stunned for a moment, looked at the two clear-eyed college students with a look of idiots, and cursed. You can get 200 yuan a day as an internship salary during the internship, not paid work. Are you two kidding me? P.S. I forgot to change the title. Sorry, I have to contact the editor to change it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. This is the pattern. There will be more updates during the Spring Festival. Please give me some monthly votes. In the office of the president of Kuiguang Group, Yang Ruoqian casually put aside the documents sorted by the secretary and asked, Kimu, how is the progress of the thing I asked you to do? Kimu glanced at the documents he had sorted out and kept a smile on his face. Boss Yang, the internship quotas have been distributed to various colleges and universities that meet the requirements according to your request. However, we have a large total number of quotas, but there are also many colleges and universities that meet the requirements. The number of quotas that each college can get is actually quite limited. Thousands of people are indeed a lot for a crew, and it is very difficult to coordinate. But for so many colleges and universities, there are still too many monks and too little porridge. Moreover, it is difficult for Yang Ruoqian to intervene in how the quotas are allocated within the colleges and universities. This kind of opportunity will definitely be taken away by various people and allocated to a fixed few good students. Yang Ruoqian nodded. How is the recruitment situation? Basically all the recruitment quotas of colleges and universities are full. Kimu knew that the boss was very concerned about this matter and continued, it is difficult for us to supervise how the specific quotas are allocated, but we can still manage the identity and wages of the participating students. For example, all wages must be directly transferred to the students' personal accounts, and no payment will be made to either the agency or the school's account. The name on the bank card must be verified before the salary is paid. As for the fact that the money has been given to the students and the school still wants to force it, Yang Ruoqian thinks that there will be no colleges and universities that are so shameless for such a small amount of money. If there is, it means that they have completely fallen out with the Kuiguang Group, and it will be absolutely impossible to get such internship quotas in the future. This kind of loss cannot be compensated by such a small amount of money. Yes, when can these students arrive? Yang Ruoqian nodded and asked again. Kimu said without hesitation, according to your request, the group will reimburse the travel expenses of all students. All students can arrive within 3 days. The reason for not mentioning the specific travel expenses is that the way to come to Jinhae is different depending on the geographical location of the colleges and universities. For places farther away, you can only take a plane. For places closer, you can only take a high-speed train. Even for local colleges in Jinhae City, no matter how much you reimburse, you can only reimburse the taxi fare. Not bad. Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. The children are still very active. Of course they are active. With an internship certificate issued by Kuiguang Group and a daily salary of 200 yuan, where have the college students who have just entered the society seen such a posture? Many people even thought that they had to pay 200 yuan to get this internship quota. Kimu was silent for half a second and then continued, Boss Yang, I'm actually more worried about one problem. The crew has crammed so many extras composed of students into the crew at once. They are generally inexperienced and curious. There are so many high value props in the crew. I'm worried that so many people will rush in together and it will be inevitable that some high value props will be damaged. If these props are damaged, can the students afford to pay for them? Or should we ask the students for compensation? If it were a general extra, the crew and the actors would definitely need to sign a corresponding contract to stipulate which things the actors are exempt from liability for and which things the actors are responsible for. If the high value items of the crew are damaged due to personal reasons of the actors, corresponding compensation must be made. Of course, in most cases, the crew will purchase insurance for the corresponding high value props, but this situation is another matter. However, seeing so many students coming in droves, many insurance companies will directly refuse to insure a valuable bag. If it falls to the ground and is stepped on twice, its value may be directly cut in half. A high-end watch falls to the ground and has some mechanical failure, which can directly cause losses of hundreds of thousands of yuan. With so many props and so many inexperienced extras, it is inevitable that luxury goods will be bumped and bruised. If no insurance company is willing to sign a policy, the damage to the props will either be counted as loss or someone else will need to be found to compensate. Yang Ruoqian listened to Kimu's question, and his face gradually became serious. This is indeed a problem. Kimu straightened up and waited for Mr. Yang's next instructions. As a secretary, she always knew that Mr. Yang was very good at solving this kind of problem. After thinking carefully for a moment, Yang Ruoqian said, "You are right. If students know that a mistake they make may damage the props, causing the crew to lose hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands, they may be constrained in everything they do, which will greatly affect their acting skills." Kim Yu, you are very good and thoughtful. Kim Yu, what? If students know that they may damage these luxury goods, it may affect their acting skills and the quality of the movie? Mr. Chairman, they are just a group of college students. They are just a group of college students who have never seen the world and have never acted in a play. Besides, what does it matter if a group of people who are cheering in the stands during a football game have good acting skills? Anyway, they are given a very far shot with hundreds of people on the same screen. Who would care about the acting skills of the extras in such a shot? Kim Yu meant that there were too many students and it was difficult to coordinate, so it was easy to break something. Yang Ruoqian ignored Kim Yu's expression that was almost unable to hold back and waved his hand. "So, tell all the students that, although these props are expensive, they are insured, so they can use them freely. Don't worry about bumps, and don't be restrained." Kim Yu reminded, "Mr. Yang, our props don't have insurance policies." Kim Yu. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the secretary and said earnestly, "Sometimes there is no harm in telling a little white lie." "Yes, Mr. Yang. The current employment environment is becoming more and more inward looking, and young people have fewer and fewer opportunities. Be more tolerant of them and give them more opportunities." Yang Ruoqian added, "For our group, let alone losing a little luxury, even if the entire movie has no box office, the loss is negligible compared to the group's assets. But a luxury product may be the result of a young person's years of hard work. As long as it's not intentional, why bother with the children about these things? To put it bluntly, they just want to make a living. If it's broken, just buy a new one. I won't blame the crew or anyone else. There's no need to be stingy. Our company has countless opportunities to make this kind of movie, and there is almost unlimited room for trial and error. But these kids, maybe they only have this one chance in their lives. Since the opportunity is so rare, we should let them go all out. We've made so much money, and it's no big deal to take on some responsibility." Kim Yu, before you came to the group, you actually only lacked this one opportunity, didn't you? The era when the success or failure of a movie determined the life and death of a company is long gone. Now the company's cash flow is extremely abundant, and there is no debt at all, zero leverage operation, and all assets are high quality assets. The profit and loss of 1 or 2 movies, or even 4 or 5 big productions, is nothing to the group as a whole. What's more, Mr. Yang has a system guarantee, and he can't wait to make a loss. Kim Yu, who was a little helpless in his heart, was stunned again when he heard Yang Ruoqian's serious tone. Before coming to Kuiguang Group, Kim Yu also experienced all kinds of workplace nastiness and was explicitly or implicitly told by her leaders to entertain clients. And it was because she refused these entertainments that she was so outstanding in her business ability that she could never get a promotion or a raise. In fact, the problems she encountered are similar to those encountered by students to some extent. "Boss Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't consider this level." Kim Yu looked at the young boss in front of him again and said sincerely, "I understand what you mean. I will tell the crew to do it." Now there are many people outside who are curious about why Yang Ruoqian can make the company so big in such a short time. There are amateur analysts from self-media who start from various cases and break down a lot of unrepeatable successes, and they talk about it clearly. There are also professional analysts who start from the market and analyze how Yang Ruoqian uses his products to grasp a certain market group. But no one has analyzed Yang Ruoqian's personality and style of doing things. Kim Yu suddenly felt that perhaps Boss Yang's success is very related to his generosity, when he should be generous, and his calculation, when he should be calculative. For those bloggers and uploaders who took bribes to fabricate rumors and discredit the company, even if they could not get much compensation, they must spend a lot of money to collect results and sue everyone. It seems that he is extremely calculative. But once it comes to other people, such as Shankayana, who is kicked around in various ways, a writer with dreams, a designer of a fantastic secret room, or ordinary white-collar workers like himself who are ups and downs in the workplace. Mr. Yang is very willing to give opportunities. And he is very generous, the kind of generosity that seems to be completely indifferent to gains and losses. For example, the employee cafeteria, such as so many places for leisure and entertainment. In fact, in Kimu's opinion, there is no need to make them so luxurious. Kuiguang Group is indeed worthy of its name. Okay, go and arrange it. Yang Ruoqian didn't care too much and waved his hand. Remember your current identity. You are the administrative secretary assistant of the chairman of Kuiguang Group, and you have to be generous in many things. Kimu's secretary is good in every way, but a little too good. Letting her manage the company can save a lot of hidden expenses in many cases. I have to correct this girl's positioning of herself. Okay. Kimu felt that she was doing something meaningful after work, so she nodded vigorously. Don't worry, all your requests will be arranged. After that, she took the documents and turned to leave the office. Yang Ruoqian watched the secretary leave, sighed to himself, alas, I named the company Kuiguang, which was a homophone for loss of light. Now look at the company, this name really doesn't live up to my expectations. 3 days later, at Jinhae Airport, the young couple got off the plane without looking around and left the plane very skillfully and took the checked luggage. It's only been a short time and we are back again. The boy complained. The last time we came here was for the entertainment project of the Kuiguang Group, and this time we are here for an internship. This is how unpredictable things are. And this time the crew covers all the effort, accommodation and meals. It's like we are coming here to make money for free. It's not that simple. The boy glanced at his girlfriend and shook his head. Do you know what 200 a day, including food, accommodation and effort means? It means that the Kuiguang Group spends at least 10,000 a month on us. We are a bunch of college students. How can we get a salary of 10,000 a month? It must be because the crew's work schedule is very tight and the tasks are very difficult. When we get to the hotel later, you'll have a headache after the work schedule is issued. Have a good rest and be prepared to be exhausted this month. The work is heavy, the tasks are difficult. The girl became nervous again after listening. What do you think? If we can't complete the crew's tasks well, or mess up something, will we not be able to get a work certificate? It's possible. The two chatted as they got into the special car responsible for pickup. After dozens of minutes, the two looked at the hotel in front of them, looked up and down for several times, and then said in disbelief, is this our dormitory for the next month? Are you serious? Although the hotel in front of them is not a luxurious 5-star hotel, it is also a 4-star hotel with brand new and clean decoration, good service, spacious rooms and complete facilities. And each person has a room. What kind of work do we have to undertake to need this kind of rest environment? The boy shuddered. Will we be asked to engage in some high-risk activities? What they didn't know was that if the system did not allow VIP treatment for extras, Yang Ruoqian would have arranged for them all to sleep in an expensive resort hotel. I think I'd better take a look at the work arrangements and precautions first. The girl, who has lived in a dormitory with multiple people since junior high school and shared a small rental house with her boyfriend in college, has never experienced such a good accommodation environment. The two quickly checked in, put their luggage in the locker, and immediately turned on their mobile phones, waiting for the person in charge of connecting with their colleges to send a notification. 10 minutes later, a message appeared in the group chat. Students should have arrived at the hotel and packed their things, right? In order for everyone to devote their greatest energy to work, we have already purchased hotel care services, 6 sets of clothes a day, buffet breakfast, etc. You don't need to pay extra, just arrive at the set on time every day. The detailed information will be disclosed when I meet you. What students need to do today is to have a good rest and recharge your energy. By the way, when you enter the set, you may see some more expensive things. Remember, they are all genuine. Although these things have been insured in order not to hinder everyone's performance, please don't destroy them intentionally. That's all. See you tomorrow, classmates. P.S. There is no holiday during the spring festival. There will be updates. I'm such a hard-working author. Chapter 359 Hard-working college students. Happy Chinese New Year. Are the conditions so good? The girl couldn't help but sigh after reading the message. I heard that the hotel's laundry services and breakfast are really a rip-off. These services will cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars in a 5-star hotel. Even if their hotels are not that high-end, it would still cost a lot of money in a month. The boy murmured. I had estimated wrongly before. I said that this set of the Kuiguang group would cost around 10,000 yuan. Now it looks like it should be around 20,000 yuan. I'm a little worried about what kind of work we will be involved in tomorrow. What are you afraid of? The girl was very optimistic. Think about it. We are already called university animals, the animal in the animal language. It's good that a company is willing to pay a high price now. Who can stay in such a good hotel for a month? Yeah, I don't know how many days we will work this month and how much money we can make. Our counselor Sister Chen is very good. I heard from others that a small number of students from other schools want to participate in this internship. They have to show their appreciation first, you know. Sister Chen is really good. I'll send her some local specialties next New Year. Alas, who would have thought that we would enter the society in the blink of an eye? It feels like high school life is still in front of us. TSK, time flies. The two used small talk to ease their anxiety, and time passed quickly. The next day, the two went downstairs to have breakfast, chatted with a few acquaintances, and then took an online car hailing service to the crew. Although the crew said that the car fare can be reimbursed, and there is no specific regulation on how many people must take one car, everyone thinks that it is better not to do such a thing as one person per car, which can easily leave a bad impression on the leaders of Kuiguang Group. Even for comfort, an online car hailing service is more than enough for 3 people, and it is a waste to take one person. They don't need to bring anything extra, except their ID cards, bank cards and student cards. The last time we came, the road was full of cars. The girl looked out the window and complained. It's finally better now. Of course, it's not a holiday now, nor is it commuting time. It's normal to have few cars on the road. Thousands of people may not seem like a lot, but if they are all stuck together at the same time, it will definitely cause serious congestion. So the crew set the time for these college students to report at 10:30 in the morning. The journey from the hotel to the crew is not long, and several people have arrived at their destination in more than 10 minutes. This set looks so big. The girl opened the car door and sighed. This is a big factory. A company that can produce the wandering blue planet must be extraordinary. Several people lined up at the back of the queue and waited until the people in front of them had completed their formalities before they went up. The staff member in charge of identity checking nodded to the few people and said, "You are here for internship, right? Please take out your ID cards. We need to verify your identity." After verifying the identity and entering the ID card information, the staff returned the ID card and said, "Everything has been entered. In the future, you can enter the studio directly through the employee channel. You can pass by swiping your ID card and face. This is your work card. Take it with you. Your work card is an ordinary employee work card. Some places involve confidentiality issues. You cannot enter. Be sure to pay attention to the notices. If your work card, ID card or other important things are lost, go to the lost and found office at the southernmost end of the studio as soon as possible. The staff will help you find it. A studio is so professional." Several people nodded and took their work certificates. "Thank you. Sorry for bothering you." After that, they walked into the studio with the greatest curiosity and awe. After walking a few steps, several people saw a staff member wearing gloves, counting several luxury bags and watches not far away. "Wow, that looks like an LV bag. And that watch, I don't recognize it, but it looks very expensive. Those are props, right? If they are props, do we need to be so careful? Do the staff need to wear gloves? Have you forgotten the message sent in the group yesterday? These are all authentic. We broke a corner, and we might lose several years' salary. It's not that scary, right? Didn't the group say that these things are insured, so we don't need to pay for them, even if they are damaged?" Having said that, if you really broke something that expensive, what would others write down in your internship introduction? If you still want to find a job in Kuiguang Group in the future, how will you be treated? While the few people were discussing, a rough and unfamiliar voice suddenly came from behind. Kids, it's not that serious. We are not that petty. As long as it's not intentional, we won't pursue any responsibility. The young couple turned around quickly and glanced at the person who was speaking behind them. His work permit had lost and found written on it. He held a small stack of ID cards in his hand and smiled at the few people. When we get to the set, you'd better put your belongings in the locker, otherwise it will be like this. As he said that, he also shook his head helplessly. When he invited extras in the past, he almost never encountered the problem of losing ID cards. Now so many college students are crowding over, he just walked around and picked up several ID cards that fell on the ground. Alas, he is worthy of being a pure and stupid college student. Oh, okay, thank you. The few people said goodbye to the staff, who were looking for ID cards on the ground, and walked forward a few steps. A beautiful and exquisite behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. This is helicopter? The girl blurted out. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful helicopter in real life. The ones they had seen before were either very simple passenger helicopters or extremely practical work helicopters. This is the first time they have seen a helicopter with such a beautiful appearance and such a luxurious interior. Is this a prop or a real object? Can it fly? Yes, look at which prop can be made so fine. The college students finally arrived at the set after a lot of noise. Not far away, one could even see Zhang Wei and Feng Eluo rehearsing their lines. The assistant director came over and shouted to the dozens of college students gathered by the small loudspeaker. Everyone's tasks will be issued soon, so pay attention to the assembly point when the time comes. Also, everyone will have to eat lunch on the set in the future. The conditions on the set are not very good, so please overcome it, classmates. Don't worry, we college students are the most hardworking. Why don't you see the big boss of Kuiguang Group? Nonsense. Other big bosses have a lot of things to do. At this time, in the president's office of Kuiguang Group, Kim stopped General Manager Yang, who was originally planning to wander around the set. General Manager Yang, can you spare a few minutes? Kim asked with a document in his hand. We just got a relatively important commission. Important commission. Hearing these words, Yang Ruoqian subconsciously wanted to refuse, because in many cases, important means valuable. Mr. Yang doesn't want anything valuable. Is it particularly important? Yang Ruoqian looked a little hesitant. Is it important in what aspect? Is it important in economic aspect? Kim said, Mr. Yang, actually that's the problem. This project is very important, but our internal staff estimates that it may be difficult for us to make a profit directly from this project, so you have to make the final decision. After Mr. Yang said the patent should be big a few days ago, Kim became more cautious about this kind of project. Even if it can't make money, if there are other effects, it must be carefully considered. Mr. Yang's lifeless eyes flashed with hope in an instant. What project? Tell me quickly. No money to make, but very important. The more such projects, the better. You don't even need to think of an excuse to do such a project. Kim said, during the last long vacation, an official called us, and the specific matters have been basically sorted out. Recently, fraud has been rampant. The official sees that our group has a large influence and hopes that we can make some anti-fraud promotional videos. Anti-fraud promotional videos? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. The official asked us to do it. Isn't this kind of thing always being promoted? Why is it necessary to make such a big fanfare? Recently, whether you are watching videos, reading novels, or even making phone calls, or sending text messages, you can see similar reminders. It's almost to the point that anyone who asks you to pay is a scammer. It's a pity that Mr. Yang has never encountered any scammers, and the Kuiguang Group has never encountered any scammers who cheat on projects. The few scammers who were once thought to be cheating on projects finally made the group a lot of money. Kim replied, but there are always many people, especially those who have little contact with new media, who can receive very little information, and they are particularly stubborn. They would rather believe the scammers than the anti-fraud staff, and they lack efficient propaganda methods. The time cost and efficiency of such point-to-point propaganda are always very low. and the indoctrination style anti-fraud will make people feel bored, and the effect will become worse and worse, just like the story of the wolf is coming. So they plan to find the group, to shoot a promotional film with a certain degree of entertainment, which can be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and have a certain educational significance. Now in the whole province, we are the only company with the greatest influence and the most ability to shoot such video works well. Yang Ruoqian nodded and said, isn't that a good thing? We can cooperate with the authorities. The premium given by the authorities will not be too high, and because of the procedures, it may take some time for each payment to be remitted to the company's public account. Kim Yu explained, it may damage our financial report for this quarter. Although the financial report is not a very important thing for Mr. Yang, the Kuiguang Group has not been listed, and it doesn't matter how bad the financial report is. But for the relevant departments of the company, the pressure may increase. The department's financial report is ugly, and the pressure on employees will naturally be great, even if General Manager Yang has repeatedly expressed his indifferent attitude. As soon as he heard that there was money to be made, Yang Ruoqian was immediately unhappy. What premium or not, shooting an anti-fraud promotional video is a public welfare behavior and a public welfare project. How can we make money for public welfare? Tell them immediately that we don't charge money, don't give us money, not a penny. Kim Yu nodded, I will convey your meaning. As she said, she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to the relevant responsible department. More than 10 seconds later, Kim Yu looked up and said, General Manager Yang, they want to talk to you in person. Do you have time? The god of wealth has arrived. Can General Manager Yang not have time? Compared with the richest man in Jinhei City, that needs to rack your brains to think about how to spend more. This promotional video with zero income is simply a good business with no profit. Whatever the cost is, the loss will be as much as it is, and not a penny can be earned back. If you have time, transfer the call to the president's office. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Okay, please wait. Kim Yu arranged the work very efficiently. Within 20 seconds, the phone on General Manager Yang's desk rang. As soon as the phone rang, Kim Yu asked, General Manager Yang, do you need me to step aside? No need to step aside. This is not a company secret. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand, indicating that Kim Yu could answer the call on the extension. You are still responsible for coordinating the follow-up of this promotional video. I have to convey it to you. After listening to it, it's too troublesome. In order to facilitate the coordination work, the administrative secretary and the general assistant have two phones, one in Kim Yu's own office and the other next to the reception table in the president's office. Okay, General Manager Yang. Kim Yu nodded, picked up the secretary's phone, and pressed the answer only button. Yang Ruoqian then answered the phone. Hello, Boss Yang, I'm from the anti-fraud center. You can just call Song Qian. Song Qian was quite polite to this big taxpayer who has a large amount of investment in Jinhei, directly solving the employment problems of thousands of people, and indirectly promoting the development of local tourism. Even with a magnifying glass, there is no trace of black material on the big boss. I heard that the Kuiguang Group has recently sent so many internships to other places, and many colleagues in other departments are quite distressed. Hello, Officer Song. Yang Ruoqian didn't want to say any more nonsense. I heard that you want to find the group to shoot an anti-fraud promotional video. Do you have any specific requirements? What kind of effect do you want? Speaking of business, Song Qian's tone became serious. Boss Yang, this matter is quite serious. Our requirements for promotional videos are quite complex and even involve a lot of professional knowledge. There may be many objective difficulties. If you decide to shoot, there may be many problems to overcome. Overcome difficulties? Boss Yang likes to overcome difficulties the most. Don't worry, Officer Song. For our group, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. Song Qian added, the business of Kuiguang Group is booming, but we will not let Boss Yang work for nothing. Please rest assured. Hey, that's too formal. Yang Ruoqian said, building a better society is everyone's responsibility, and public welfare matters cannot be paid for. In addition to the requirements, Officer Song, you don't have to mention anything, and I guarantee that the task will be completed in excess. Song Qian was stunned for a moment. Boss Yang, this is not good. Our requirements are really many and complicated and may take up a lot of resources of your company. Yang Ruoqian's heart is getting more and more expectant. You are too polite. Just tell me what you want. PS. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year. Gongzi Fa Ke and all the best. Chapter 360. Your requirements are too low. Happy New Year. Song Qian was touched to see that such a big boss was willing to make real contributions to charity. Now many companies' so-called charity is mostly for tax deduction, and those so-called charity funds are also registered in their own names, neither open nor transparent. Anyone with a certain basic judgment can see what these so-called charities are for. But this promotional video has no income and cannot be deducted from taxes. It is pure zero income, pure charity. Yang Ruoqian actually agreed so readily and even refused the official payment. Thinking of the benefits of employees exposed by Kuiguang Group, Song Qian looked at Yang Ruoqian even more highly. Boss Yang, I admire your behavior. But whether you accept the money or not, our requirements will not be lowered. Song Qian reminded, if you think the cost is too high, tell me at any time, and this budget will always be reserved for you. Yang Ruoqian suppressed his expectations and urged, Officer Song, just tell me if you have any requirements. If there are difficulties, Kuiguang Group will overcome them. If there are no difficulties, Kuiguang Group will create difficulties. You can rest assured. Song Qian always felt that there was something strange about Boss Yang's words, but he still started to talk about his own requirements. Then I won't be polite. First, the promotional video should be divided into 2 parts. The total length of the full version cannot be less than 15 minutes, and the total length of the streamlined version cannot exceed 2 minutes. We need to put it on different platforms. The full version is a long video, and the streamlined version is equivalent to advertising insertion. Please understand. Second, there must be artists with high recognition and good reputation participating in the performance. Third, we need you to use the publicity and promotion resources of Kuiguang Group to help us promote this promotional video. I will send the specific data to your employees in the form of a document later. Fourth, we have requirements for the quality of the promotional video. The picture level. It's best to match the movie XXX. Fifth, the promotional video needs to be realistic, so that people can be alert. So we need some professional actors to perform and try to interpret the cruelty of the scammers and the misery of the victims. Sixth, if there are some extras involved, we hope you can give priority to recruiting people from the province to solve the employment problem. Seventh, Song Qian said a lot of things. After he finished speaking all the requirements, he pressed the hands-free button on the phone, put the receiver aside, and drank a sip of boiled water to moisten his throat. There are publicity and promotion, and there are standards for pictures and actors. These requirements are indeed very high. It can even be said that the only company in the province that meets the requirements is Kuiguang Group. There are not many in the country. According to calculations, this budget, which is not low, can barely offset the cost. After moistening his throat, Song Qian sighed and said with a smile, Boss Yang, if you regret it, you can tell me right away, and I'll talk to you about the budget. It's a bit too much to ask others to work for nothing with so many requirements. Perhaps in Boss Yang's eyes, this promotional video is just a crudely made short video, so he agreed so readily. Then, he heard Yang Ruoqian's slightly disappointed tone. Are these the only requirements? Song Qian smiled and said, the budget we can give here is, what did you say? Why does Yang Ruoqian sound like he thinks the requirements for shooting this promotional video are not too high? Yang Ruoqian frowned. Are you sure that a 15-minute promotional video is a bit too short? Are you sure that this kind of promotional video will have a good publicity effect? 15 minutes, even if it is filled with crypt and gold special effects, how much money can be compensated? The time is too short, and you can't use your strength. Song Qian was stunned for a moment. If an anti-fraud promotional video is too long, not many people will be able to watch it patiently, right? Even with celebrity promotion, 15 minutes should be the limit. This is what they calculated, based on the big data of the completion rate of various promotional videos. Even if there is an error, it is probably about 80% accurate. Yang Ruoqian sighed. Officer Song, you have fallen into a misconception. Anti-fraud propaganda films may not be bad, as long as the content is fascinating enough. Even if it is a propaganda film, many people like to watch it. Song Kaian, who was not familiar with entertainment works, asked uncertainly, Is it like this? Of course, let me give you a very simple example. Yang Ruoqian said slowly, if a very beautiful female star advertises potato chips, even if you are a person who hates junk food, you should stop and take a look, right? If a very interesting game tells players the game values like cramming, many people will be impatient, right? So, whether a film or television work is attractive depends only a small part on its subject matter, and more on whether it is good looking. As long as it is good looking, the audience will not bother to analyze what the subject matter of this thing is. The secretion of dopamine will not lie. Of course, these are just Mr. Yang's rhetoric. His real purpose is to extend the length of the propaganda film as much as possible, and make more money. Song Kaian thought about it, and felt that this seemed to be the truth, so he nodded. Then how long does Boss Yang plan to shoot the promotional video? This requires analysis and evaluation by a professional team to give you a specific answer, but don't worry, we can perfectly meet your requirements. Song Kaian always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought that the other party was a professional and he had never been involved in the relevant field, he agreed. Okay, then I'll wait for your notification, Boss Yang. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Kim Yu, who was listening carefully and taking notes at the same time, and continued, there is also a fourth point. The movie you mentioned is already a certain age and no longer in line with the development trend of the times. Don't worry, I will use the standards of the Wandering Blue Star to benchmark this promotional video. And the seventh point, and the ninth point. Yang Ruoqian supplemented and elaborated on Song Kaian's requirements on the phone. As he spoke, it made people feel as if they were not talking about a promotional video, but discussing the production of a large-scale movie. The feeling of something being wrong in Song Kaian's heart finally reached its peak. Boss Yang, I can understand what you said, that is, if you do things beyond the standard, won't your company spend more money? And our budget is not enough to achieve your goals. I have such a requirement for me personally, not completely public welfare, that is, not public welfare at all. Yang Ruoqian said in a serious tone, since you have decided to contribute and do it for free, you should not consider the cost and try to make it as perfect as possible. Song Kaian took a deep breath, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Boss Yang, don't worry, due to the nature of the promotional video, we can handle some restricted scenes for you and ensure that you will not encounter difficulties in the process. Then thank you for your trouble and happy cooperation. I will send you the specific numbers later. That's it. I won't disturb you at work. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and called Kim Yu, who was taking notes. Kim Yu, who was not far away, packed up his notes, walked to the desk and asked, Mr. Yang, how long do you plan to shoot for the promotional video? Yang Ruoqian glanced at the length of his usual movies and casually said, it should be at least 120 minutes. Kim Yu, Mr. Yang, are you sure? A 120-minute promotional video? Yes. Yang Ruoqian nodded. As a matter of course, there is no rule that says a promotional video can't be 120 minutes, right? Song Kaian also said that their requirement is more than 15 minutes. Then 120 minutes does meet his requirements. Everything should be done according to Party A's requirements. This is the attitude to do a project. Party A might be mad to death, but this Party A didn't give a penny, so let him be mad to death. Kim Yu kept smiling. Mr. Yang, what about the concise version within 2 minutes? How do you plan to shoot more than 120 minutes of content into a concise 2-minute version? Isn't that simple? Yang Ruoqian leaned back in his chair and smiled. The trailers for our Black Robe Inspection Team and Wandering Blue Star are no more than 2 minutes, right? We don't necessarily have to condense 120 minutes of content into 2 minutes. Instead, we can cut out some wonderful clips to arouse the audience's expectations. Kim Yu, you have to learn to open your mind. Song Kaian said promotional video. Do we have to follow the rules and shoot according to the current promotional videos on the market? Now we are about to become the leader in the entertainment industry, and we can also participate in the definition of various films. The secretary blinked. Okay, Mr. Yang, then I will pass on your requirements. Who do you plan to find to star in this promotional video? When do you plan to start shooting? And which crew team do you plan to use? Oh, right. Why didn't Song Kyan tell me the start time? Kim Yu replied, they've agreed with us before. They hope we can officially launch this promotional video within 4 months. That's for next quarter. It's okay, we can start personnel preparations this quarter. Yang Ruoqian nodded and answered Kim Yu's other question. For the leading role, I plan to find Shankayan Ayu. She has no black material, and her acting skills and fame meet the requirements. She's a very good candidate. The most important thing is that by throwing Shankayan Ayu, this cash cow, into a public service promotional video that will definitely not make a profit, her ability to make money can be limited to the greatest extent. What kind of TV series is this silly kid still filming? I'm afraid he'll get a lot of pay again. Kim Yu made a simple note in his notebook. What about the crew? Yang Ruoqian thought about the box office of his own movie and immediately sent the one who could make the most money. Let's send the crew of the Wandering Blue Star. It happens that Shankayan Ayu has worked with them before, and now they are old friends, so they have a better understanding. Well, there is one last question, Mr. Yang. How much budget do you plan to invest in this promotional video? When it comes to the word investment, Kim Yu always finds it a bit difficult to say. A project that has locked in the possibility of profit from the beginning can actually be called an investment. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and said, since you are working for the government, there is no need to be so petty. Just give me 100 million first, and ask me for more later. If it is not enough. Kim Yu was already immune to 9-digit numbers. She nodded and said, then I will arrange it like this. If you have any additional questions, please feel free to contact me. You are busy. After finishing the promotional video, Yang Ruoqian immediately took out his mobile phone and clicked on Cheng Fei's chat box. Boss Cheng, are you there? I just received a big job. 3 minutes later, the words Cheng Fei at the top of the chat box changed to typing. Cheng Fei, big job? Boss Yang, why don't you tell me about it? Yang Ruoqian didn't keep anyone in suspense. Just now, the official people came to me and said that they want Kuiguang Group to help them shoot an anti-fraud promotional film. This time, they also want you to help with the publicity and promotion. Cheng Fei, as expected, Boss Yang should agree, right? Yang Ruoqian typed on the keyboard proudly. Yes, I agreed at the time, and I haven't asked for their compensation yet. But don't worry, I will pay enough for the publicity and promotion, and I won't let you work for nothing. After sending this short message, Cheng Fei sent a reply after a full 20 to 30 seconds. Cheng Fei, Boss Yang, very smart and wise decision. Yang Ruoqian, who had just revealed a proud smile, froze for a moment. What do you mean by a very smart and wise choice? Soon, Cheng Fei sent another message. Compared to this little money, it is obviously a more cost-effective deal to let the official owe you a favor. And maybe after today, some themes that other manufacturers cannot shoot, your Kuiguang Group will be able to pass the review and shoot. The benefits are endless. Yang Ruoqian was stunned. Is there still such a statement? Exclamation mark. Wait, isn't this a dead end? It is difficult to lose money if you take the official money, and you get a lot of hidden benefits if you don't take the official money. There are only 2 options in total, and Kuiguang Group makes money regardless of the difference. Can't you give an option that loses money? You can't just completely ignore the face and directly reject the official. Then you can't stay in Jinhei City in the future. But think about it carefully. In fact, what Cheng Fei said are some very hidden benefits. As long as Yang Ruoqian doesn't shoot related themes in the future and throws this so-called favor into the trash can as if it doesn't exist, it means there is no benefit. Mr. Yang said modestly, no. Let me tell you, the details are like this anti-fraud promotional video. Song Kyan after watching the whole process, Cheng Fei sent another message. So it's a public welfare promotional video. I see. How about this, Mr. Yang? Since you have this intention, I will also contribute. For this promotion and marketing fee, Chengaihu Media will give you a 70% discount. This is good for all of us, and we can't let you pay for it alone. Yang Ruoqian. P.S. New Year, New Atmosphere. Chapter 361. Too immersed in the play. Mr. Yang, whose mouth just couldn't stop curling up, suddenly changed his expression. Mr. Cheng, this is unnecessary, right? If the importance is very high, the production cost of a movie is equivalent to the publicity cost. Cheng Fei's light words of threefolds mean more than 8 figures of profit for Kuiguang Group. As a promotional film in cooperation with the official, Song Kaian has already said that there are minimum requirements for the publicity of the promotional film. Originally, this was a good thing. Why did Cheng Fei's few words change the taste a lot? Yang Ruoqian immediately replied, Mr. Cheng, this is unnecessary, right? Our group plans to do some charity. Isn't it a bit bad to drag you into the water? As everyone knows, Mr. Yang has never forced others to do things that make money, and he has always been the one to bear the loss-making business. However, this time Cheng Fei replied quickly, ha ha ha. Mr. Yang, what are you talking about? How can you be the only one to pay for such a thing that is beneficial to both of us? What am I? In many cases, being able to maintain friendly, but not too close cooperation with the official can bring many benefits to the group. Kuiguang Group got this opportunity without saying anything, and then turned around to share it with Chenggaiyu Media. If Chenggaiyu Media didn't pay some money, it would be too unpleasant to tell others. If she didn't know Yang Ruoqian's character, Cheng Fei would have simply waived all the publicity and promotion expenses this time. A 70% discount is already the lowest of the lowest limits. And Cheng Fei also notes that many decisions of Kuiguang Group seem outrageous and seem to lose a lot of money, but in fact there are various long-term plans. At first glance, the more it loses, the more it will earn in the end. A promotional video that can cooperate with the official must invite a star with a good reputation as a promotion ambassador, and the cost must not be low. Yang Ruoqian knew that Cheng Fei was now obsessed with her imagination, and no one knew what she had imagined, so he could only avoid the topic and said, this promotional video is relatively long, and it is difficult to promote it. Anyway, he couldn't make a penny of profit, no matter what he did, so Yang Ruoqian was not afraid that Chenggaiyu Media would promote it behind his back again. No matter how much publicity, there would be no income. On the contrary, large-scale publicity and promotion will increase the cost of publicity and promotion. Although the cost of publicity and promotion was reduced by 70% under Cheng Fei's unreasonable request, as long as the base is large enough, it will be a very considerable amount after 70% reduction. Cheng Fei, don't worry, Mr. Yang, what difficulties have we not overcome? By the way, have you got the data on the specific strength of publicity and promotion? If you have, you can send it to me, and I will see what specific tasks to assign to employees. Just now on the phone, Song Kaian only talked about the general requirements. Detailed information such as the specific publicity and promotion strength required, how much traffic to be invested, and which major TV station to directly promote on must not be mentioned on the phone. First, it is a waste of time, and second, it is also easy to miss. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the unread messages in the upper left corner of the chat box and opened the chat box with Cheng Fei. Sure enough, it was Kim Yu who sent the specific relevant files. Yang Ruoqian downloaded the document to his mobile phone, glanced at it, and forwarded the document to Cheng Fei. Then he reminded Cheng Fei emphatically, this version of the requirement corresponds to a total length of more than 15 minutes for the promotional video, which may not be applicable to the plan I made. As a mature boss, Cheng Fei certainly knew what Yang Ruoqian meant. Boss Yang, don't worry, I still understand the principle that the more money you spend, the more money you will earn in the end. The issue of publicity and promotion must be far beyond their standards. Seeing Cheng Fei fall into the trap, Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. Then enjoy the cooperation. Okay, enjoy the cooperation. Alas, I recently found that Chenggaiyu Media is always taking advantage of you, but not giving much in return. I heard that Shanghai Anayu is filming a TV series recently. Do you want us to do a special promotion for her personal performance in the TV series? Promotion for the silly child again? Exclamation mark. How much publicity and promotion has she received? Is this a return? You are repaying kindness with enmity. Yang Ruoqian immediately stopped Cheng Fei from having such irrational thoughts. Don't give back. It's fine as it is now. Shanghai and I only worked in the company before, and it was not easy to let her experience the ups and downs of the outside world. Now suddenly giving her more resources, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Cheng Fei was convinced. That's true. Xiao Shang really needs to be tempered. Speaking of celebrities, who do you plan to let be the publicity ambassador of this promotional video? Yang Ruoqian didn't even think about it. That must be Shanghai and Iu. Among the celebrities that Kuiguang Group can find now, this is the only one with the greatest influence and the best reputation. Moreover, if he finds celebrities from other companies to shoot, if the reputation is accidentally exposed, or some scandal is exposed, Yang Ruoqian will be embarrassed. Although Mr. Yang wants to lose money, it is better not to do such a socially dead thing. Anyway, this promotional video will not make a penny. Cheng Fei replied, you are really willing to let your company's A-star star in this promotional film that can't make any money? How big is the loss? By the way, the actor who played the hero of the motherland in the Black Robe Inspection Team has recently filmed a very popular movie and has a lot of popularity on the internet. Why don't you invite him to be the promotional ambassador? He knew all the people who always wanted to ruin Mr. Yang's plan to lose money. Many actors who were once unknown have now been included in Mr. Yang's list of dangerous people who need to be highly vigilant. Among them is the person Cheng Fei mentioned. This kind of person who has the potential to make a lot of money must shoot this public welfare film. Yang Ruoqian explained. He also wants to shoot, but he has to participate in a variety show recently, so he can't be the leading actor. Okay. As long as Mr. Yang has the arrangement, I won't ask too much about your company's internal decision making. Then you can get busy. Okay, bye. After closing the dialog box, Yang Ruoqian pressed the shutdown button on the computer, took his things, walked into the elevator, and came to the underground parking lot. At the door, a cyberpunk-style supercar was waiting. When Yang Ruoqian arrived, the butterfly door of the passenger seat clicked and slowly opened upwards. Yang Ruoqian put his things in the front trunk of the car, then sat on the passenger seat and reached out to close the door. This car seems to have been gathering dust for a long time. Yang Ruoqian complained. Why did you suddenly think of driving this thing? The supercar that Cheng Fei gave Yang Ruoqian was powerful, had a nice sound, and was limited to one in the world. The only problem was that this car was not comfortable to sit in. After getting this car, it was just for the sake of novelty, and later Yang Ruoqian chose a more comfortable sedan. 99% of the links that require the car are either commuting in the city or welcoming other customers, and this sports car basically has no room for appearance. What's more, this car is a gas guzzler, and the maintenance cost is very high. Of course, Mr. Yang will try not to drive it if possible. Chang Ziking, who was in the driver's seat, fiddled with it for a while, slowly backed the car out of the parking space, and said, please, can you pay attention to the family's affairs? The other car was sent for maintenance today. You don't drive the other cars in the company home, so you can only use this one. Oh, yes, I remember. Yang Ruoqian nodded. I often asked the driver to pick us up and drop us off, and I almost forgot about it. It's okay. It's not impossible to drive a sports car occasionally. Chang Ziking smiled and glanced at Yang Ruoqian. Today, sister will take you for a ride. Chang Ziking, who easily passed the driver's license test when she just became an adult, is not a road killer. Otherwise Yang Ruoqian would not always let her work part-time as his driver. Yang Ruoqian complained while playing with his mobile phone in the co-pilot. Obviously, I'm a few months older than you, little sister. Alas, this is what happens when you are too familiar. 10 minutes later, the sports car arrived at the entrance of the cruise set. The staff who had received the boss and the boss's wife's request to come to the set in person to observe immediately greeted them. Boss Yang, Boss Chang. The staff came up with a smile. Please come in, the room is ready. The staff's enthusiasm was not fake. Anyone who had worked on Yang Ruoqian's set knew that the conditions here were much better than other places. The luxurious working meals alone could make people willing to work. On other sets, the better working meals were 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, with plenty of rice. The worst ones were simply pre-prepared lunch boxes with lots of oil and salt, which made people very uncomfortable. Here, the buffet dining cart was pushed directly to the set. As long as there was no waste, whatever you wanted to eat was available in unlimited quantities. Even 2 days ago, the set sent a questionnaire to everyone, including the extras, asking them what they wanted to eat and what they were afraid of. The next day after the questionnaire was filled, many people saw the dishes they ordered on the dining cart. This kind of treatment was fine for other employees of Kuiguang Group who had long been accustomed to it, but the college students who always ate pig food in the cafeteria were completely shocked. Many of the college students who are willing to participate in the group performance have seen the filming sites of TV dramas and movies. When time is tight and the environment is bad, everyone, including the director, can only eat boxed lunches with mineral water. They have never had such a luxurious meal like the one on the set of Kuiguang Group, not to mention when they were working or studying. Except for the poor dining environment and having to eat in the audience seats of the football stadium, all other conditions can be called luxurious. Don't be so polite. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. I'm just here to take a look. I'm not going to tell you how to make a movie. Okay. By the way, President Yang, have you had your meal? Yang Ruoqian nodded. Yes. How are these college students? Can they adapt to the harsh working environment? Adaptable. They are really adaptable. The staff immediately started reporting their work. Not only can they adapt, but they are, how should I put it? When Yang Ruoqian saw the hesitant attitude of the staff, he immediately became curious. Don't worry, talk slowly, I will help you overcome any difficulties. It's not that they are difficult. It's just that these college students are very energetic and enthusiastic about work. For example, in the morning we were shooting a plot about a football match, and we needed to let them simulate the performance of the audience during the game. Yang Ruoqian was delighted. Did they perform badly? It's because they performed too well, President Yang. The staff member smiled bitterly. Originally we were planning to use post-production methods to synthesize the scene of the audience cheering, but these college students were so good at selling themselves that there was no need for simulation at all. And after the team scored a goal, the performance of the players on both sides was also very real. How should I put it? It feels a bit like football hooligans. Do you understand? The problem now is that college students are too involved and too deep into the play. Sometimes they can't hear the director's call to stop. Their own voices have drowned out the sound of the loudspeakers. We often have to go to the radio station and use the whole venue's loudspeakers to pull the students back. Mr. Yang was stunned. My goodness, did these college students kill the script of turning group performance work into an immersive experience? Even football hooligans were simulated. After a long silence, Yang Ruoqian smiled and shook his head. It's okay. It's a good thing for young people to have some passion. It's okay to slow down the progress. I miss the passion when I just entered the society. Chang Ziking, who was holding her hand, suddenly showed a strange look on her face. She whispered, work passion? Isn't it 2 years ago? Do you miss it? Ahem. I just miss that state, not that kind of life at all. At the same time, the crew members in the center of the set were eating and resting. After a morning of shooting, many people were a little tired. Wow, are the working conditions outside so good now? The girl in the couple side, another big meal, and even air conditioning. These conditions are too good. Although it is already October, the temperature in Jinhae is still above 32 degrees, which is very hot. But hundreds of refrigerators were moved to the set, and no one felt hot at all. Wake up, it's just like this in Kuiguang Group. The boy finished the last bit of food on the plate and let out a long breath. You can understand why so many people would rather take a pay cut to work in Kuiguang Group. Woo woo, I suddenly don't want to leave. Hey, look over there, handsome guys and beautiful girls. Are they stars? Why haven't I seen them before? The girl was about to be literary, but her eyes suddenly turned cold. This beautiful girl, I feel she is more beautiful than Sister Feng Luo. They are even holding hands. Aren't they afraid of rumors? The boy knew that his girlfriend didn't know much about the entertainment industry, so he looked over. After being stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly lowered his head and lowered his voice. You are so fierce. They are the boss and the boss's wife of Kuiguang Group. They are all outsiders. What kind of scandals are there? The girls ate slowly, and they were stunned when they heard it, and ignored the food on the plate. Ah, is that so? Are they coming to inspect us today? It's over. We can't hide the fact that we are football hooligans. Chapter 362 Zhao Shang, come here and show you a treasure. Chang Ziking took a look at the luxurious helicopter on the set and complained in a low voice, look at your helicopter. You bought it for the crew, right? In fact, Yang Ruoqian planned to fly to the set by helicopter today, but the route approval process is too long and is still under review, so they can only drive here. It doesn't matter, this thing is noisy to sit in. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. How can it be as comfortable as sitting in a car? Yeah, you take a car every day. I'm almost your exclusive driver. Chang Ziking complained again. I don't have to do anything. Of course it's comfortable. Or you can just give me 2 salaries? When Yang Ruoqian heard that someone wanted to get 2 salaries, he immediately became excited. Really? You want 2 salaries? Chang Ziking pushed Yang Ruoqian with her other hand. Forget it. I won't cause trouble for your company. I don't want to be one of those aunts and uncles who mess up the protagonist's company in those bloody TV dramas. In fact, during this period of time, Chang Ziking has received many calls from relatives and friends. The loving family, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly became lively for some reason. Some relatives suddenly posted the latest news about their children in the group, bragging about how capable they were, and lamenting that it was not easy to find a job now, and that without connections, one would run into obstacles everywhere. Then they asked at Chang Ziking and her parents in a hypocritical manner, asking them if they had any connections or something like that. Although Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking are both involved in the entertainment industry, they are not insiders in the entertainment industry either, and have not deliberately concealed their relationship. Anyone who is interested can know their relationship. As the boss lady of Kuiguang Group, it should not be difficult to help relatives and friends get 2 people into the company, right? However, Chang Ziking, who occasionally posted updates on her circle of friends and showed off her little fun things in life, did not respond to her relatives at all. No matter what they said in the group, she pretended not to see a word. Now she and Yang Ruoqian are a real family, and they share the same fate, whether in terms of feelings or interests. From an emotional point of view, those distant relatives who have not seen each other for several years are far inferior to the man who has been chasing for several years. From the perspective of interests, stuffing people into the company has no other effect except reducing the efficiency of the company and bringing bad company atmosphere. So Chang Ziking simply ignored them. Anyway, Chang Ziking did not go home for the Chinese New Year last year. After the 2 of them patrolled the set, they sat in the room provided by the staff to rest and check the progress of the filming in the afternoon. As soon as Yang Ruoqian sat down, he turned on his mobile phone and started to clean up all kinds of useless messages on his mobile phone as usual. When a person succeeds, his friends will always increase inexplicably. Not only Chang Ziking, but also Yang Ruoqian's mobile phone messages have a lot more than before. Some people want to ask for a position, some people want to ask for some projects, and some people even want to buy some original shares of Kuiguang Group from Yang Ruoqian, hoping to make a fortune when the company goes public in the future. In the eyes of many people, with the current profitability and scale of Kuiguang Group, it is only a matter of time before it goes public. After a few years of going through the process, they can sell the company's shares in a glamorous manner and successfully cash out. TSK, I see you have indeed received similar messages frequently recently. Yang Ruoqian cleared the message and complained. You don't say anything. Aren't you afraid of being tortured by relatives when you go home for the new year? Chang Ziking drank a glass of water. I have been a child of other people's families since I was a child, and now I'm the boss lady of the Kuiguang Group that they envy. How can they torture me? Aren't you afraid that I will turn the tables on them? Relatives who have worked hard for half a lifetime are not as successful as Chang Ziking, and their relationship is not close enough. Every word they say may be a boomerang hitting them. There must be a lot of relatives who want you to bring their children into the company. Why don't you agree to 1 or 2? Chang Ziking glared at Yang Ruoqian. This is your company, your hard work. Why should I destroy it for outsiders? As for you, there must be more relatives who want to get close to you. Why do you seem to not care at all? Yang Ruoqian smiled and said, in fact, it's not impossible to help, but I just hate being morally kidnapped. And these people who are related to you may bring bad atmosphere to the company. Kuiguang Group can lose money, but Yang Ruoqian also doesn't want to see the smoky environment in the company. If losing money means turning the company into a garbage dump, then it's better not to lose money. If a project is not ruined, there will be thousands of projects waiting to be ruined in the future. But once the company environment begins to deteriorate, I don't know how much energy it will take to change it back. For example, when the university counselor asked Yang Ruoqian for help, he did not refuse. Although these college students came in to some extent through connections, they had no way to rely on this relationship to do anything in the company. Chang Ziqing nodded, opened WeChat, and handed her phone to Yang Ruoqian. Take a look for yourself. What are these relatives who I haven't seen for several years saying? Wouldn't it be like making things difficult for me if I recruited these people? Yang Ruoqian picked up the phone and took a look at Chang Ziqing. Xiao Chang, my child will graduate in a year. Can you help arrange it? Oh, I still remember that I went to your house for dinner when you had your full moon banquet, but you probably don't remember these things. Oh my god, full moon banquet. What kind of old things are you talking about? At Chang Ziqing. Haven't you been back for a long time? I haven't seen you for many years. I took some time to come back this year and introduce some people of the same age. We are all relatives, so we can get to know each other better. Ziqing, I heard that you are married. When will the wedding banquet be held? We plan to give you a bigger gift. Yang Ruoqian returned the phone to Chang Ziqing and shook his head and said, fortunately, my parents are more reasonable. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Chang Ziqing took the phone back. There are not so many troubles. It should be similar on your side. While the two were chatting, the intermission on the set was over. All the actors began to line up in an orderly manner under the leadership of their respective staff and took their seats. The other extras put on football uniforms and entered the stadium under the command of the director. Soon, several helicopters descended from the sky and the athletes of the protagonists walked down from several rented helicopters, while Zhang Wei and Feng Luo, dressed in luxury brands, made a shining appearance from the most luxurious helicopter. It really has the flavor of Navorish. More than half an hour passed quickly. Just as the two were watching with great interest, a sneaky figure suddenly slipped in from the farthest point of their vision. The two people sitting at the top noticed this person at once. Chang Ziqing was stunned for a moment, pointed at the figure, and asked uncertainly, then, is that Xiao Shang? Yang Ruoqian looked at it for 3 or 4 seconds, and then said with certainty, 100%, it must be her. Isn't she filming a TV series? Why is she here on the set? Chang Ziqing asked with some surprise, and where is Wen Ruoqian? Hasn't she been following Shanghai Anu all the time? Yang Ruoqian still looked at it vaguely. Wen Ruoqian only follows Shanghai Anu when she is working. She probably finished filming and had nothing to do, so she wandered around. As a giant street stalker of Kuiguang Group, Shanghai Anu strolling places are not limited to the company. She has also been to other working sets, restaurants around Kuiguang Group, and even the shelter company. For this reason, she was photographed by many enthusiastic people and posted on the internet. Now the actors on the set had just finished the first scene, and many extras saw Shanghai Anu waving frantically at Feng Luo not far away. Feng Luo, who had delivered tequila with Shanghai Anu, simply pretended that he saw nothing. Mr. Yang, who had been in the observation room, didn't want to see his first-line star embarrass himself again, so he took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Shanghai Anu. Come up quickly, it's the observation room right in front of you. Don't embarrass me again. The figure not far away took out his mobile phone, looked at the message in shock, and then began to type on the screen. Oh, boss, are you here too? Yes, I've sent a message to the staff. Come up quickly, I just have something to tell you. I'm coming. Shanghai Anu put away his mobile phone and trotted towards the observation room. Yang Ruoqian also pulled Chang Ziqing up. Let's go out and sit in the audience first. Everyone there can see what we are doing. If Shankai walked into Yang Ruoqian's exclusive room alone, and there were so many people at the scene, there would definitely be a lot of gossip after being photographed. Soon, Shankai came to the two of them and saluted. Boss lady, do you have any tasks to tell me? It's not an important task. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. How is the filming of your TV series going? Speaking of this, Shankai mouth twitched. Boss, don't mention it. I just finished filming, so I have time to wander around. Finished? Yang Ruoqian was suddenly curious. I heard that this drama has only been filmed 2/3. How did you suddenly finish it? Although Shankai role is not the heroine, I heard that there is no such role as the heroine in this drama, and the role she plays is a very important supporting role. The whole drama of nearly 40 episodes has only been filmed for 2/3. Shankai was a little confused. Yeah, when the show was 2/3 done, the timeline suddenly jumped more than 10 years, and then the director told me that I had a car accident during these 10 years, and I was gone. Then the filming was finished. Yang Ruoqian almost laughed out loud. Did you accidentally offend the director or screenwriter, and they forced you to die? How is it? Do you need the company to provide you with legal assistance? Shankai scratched his head. Alas, no. The director, editor and other actors are all very nice to me, and the plot is indeed arranged like this. Really not? Don't get cheated by others. Although this silly kid looks silly, don't say it. He is really not smart, and he might be cheated by the director. The boss is really fine. The senior sister has also watched it, and she also thinks that the filming is actually reasonable. Shankai found a seat and sat down, and from my professional point of view, this drama is definitely good, and it will be a big hit when it is released, believe me. Since when Ruoqian has the same judgment, there should be no big problem. Although Shankai is unreliable, she is still quite reliable as a senior sister. As for the fact that the TV series would become a big hit after its release, Yang Ruoqian didn't care that much. No matter how popular the TV series was, Shankai had already received his salary, and it had nothing to do with Kuiguang Group. At most, it would allow Shankai to completely secure his position as a first-line star. This kind of hidden influence was not a problem for President Yang. The promotional video was a public welfare film anyway, and the box office was zero, so it didn't matter how famous Shankai was. Okay, congratulations on your new film's success. Yang Ruoqian congratulated him perfunctorily. By the way, since you've finished filming, let me tell you about the arrangements afterwards. Shankai has always been obedient to the Kuiguang Group, and his face immediately straightened. Boss, you said I can go through fire and water. First of all, it's about the Golden Horse Foundation Awards. The awards will be presented soon. As a guest, you have to think about the congratulatory speech. Shankai was stunned. Congratulatory speech? Aren't these words usually written by the company to the judges, and then the judges just have to recite them? You're not that stupid. Yang Ruoqian looked at him with some admiration. But our company is different from other companies, and our award is also different from other awards. It highlights a lack of gold content, so just say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. It sounds pretty good. No problem. Shankai patted his chest and promised, I will definitely say something nice at the award ceremony. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Also, I have prepared a big job for you. Do you want to know? Shankai immediately became curious. What big job? I want to know too. The company and the official have recently reached a cooperation and plan to shoot an anti-fraud promotional film. Yang Ruoqian smiled. After careful consideration by the group's senior management, we plan to let you become the publicity ambassador of the anti-fraud promotional film. How about it? Are you touched? Shankai eyes lit up. Really? I can become a publicity ambassador? Yes, but there is a small price to pay. Yang Ruoqian reminded. After all, it is a public welfare promotional film. You may have to devote most of your time in the near future, and you won't be able to take other jobs. The company will still pay you, but after all, it is a promotional film, and the ratings are hard to count on. It will also affect your exposure in recent times. What do you think? Shankai, who didn't even think about it. No problem. It's already very interesting to be the publicity ambassador. Boss, you'd better not pay me. It's everyone's responsibility to enhance the company's image. No, the pay must be paid. Yang Ruoqian flatly rejected Xiao Shang's kindness. Okay, that's decided. I'll go back first. Boss lady, can I get a ride? Chang Ziking looked at Shang Qianyu pitifully. The car can only seat 2 people. I'll call the company's special car for you. By the way, you haven't bought a car yet. Shang Qianyu wailed in despair. Woo, thank you boss lady. I didn't pass the driving test. I just don't want to hire a driver. I want to drive myself. She didn't have time to make up for the test recently, because in a while, it would be the date for the Academy Award for Foundation. Chapter 363, No Conspiracy. Xiaozu has been feeling a little uneasy recently, since they were ruthlessly rejected when they called Kuiguang Group last time, hoping to operate their film, to win the Golden Image Foundation Award. They have felt a little guilty. The final list of nominees for the Golden Image Foundation Award has been released, and the director of one of the films is an old acquaintance of Xiaozu. The moment Xiaozu saw the film on the nomination list, he called this old acquaintance and asked him if he had spent money on operation. The answer was not at all unexpected to Xiaozu. This old fox called Kuiguang Group on the day he was on the list, hoping to spend money to lock in the final award, not just a nomination. As Xiaozu expected, this old guy was also ruthlessly rejected by the Kuiguang Group organizing committee. Of course, they can't ask these things themselves and hand the handle to others for nothing. But whether you ask yourself or entrust someone else to ask, the effect is the same. It's over. The nomination time is too late. The organizing committee may have already made their selection. Xiaozu looked at the message from his old rival and laughed out loud. Come on, our movie is one of the first batch on the list. We contacted Kuiguang Group directly on the first day we knew the news and got the same answer as you. Old Xia, how old are you? And you are still competing with me for this award. Do you have any shame? Xiaozu was too lazy to answer. There are only 5 movies on the list, and they are all old acquaintances. You can find out if you call them one by one. This organizing committee should not have taken any money. They are really choosing what they think are the best movies of the year. Think about it, the 5 movies shortlisted have very good reputation, box office and profit performance. Several people are old hands who are well versed in the entertainment industry. They have a thorough understanding of the unspoken rules of domestic awards like this. This is the first time they have encountered a company that does not follow the unspoken rules at all, and it is actually a little difficult to adapt to it for a while. The resources given by this award are all real. What does our box office and reputation have to do with the Kuiguang Group? This award seems to be awarded once a year, and a lot of resources are thrown out. I thought they wanted to sell it for a good price. Think about it, the best actor who wins the award can get the leading role in a TV series shot by the Kuiguang Group for free once. The production team of the winning film can get the publicity and distribution resources of the Kuiguang Group next time. The winning director can even be specially invited to become the filmmaker of the Kuiguang Group's film. Even if none of these directors and actors, including Xiaozu, admit the value of this strange organizing committee, they still have to pinch their noses and post updates on major social platforms for these awards, thanking the organizing committee for its wise eye for talent, and thanking the Kuiguang Group for its affirmation of them as winners. They can't just slap themselves in the face. Compared with the value of the organizing committee, the money content of these prizes is a real benefit. Tomorrow is the award ceremony. I hope I don't get nothing. A consolation prize would be fine. Kuiguang Group's consolation prize is also very generous. Xiaozu laughed again, let alone the consolation prize. Even the Golden Mop Award prize is not bad from an economic point of view. It is true that Shelter Company is a copycat bad movie production company, but their recent original movie Sharknado series has received extremely high ratings online. A nonsensical disaster movie, from small towns to cities, from cities to the sea, from the sea to the sky. Each one is so bad that it makes people dumbfounded. The negative reviews and ratings are as unbearable as ever. But in the list of sequels that the audience is looking forward to, the Sharknado series is prominently listed. The audience really wants to see how bad this pile of junk can get, and how far the worldview can be expanded. From an economic point of view, it is not a bad thing to reward the Golden Mop Award winner with a resource related to Shelter Company. If I'm not mistaken, Fortress of the Magic City should be the winner for sure, but I don't know if the people from UFO Group can bring themselves to do so. Zaizu glanced at the night view of Jinhae City. It doesn't matter whether they come or not. I heard that if the winners don't come, Kuiguang Group will directly sell the prizes on a second-hand sales platform. Being humiliated is inevitable. Why don't they do something else? Why do they have to provoke the evil stars of Kuiguang Group? The key is that their movies are not well made and they have been caught. Otherwise, they can also make a worst award and give it to the film and television works of Kuiguang Group. With the box office and reputation of Kuiguang Group's works, UFO Group can't find a place to fight back, even if they want to. Give the worst award to a movie that has won international recognition, or give the worst award to a movie that has basically locked the annual box office champion. Fortress of the Magic City is the worst of the year, and many people agree, but to say that Wandering Blue Star is the worst of the year can only be self-humiliating. Zaizu thought about it and said seriously, in fact, I think that if the Kuiguang Group holds this award for a few years, the public may really recognize their value. Now in the entire entertainment industry, there is no company in the country that can have an excellent film and television production team, efficient publicity and distribution partners, and independently own a social software with a large number of users, and control the right to evaluate other film and television works like the Kuiguang Group. Maybe in terms of the accumulation of artists and works, the Kuiguang Group is not as good as UFO. Maybe in terms of monthly user activity data, Leopard is not as good as Weibo. But the Kuiguang Group can integrate them efficiently, and no one will hinder it. If others want to hold an award with more generous prizes than the Kuiguang Group, they have to unite several companies to have a chance. But who is willing to do this completely unprofitable business? You must know that the Kuiguang Group's awards completely exclude its own films. Who is willing to do this thankless task, which is purely giving resources to outsiders at a low price? I actually thought so too. Well, how can I put it about Kuiguang Group? It has the best timing, location and people. Think about it, we will be criticized by a group of unknown organizing committee members in the future, and we will be speechless. Zaizu didn't care much. Anyway, he didn't approve of other awards in the entertainment industry at present. What are you afraid of? Isn't there Shankai Anayu as a judge? Isn't there Enzao as a judge? These two people, at least they can hold up the scene. A newly promoted first-line star, a director who returned to an international award for the first time in more than a decade. The status is indeed enough. What you said. The two old friends chatted, and time passed quickly. The next day, Zaizu and his filming team all wore formal clothes, got on the special car that was waiting for them downstairs in the hotel, and drove to the award ceremony. Zaizu fastened his seatbelt inside. Apart from anything else, the Kuiguang Group did a great job in welcoming guests. They provided hotels and special cars for all the nominees. Many reports before said that the Kuiguang Group's reception level for guests was the best of the best. I thought it was an exaggeration. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all. It's so good that I'm scared. I'm trying too hard. I'll take a photo and post a status update first, saying that I have arrived in Jinhae City and I'm looking forward to this award. Regardless of whether I win the award in the end, I believe in the objectivity and fairness of the organizing committee. Hahaha, Sister Wang, you compromised so quickly? Didn't you complain the most when you saw the Kuiguang Group award before? How can it be the same when someone else receives an award, and when you receive one yourself? Sister Liu said stubbornly, if someone else receives the award, of course I would complain. Who knew that I would have the opportunity to receive it today? I posted the status update a long time ago, and before posting it, I also added the Kuiguang Group official and several members of the organizing committee. I hope they can see it, and give me more impression points. Okay, you usually look noble, but now you are all blinded by money, right? Don't you feel guilty for saying such things against your will? No way, he gave too much. Before accepting the award, these directors and actors had a feast, and they didn't have to pay for the whole process. If they won the award, they could get a huge amount of resources. Even people with low emotional intelligence would more or less praise the Golden Image Cornerstone Award and their dynamics. if there is not even this most basic statement, let alone whether the Kuiguang Group, which is expected to become a giant, will be dissatisfied, what will other big names in the entertainment industry think? Saying a few words of praise will not make you lose a few pounds. The special car arrived at the Kuiguang building soon. The originally bustling street is now gathered with all kinds of vehicles. There are curious passers-by taking pictures with their mobile phones, and there are reporters who have received the news in advance waiting. If it weren't for the strong strength of the Kuiguang Group's security brigade, many reporters might even rush up and stop the car with their bodies just to take a group of photos as soon as possible. Wow, what a grand occasion. Zaizu glanced out the window. The awards we participated in before didn't get so much attention. Normally, nowadays, anything in the entertainment industry becomes a hot topic as long as the words Kuiguang Group are added. These self-media will not miss such a good opportunity to get traffic. After chatting for a while, the special car slowly drove into the underground parking lot under the escort of the security brigade. Several people opened the car door, adjusted their tuxedos, and then followed the staff to the 15th floor of Kuiguang building. As soon as they left the elevator, they were shocked by the splendor in front of them. The lights on the top were colorful and gorgeous, making the whole space exude a grand and luxurious atmosphere. The big red carpet covered the ground, and the welcoming girls on both sides held flowers in their hands and greeted them with a smile. High quality light music was played from the stereo surround sound. Even the steps leading to the venue were decorated with rose petals. Needless to say, the decoration of the entire venue, all kinds of expensive, but not dazzling decorations, fully expressed the three words artistic sense in concrete form. Compared with other award ceremonies that only have a signature board, dozens of balloons, and a little red carpet, the level is much higher. This is really, what a big move. Let's not talk about the various resources used to give out the awards. Just the ceremony itself probably cost them a lot of money. Maybe this is why the Kuiguang Group can be successful. Don't save money where you should. That's unreasonable. When have you ever seen the Kuiguang Group save money? It seems so. Looking at this decoration, many people secretly felt that the Kuiguang Group might really want to make a big move. This award must be an important part of their strategy. The guest seats included not only stars or directors such as Shanghai Anayu, and Zhao, and Feng Luo, but also celebrities and important media from all walks of life, including Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking. They all came to the award ceremony. Other important partners, such as Cheng Fei and the official personnel responsible for the anti-fraud promotional film, also had their own seats. For some reason, Zaizu subconsciously adjusted his hair and his face became solemn. When entering the venue, the receptionist smiled and reminded, "Hello, Mr. Zaya, the venue is live broadcasted throughout. If it is convenient for you, you can go in now." Live broadcast. Zaizu nodded. "Okay, thank you for letting me know." After that, several people straightened their chests and backs, walked into the venue with high spirits, came to their seats, put on perfect smiles on their faces, and waited for other guests to be ready before the award ceremony began. Except for the footsteps and the mechanical sounds of other instruments, the entire venue was as quiet as an art venue or a library. In a corner, Chang Ziking looked at the silence, everyone staring at everything with a smile, and felt a little scared. Isn't it just a self-entertaining award ceremony? Don't you dare to have any extra expressions on your face? She picked up her phone and sent a message to Yang Ruoqian. "What's going on? Why do these people have such expressions?" "Yang Ruoqian, how do I know what's wrong with them? Now I don't dare to speak loudly. Is this what it means to be a tiger when three people are serious? After everyone gets serious, even playing house seems particularly serious." Chang Ziking asked again, "Why did you invite the people from Gaoia Group? And that calligrapher? What is the connection between these people and the award ceremony? Because inviting these people can spend more money, pay more appearance fees. Celebrities, don't we invite more people? It will make our awards more valuable." Chang Ziking said again, "I feel that if you put on this show, the Golden Image Foundation Award will really have some value." Mr. Yang, who launched a large amount of money offensive said haha directly. Impossible. These people are here just for the reward and money. You see, after the award ceremony is over, the heat of the award will soon pass, and no one will mention it again. Really? More than 10 minutes later, except for the UFO group, all the other invitees have arrived at the auditorium. When everyone dared not breathe, and the smile on their faces was almost frozen, the host in charge of the award ceremony on the podium finally came to the stage in a long dress that was shining brightly. The guests, who were almost unable to hold back, breathed a sigh of relief. The award ceremony has finally begun. At least the expression on their faces can change. Everyone had the same question in their mind. What's wrong with these people around me? They usually don't take it seriously, but now they are also serious. PS. Haha, I received a lot of New Year's money during the past few years of New Year's greetings. It's great. Chapter 364. The annual fitness event in the entertainment industry. The music group playing elegant music on the stage stood up silently, and with the help of the staff, they quickly left the stage with the instruments. The male and female hosts with excellent temperament smiled very reservedly. Welcome all the guests and teachers. Welcome all the audience friends to the first Golden Image Foundation Award ceremony in 2017. I'm the host Zizianan. Hello everyone, I'm the host. After the stereotyped introduction, stereotyped applause rang out from the audience. Everyone's face broke out into a brighter smile, and they applauded at a moderate rhythm. These familiar faces in the audience are the most precious treasures in the entertainment industry. They provide inspiration for one excellent work after another, and play one fictional character after another vividly. Welcome to this scene, and participate in this award ceremony. There was another round of applause from the audience. Everyone was informed that this award ceremony was a live broadcast, which means that everyone can see the performance of the guests at this award ceremony. Young Ruoqian, whose hands were already aching from clapping, suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Did he make this award ceremony too grand? It didn't matter if it hurt others, but now he felt like he was hurting himself too. After a bunch of nonsense, to extend the working hours of the hosts and increase their remuneration, the official award ceremony finally came. The first Kuiguang Entertainment Golden Image Cornerstone Award, the Best Supporting Actor Award, is awarded to Chen Ziufa. Let's invite the winner to the stage to receive the award. The moment this name was announced, Ziazu's face suddenly showed disappointment. Chen Ziufa is the supporting actor in their movie, and his performance is indeed very good. It can be said that he deserves this award. However, judging from past experience, generally speaking, among those who can be invited to the award ceremony, at least one person from each team can win an award. The best one will undoubtedly get the biggest award. As for other marginal awards, they will be divided up by other defeated teams, so that they will not get nothing, and serve as a foil for others. With the Best Supporting Actor award already secured, Ziazu and his team's film may not win the grand prize. Forget it. The Best Supporting Actor award is not bad, and it can save a lot of publicity and production costs for the next movie, which is not bad. Thinking of this, he patted the shoulder of the winner next to him, and nodded to express his praise. Chen Ziufa went on stage to receive the award, and a glittering golden trophy was stuffed in his hand. Then, like all other award ceremonies, he began to give a speech of thanks for the award. After he finished speaking, he received another round of applause. However, Ziazu, who was familiar with Chen Ziufa and had a sharp eye, found that Ziazu's face seemed a little wrong, and he seemed a little reluctant when he spoke. Could it be because he realized that the movie did not win the ultimate award and his mentality was not stable? This kid. Alas, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ziazu can understand this idea very well. After Chen Ziufa came down with the trophy, Ziazu smiled and patted his shoulder, covered his mouth with his other hand, and whispered, "Don't be discouraged. This award is not that authoritative, and even if you don't win this time, there will be next time. You are so young, and you have won the Best Supporting Actor. There will be many opportunities in the future. Temporary gains and losses are not important." Chen Ziufa shook his head slightly, also covered his mouth, but there was a hint of collapse in his tone. "Brother Zia, don't hold me, my arm is about to break." Ziazu was confused. What arm is broken? Brothers, the body of this trophy seems to be pure gold, and the cup base is also solid wood. I have been holding it all the way. If you don't let me find a place to put it down, my arm will break. Zaizu's brain almost short-circuited. Good guy. A Best Supporting Actor award actually has a pure gold trophy! Exclamation mark. No wonder Chen Ziyufa's face was so strange when he was giving his acceptance speech just now. It turned out that he was not sad, but the trophy in his hand was too heavy. Kuiguang Group is really willing to give it up. From this point of view, the Golden Image Cornerstone Award is not only throwing out resources, but also throwing out money. Although there is no direct bonus, the cost of the materials and workmanship of such a trophy alone is extremely high. A trophy is conservatively estimated to be worth at least 300,000. Before Zaizu's team in the audience finished expressing their feelings, the names of other winners were also called out, and they began to walk from the guest seats to the podium one by one to receive their awards and give their acceptance speeches. And all the winners, without exception, had different degrees of facial changes when they lifted the trophy. Even the actress with less strength had used up most of her strength to lift the trophy and could only speak out her acceptance speech with gritted teeth. The number of people who watched the live broadcast of the first Golden Image Cornerstone Award has now reached several million. And among the millions of people, there are always some viewers with sharp eyes. Haven't you noticed? The expressions of these award recipients are all weird. It's been like this since the first one. I saw it too. I thought they were dissatisfied with the prizes they got before, but now all the winners have the same expression. What's going on? It seems to be true. You looked so carefully. Haven't you noticed? The expressions of these winners were normal at first, until they raised the trophies. Then something looked wrong on their faces. I don't know who that actress is, but I saw that her forearms were shaking. What the hell did the official Kuiguang Group do? Just as the comments were full of different opinions, the employee in the operations department who was responsible for controlling the comments finally took action. A conspicuous comment with the prefix official slowly floated across the top of the screen. Don't get me wrong, the reason for this situation is that our trophy body is made of only two kinds of materials, ultra high purity gold and platinum, and the base is either crystal or solid wood. It's very valuable and heavy. The average cost of each trophy is more than 350,000 yuan just in terms of materials. The actors may not have received such a heavy trophy before, and it's a bit unexpected to ask them to hold it up with one hand. Some actors who are not so strong may not be able to adapt to it, but these are all small things. Seeing the official explanation, the commentary exploded. Living official? How much? 350,000 for a trophy? And that's just the cost of materials? Then how much do all these trophies cost? I was wondering why their expressions were so weird and ferocious. It turns out they were oppressed. Haha. The actors definitely didn't expect that they would have to act as weightlifters just to receive an award. Haha. How can they be the same? Weightlifters can have any expression on their faces in the play, but the winners not only have to lift with one hand, but also have to keep a smile on their faces. Haha. It's worthy of being the Kuiguang Group. Haha. They can make such a fuss at an award ceremony. It's too hard. Now it's just the normal awards. I feel like the big things are still to come. Don't forget, they also have a Golden Mop Award. Yes, I'm curious who will be the winner of this Golden Mop Award. While the barrage was discussing heatedly, the award ceremony was also in full swing. Zaizu, who felt that he was out of the game early on, applauded and couldn't help but glanced at his phone out of the corner of his eye. How long will this award ceremony last? After the Best Screenwriter Award was presented, it was time to present several major awards. The main thing was that Zaizu couldn't accept that his old friend hadn't won any award until now. Now it seemed that the grand prize was basically set in stone. Alas, I was worried that my friend would suffer, and I was also worried that my friend would drive a Land Rover. The host on the stage picked up an envelope with a sealed seal from the table, opened it while looking at the somewhat nervous guests below the stage, and paused. The first Kuiguang Entertainment Golden Statue Foundation Award, the Best Director Award, is given to Mr. Zaizu. Thank him for contributing a wonderful movie to us this year. Let's invite the winner to the stage to receive the award. Zhu, who was waiting to punch in and get off work, was stunned. The other people sitting next to him also showed ecstatic expressions on their faces. If this award ceremony was not elegant and solemn, if there were not millions of people watching their live broadcast outside, they might even jump up at this moment. At the scene, thunderous applause far exceeded that of other awards. Zhu finally reacted after Chen Xiufa next to him touched his shoulder. He quickly stood up and walked up to the podium with a very dreamy expression. He was actually selected as the best director by Kuiguang Group! Zhu had wanted to compete for the best director several times and was nominated several times, but he was always just a little short. Although the gold content of Kuiguang Group's award cannot be compared with those awards, they admit that they are the best. And with the scale of Kuiguang Group's awards, this influence, and this scale of money spent, it may not be impossible for it to become a recognized major award in the future. At least in the future, Zhu will be an absolute supporter and advocate of the Golden Image Foundation Award. He must find a way to hype up this award, so that he can show his strength as the winner of the first Best Director award. When he walked up to the podium, he was in a dreamlike state, and he didn't even hear a few words of the host's awkward praise. Now, we invite Mr. Zhu to give his acceptance speech. It was only after this sentence that Zhu suddenly woke up and quickly picked up the microphone, hesitatingly saying, "First of all, thank you very much to the organizer." While speaking, he subconsciously reached out to take the trophy. Then Zhu almost rolled off the stage with the trophy and the microphone. I almost forgot that this trophy is very heavy. Zhu used all the strength of his left half of his body to hold the trophy in front of him. While giving a speech, he glanced at Yang Ruoqian's position. He really wanted to know whether this boss Yang of Kuiguang Group made the trophy so heavy on purpose. However, Yang Ruoqian just nodded slightly and applauded in the audience, and there was no other emotion on his face. It should be that I just thought too much. After Zhu briefly gave his speech, he walked back to his seat along the red carpet with a smile on his face amid applause and flowers. Brother Zhu, congratulations. Awesome, these resources are amazing. Stop talking, can't you see that Brother Zhu hasn't recovered yet? It's like this, if I win 5 million one day, I will have the same reaction. Zhu listened to these words and gritted his teeth and said, I've already given a speech. Even a child would have reacted by now, right? I'm overwhelmed by this trophy. As one of the major awards, the trophy for the Best Director award is obviously a circle larger than the smaller awards, and the workmanship and materials are more solid. There is even a circle of gems inlaid on the gold trophy, making the already heavy trophy even heavier. His arm was really about to be broken. What's even more uncomfortable is that Zhu's right hand was stuffed with a large bunch of flowers. Under many cameras, he didn't dare to show any fear at all. Chen Xiufa complained, Brother Zhu, you can understand my feelings before, right? But mine is okay, yours looks scary. However, the award ceremony venue was a solemn scene, but the audience watching the live broadcast had already been happy. In order to prevent the later audience from not knowing the truth, the operating staff of Kuiguang Group deliberately placed the notices about the material of the trophy in the most conspicuous position in the live broadcast room. Anyone who entered the live broadcast room knew how heavy the thing held in the hands of the award recipients was. They also knew how difficult it was for these award recipients to maintain their facial expressions. Ha ha ha. Look how uncomfortable this director is feeling. Ha ha ha. President Yang, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. This is bearing weight in the physical sense. Ha ha ha. Good fellow, I dare say Yang Ruoqian must have done it on purpose. There are so many people at the award ceremony. I don't believe you can't spare one person to help the guests carry the trophy. Don't talk nonsense. Look how weak Zhu is. Yang Ruoqian is helping them exercise and strengthen their physical fitness. I declare that from now on this award will not be called the Golden Image Cornerstone Award, but will be renamed Entertainment Industry Annual Fitness Event. I declare that the announcement from upstairs is valid. Look at Yeo Zhuhong, who won the Best Actress Award, known as the Almighty Goddess, almost fell down when she was going down the stairs. She was lifting weights in such high heels. It was so miserable. Feng Luolei received all of them. To be honest, this is the first time I have watched an award ceremony with such relish. I was dragged here by a friend. He said there was something fun to watch here. Ha ha ha. I don't really pay attention to the entertainment industry, but it's so funny to see these big stars and directors smiling while carrying their trophies. There's more fun to come. After these awards are presented, there will be the Golden Mop Award, which will be given to the worst movie and the worst actor of the year. This is fun. While netizens were discussing fiercely, the award ceremony was also coming to an end. The host on the stage smiled mysteriously. Then, the next award to be presented is the Golden Mop Award. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, seriously awarding prizes to the air. When the three words Golden Mop Award were spoken, the originally enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene cooled down again. In fact, many people present held a more conservative opinion on the awarding of this award. However, because they were recognized as the best in various aspects by the Kuiguang Group, and they received both the pure gold trophy and the resources for film and television dramas, they thought about it and decided to treat the Golden Mop Award with the most serious and earnest attitude. It's a simple truth that the Golden Image and Golden Mop are awards tied together. In order to maintain the gold content of the Golden Image Award, the people present must also take it seriously. Otherwise, it would be like slapping themselves in the face. Anyway, the Golden Mop Award was not awarded to them, so they could only die instead of the poor Taoist. For the gold content of the Golden Image Award and the weight of the trophy in their hands, it is not impossible to sacrifice the interests of the Youfu Group. There is no way, because the Kuiguang Group gave too much. Wow. After a few seconds of silence, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause from the audience. On the other hand, Yang Ruoqian, who had to go with the flow and applaud, was completely confused. No, this is obviously a spoof award. Why are these big directors and big stars applauding? What do the serious expressions on your faces mean? Where is the laughter? Where is the disdain? Isn't it just a flashy trophy? Isn't it just a little entertainment resources? Where is the character of the big names in the entertainment industry? They should be clean-handed and not be moved by interests. The warm applause at the scene is no less than the scene when the highest award is presented. If Yang Ruoqian had doubts before whether these directors and actors were intimidated by the high bonus, now he is very sure that these guys are definitely acting. They obviously wanted to laugh, but because of external reasons, they forced themselves to hold back their laughter and even clapped against their will. While Mr. Yang was angrily denouncing this group of people for hypocrisy in his heart, he received a message on his mobile phone. Cheng Fei, Boss Yang, this scene is also within your expectations, right? It's a very clever method, really very clever. No. It's completely beyond my expectations, don't imagine it anymore. However, Cheng Fei didn't care what Yang Ruoqian was thinking. She continued to analyze. I understand. As long as the rhythm of the award ceremony is held according to your plan, and it is held so seriously for 2 or 3 times, this set of procedures will subtly form a fixed mindset in the minds of later comers, and everyone will be influenced. As long as the award ceremony is held like this for 1 or 2 more sessions, everyone will subconsciously recognize the value of the Golden Image Awards, and even the Golden Mop Awards, and treat it with the most serious attitude. And at that time, Boss Yang, you will completely master the authority to judge the works and artists in the entertainment industry as inferior. High. Really high. Yang Ruoqian looked at Cheng Fei's analysis with a blank face and wanted to give this woman a few big question marks. So I thought of these things when I made these decisions. He set up a shocking situation without knowing it himself. Cheng Fei continued to send messages. I'm a little glad now. Fortunately, we have a cooperative relationship, not a competitive relationship. I will analyze the details of Mr. Yang's classic operation this time, and then make it into a teaching material, so that those disappointing employees in our company can see how a real trader strategizes. Yang Ruoqian, Mr. Cheng, the specific situation may not be as complicated as you think. Cheng Fei sent an understanding expression and added a text. I understand. The way of the tower is simple. There are many cameras filming now. We will talk about the specific details later. While Yang Ruoqian was confused, millions of viewers who watched the live broadcast of the award ceremony also expressed their opinions on this ridiculous scene. It's too ridiculous. A group of big names in the entertainment industry applauded something so funny so seriously? Is it funny? Actually, not at all. You have to learn to analyze problems from the perspective of interests. The butt determines the head, understand? If they don't take this comedy award seriously, it means they don't take the resources they just got and the gold cup in their hands seriously. I understand the internal factors, but this scene looks so ridiculous. It can be called a large-scale Oscar night. Ha 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 ha. Everyone is an actor. Let's see if there will be someone who can't hold back his expression. Found it. It seems that Yang Ruoqian can't hold back his facial expression. He is trying to cover up his emotions by playing with his mobile phone. Ha 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 ha. Boss Yang, learn from your wife and see how good she is at acting. After keeping the suspense for a while, the host picked up a piece of paper with several abstract cartoon characters printed on it and read out the list on it. The first Kuiguang Entertainment Golden Mop Award, the most disappointing film award, is given to The Fortress of Demon City. Let us congratulate the winning team and thank them for spending a lot of money to pollute our eyes this year. Thank them. Now, please invite the winners to the stage to receive their awards. The host said this fluently without any extra expression on his face and looked at an empty seat in the guest seats with a smile. There were big words written there. Youth Group Representative Seat. Crackling. The scene once again rang with warm applause. In sharp contrast to the serious atmosphere of the venue, the barrage in the live broadcast room has exploded. The number of viewers of this award ceremony is about to break the 10 million mark. Just like what the previous barrage said, many people who care about the entertainment industry but don't care about these awards, and even many people who don't pay attention to the entertainment industry, have clicked into the live broadcast room with the mentality of watching fun and excitement. It is foreseeable that after this live broadcast, it will be a carnival for people who like to have fun and people who make jokes. Perhaps the Academy Awards are not as authoritative as the 3 major film awards in the mainland, but in terms of going out of the circle, today's live broadcast has almost made everyone know that there is such an award as the Academy Awards. Many people don't know much about the entertainment industry. In their minds, the most famous award recognized by industry insiders is the most valuable award. Some people have never heard of any other award except the Oscars. Unfortunately, the Academy Awards has become the most famous, at least the most famous award in recent times. Although the internet's memory is short, with the dual attributes of having a joke and once a year, the situation of this award ceremony may be very different. In the live broadcast room, the operation of Kuiguang Group was very considerate to tell everyone what happened in a conspicuous place. Now the worst series of the year is being awarded. Some barrages who just came in and didn't know much immediately expressed surprise. The worst award of the year. This kind of award is generally unofficial and informal. What's going on with this scene? At first glance, I thought it was an international award. This decoration, this trophy, these celebrities sitting in the guest seats. Which one is not expensive, and which one has no face when they go out? They actually gathered together to applaud for an award that looks funny and so solemnly. Another newcomer. I won't explain. Just look at the title of the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny to see a group of big guys clapping at the air. I have to record this scene. It will be the source of all the laughs this year. Youth Group, not coming as my last bit of stubbornness. No, what's the matter with the trophy for the worst film award? Why is it so abstract? It's in stark contrast to the serious awards before. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. I want a trophy like this too. It's interesting to put it at home as a decoration. Haven't you heard that the Kuiguang Group said that if the winner does not attend the award ceremony, they will put the trophy on the second-hand market to sell? But I guess there should be a lot of people willing to buy it. If you think you're lucky, you can give it a try. Putting it on the second-hand market to sell. It's murderous, right? Kuiguang Group, come on, let us see how much your stubbornness is worth. How do the host ladies and brothers manage to keep a straight face? This is the first time I've seen someone so happy receiving an award. As the comments were refreshing like crazy, the host also finished the award ceremony and turned his attention away from the MTU food group seat. Next, we are going to present the award for the most disappointing lead actor. Let's congratulate the lead actor of The Fortress of Devil City. Thank him for bringing us the worst scene of the year. At this time, without waiting for the guests to applaud, the comments had already started refreshing on their own. Well deserved. I really agree with this. Playfulness aside, I actually think that this entire award is still very objective overall. After excluding the actors from Kuiguang Group's own works, it seems that these are the best and worst this year. I approve of the Kuiguang organizing committee. It's better than having an inside peek at some awards. Hahaha. The trophy for the worst actor award is even funnier. From a distance it looks like a clown scare box. Forgive Milo's sense of humor. But judging from the material used for the Golden Mop Award trophy is completely different from that of the Academy Awards. Isn't that nonsense? If the worst award can also get a trophy of such high value, there will definitely be people who will have evil intentions in the future and deliberately make bad movies to cheat the Golden Mop Award. The value of the trophy for the worst award cannot be too high. On the podium, the host announced the awards one by one. Half an hour later, the Golden Mop Award ceremony was finally over. The female host put down the note in her hand and began to recite the closing words fluently. Then, this year's Golden Image Foundation Award and Golden Mop Award ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you to all the audience. Thank you to all the staff. Thank you. Wish you all. See you at the same time next year. After saying the last word, the guests who had been eager to leave immediately stood up, clapped their palms desperately, and then hugged their respective trophies, facing the red carpet of flowers, and fled out of the award ceremony. However, as soon as they walked out of the door, they were interviewed by a lot of reporters. Director Zaizu, can you give a speech to express your gratitude for the award? Zaizu's mouth twitched. I have already given it just now. If you forgot, you can go and watch the replay. Sorry. As he said that, he took a step and wanted to leave. However, these reporters are not easy to deal with. They asked again. Then Director Zaizu, what do you think of the Golden Image Foundation Award itself? Zaizu, who won the Best Director award, didn't even think about it. I think this award is very valuable. The selection of the organizing committee is very objective and does not contain any personal emotions. If the organizing committee can maintain their objectivity, I believe that in 3 years at most, the Golden Image Award will become one of the most authoritative awards in the entertainment industry. This is the first best that Zaizu has won, and he must brag about it to death. Bragging about the Golden Image Award is equivalent to bragging about himself. Moreover, he had promised others before that, if he won the grand prize without spending a penny on operation, he would perform on the spot and admit that the Golden Image Foundation Award is the most objective and valuable award in the world, and he would also wash his hair upside down. People gave to trophies worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and sent so many resources. What's wrong with bragging? After getting a positive answer, the reporters were finally satisfied and they went to find other targets. However, even the other small award winners who did not win the grand prize all had the same opinion. They acknowledged the value of the Academy Awards and the objectivity of the organizing committee. They are all people who have been mixed up in the big divat of the entertainment industry. Unless they are crazy, no one would do something like smashing someone else's bowl right after eating someone else's meal. Unless someone wants to collapse right after receiving the award. Even after leaving the live broadcast, some stars and directors put the trophy in their cars or hugged it, took a few photos, and posted them on social media. My dear friends, this trophy is made of pure gold. You don't know how heavy it is. It's a pleasant annoyance. My grand trophy is different from other small trophies. The body of the trophy alone weighs at least 5 kilograms. You should have seen my expression when I was giving the speech. Yes, I didn't pretend. The reporters who wanted to hear a different answer were disappointed. They stopped the two hosts and asked, "Two hosts, why didn't you laugh when you were presenting the award to the air?" The two hosts said very professionally, "We have received strict training. No matter how funny it is, we will not laugh." After that, the two smiled and said goodbye to the reporters and walked into the employee-only elevator. Ding. The elevator began to descend. After making sure that there was no one else around, the two hosts finally couldn't help but looked at each other and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, on a second-hand website, several trophies were quietly put on the shelves. Chapter 366. This child. Maybe he can be used to make soup. UFO Group headquarters. Most of the senior leaders gathered at the conference table, and the atmosphere was frozen. Since the conflict with Kuiguang Group, the senior meetings that were rarely held before now happen once a month. Even in this senior meeting, a senior director with great authority came. It is enough to see that the board of directors is extremely dissatisfied with the recent performance of UFO Group. Because of the Kuiguang Group, UFO Group has carried out at least 2 large-scale personnel changes, and the second one even involved some senior managers. Many senior leaders who once had the final say in UFO Group have all packed up and left. The worst film award, the worst actor award. Is Kuiguang Group slapping you? This is slapping my face. The senior director angrily slapped the table with the documents in his hand. They even put the trophy online for sale. Did you know about this? The trophy awarded to them was put up for sale on the second-hand market. The leaders present at the meeting looked at each other and saw embarrassment in each other's eyes. Since the last negotiation failed, the senior executives of UFO Group have had a headache seeing the word Kuiguang. Just like a top student who failed an exam doesn't want to look at the score of this test paper, they subconsciously ignore all kinds of information about Kuiguang Group. Someone immediately expressed his indignation. They are too much. Too much? The big director slapped the table again and sneered. If you didn't make bad movies in a row, how could they do this? How can a company succeed in all projects? If it's not a freak, what is it? It's normal to fail 1 or 2 projects, or even fail consecutively, let alone domestic film production. Even Marvel, even Hollywood giants like DC, don't they often make flop movies and lose a lot of money? No one can stand being criticized for making a bad movie and looking for flaws with a magnifying glass. But as a company management, it is absolutely impossible to say this to the board of directors. Saying it means incompetence. A leader smiled and said, "Don't worry, Director Zhu. As long as there is a little negative news about Kuiguang Group, we will hype it up immediately." Negative news? I don't care whether it is negative news or not. As long as your performance and revenue go up, no matter how many negative news there are, it doesn't matter. Director Zhu's hands were shaking with anger. Look for yourself. Now we have no reputation, and our revenue has plummeted. What I want is profit, understand? As long as the profit goes up, I can ignore everything else. Now that you can't show performance, eliminate the negative impact for me. If you keep doing this, I would rather contact Yang Ruoqian and find a way to buy shares in Kuiguang Group and invest in them. After saying that, Director Zhu snorted and left the meeting room. While Director Zhu was cursing, several leaders had already seen the trophies on pre-sale on a second-hand platform. Each trophy was sold for 250 yuan. The product was viewed more than 1 million times, and there were also hundreds of thousands of people who clicked the want button. The CEO of UFO Group wiped the cold sweat from his head and said, "Hurry up and contact the technical department and ask them to make a snap-up software. We must buy these 2 trophies. We can't let them fall into the hands of the public." The chairman of UFO Group had long since stepped down from the position of CEO and was not very involved in the internal management of the company. But the current CEO is undoubtedly the chairman's confidant and a community of interests. Okay, I'll notify the technical department and ask them to do it as soon as possible. The leader in charge of the technical department quickly stood up, took the task, and fled from the meeting room. They, who are purely engaged in product and software development, have to be scolded because of this crappy award and crappy movie. It's really unfair. And there are only 3 days left before the trophies go on sale. To make such a snap-up software within 3 days, we must seize every moment. Not to mention overtime. The public relations department has recently focused all its efforts on the Kuiguang Group. Aren't they going to release The Richest Man in Jinhae City recently? When it is released, we will focus on it and criticize it. In addition, we should also find a way to improve our company's disadvantage in terms of public opinion. The head of the public relations department nodded with a wry smile. No problem. But the premise is that there must be some black spots. As you know, our company does not have a social media with a lot of traffic, and the public relations cost will be very high. And the most critical thing is that they can't get the Leopard platform, which has the right to score movies, no matter how much money they spend on public relations. If they want to discredit the Kuiguang Group to the greatest extent, they can only pray that the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City itself will fail. Pay attention to the cost issue. The CEO of Youfu Group waved his hand. If there is really no way to discredit it, forget it. Next time. I don't believe that they can make a movie with a good reputation every time. The public relations leader nodded. Okay. After arranging the basic work, the CEO sat back in the top seat and pinched his forehead. Kuiguang Group is not easily persuaded. It's really. At the last meeting, some people wondered why Kuiguang Group was targeting Youfu Group so much and how the conflict between them escalated. After more than a month of investigation, a simple summary report has been submitted. At the beginning, when Kuiguang Group was just established, Ruoqian Minor was fired by their Youfu department responsible for live broadcasting. As a result, she turned around and shined in Kuiguang Group, allowing the YTG club to have unparalleled influence and paid fan groups to this day. The first grudge was formed in this way. The second time was when Lin Ko, who was the agent director at the time, went to Kuiguang Group to poach people, but he dug up a big bomb. In the end, Lin Ko was miserably fired. As a result, after jumping to Kuiguang Group, he made great contributions to Yang Ruoqian. Now he has taken over Shaoyuki and become the head of the entire live broadcast project of Kuiguang Group. Lin Ko, who is now only slightly inferior to other veteran figures in the Kuiguang Group, has never stopped suppressing Youfu Group. After taking over the entire live broadcast department of Kuiguang Group, a series of operations such as grabbing the market, public relations, spending money to poach anchors, etc., have made the original Youfu Group's live broadcast business miserable. With Lin Ko's understanding of Youfu Group, all kinds of highly targeted means can be said to be at hand. Now that Kuiguang Group's live broadcast business can be so big, it is also thanks to Lin Ko's crazy grabbing meat from Youfu Group. This can be regarded as the second grudge. The leader who fired Lin Ko at that time was called Zheng Weinan. He had been swept out in the last large-scale personnel transfer within the group. The speed of Youfu Group's live broadcast performance decline is no different from freefall. As the top leader, Zheng Weinan lost miserably in the process of confronting his former subordinate Lin Ko, and it was reasonable for him to leave. The third time, the CEO heard from various channels that Shanghai Anayu wanted to sign a contract with Youfu Group, but was forced to leave her hometown and join Kuiguang Group under the coercion and inducement of a certain director. Now, as a first-line actress, the SYNOPSIS board of Kuiguang Group, and also a member of the organizing committee, Shanghai Anayu must have a great influence in Kuiguang Group. Her attitude towards Youfu Group can be imagined. The fourth time, Youfu Group paid someone to spread rumors about Kuiguang Group, but the news leaked from somewhere, and the legal department of Kuiguang Group got the key evidence. Not only did they lose the case, they also lost face. Until now, Youfu Group has not found any results in the internal investigation, and failed to find the internal ghost. After 3 or 4 feuds, Kuiguang Group has completely established a foothold in the entertainment industry, so Youfu wanted to reconcile the two sides and share the cake together, but Kuiguang Group did not appreciate it at all. In the end, this is the current situation. The CEO of Youfu Group recalled these terrible things, and his irritability became even worse. What is this? I don't know anything about this kind of trivial matter, but it turned into an irreconcilable contradiction. What level of person was Ruoqian Minor at that time? What level of employee was Lin Ko? What level of star was Shanghai Anayu? He didn't even recognize these people's names when they were placed on the table. As a result, now that the matter has become a big deal, he, the CEO, has to deal with it. Complaining, he muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to another leader and asked, I'm thinking, can we forge some trophies ourselves and put them on the market? As long as there are enough similar trophies, the impact of this matter can be infinitely diluted. Downplaying a matter may not be suppression, but also dilution. The worst award trophy is not a high value product, and it is not difficult to forge. As long as there are more counterfeits on the market, the popularity of the real thing will naturally decrease, and no one will pay attention to it. In this way, the ultimate goal of reducing the popularity can be achieved to a certain extent. President, I suggest you don't do this. A leader immediately shook his head when he heard this. The CEO asked, why? Although this trophy is very rough and made of poor materials, I just had someone check and found that this trophy has applied for a design patent. The leader explained, if we try to make a high quality imitation, it is likely to infringe the rights, and we will have to go to court. You know the combat effectiveness of the legal department of Kuiguang Group. I think we need to carefully consider it. Especially in this case, we are not in the right. If we avoid the design involved in the patent as much as possible, the imitation trophy will not be too similar, and it will not be able to play the role you mentioned. Since the name of Jinhae Pizza Hut was put up, the legal department of Kuiguang Group has never dealt with any major disputes. Now I heard that they have begun to get a little crazy. It is unwise to deliver it to the door now. The CEO's mouth twitched. Kuiguang Group was so idle and bored that it actually applied for a design patent for a trophy that cost no more than 200 yuan to make. Forget it. Let the people in the technical department handle it. The CEO looked annoyed. Hurry up and handle it. The most important thing is that our next movie must be made well. As long as there is money to be made, any contradictions and mistakes can be covered up. On the contrary, as long as there is no money to be made, even breathing is wrong. At the same time, unlike the Youfu Group, which was in turmoil, Kuiguang Group was calm. The filming of The Richest Man in Jinhae City has been completed, and the anti-fraud propaganda film is also a matter of next quarter. The pace of the entire company has slowed down a lot. The great success of the Golden Image Foundation Award has raised the influence of Kuiguang Group in the entertainment industry by more than one level, and also made the name of Kuiguang Group more and more famous. Now the work enthusiasm of the company's employees is unprecedentedly high, except for a certain president, who plays games in the office. Boss Yang. Kim Yu knocked on the door of Yang Ruoqian's office, and walked in on high heels. I just received a call. Zujin, the director of Youfu Group, wants to contact you to discuss investment with you. Yang Ruoqian turned off the game expressionlessly and switched to his work desktop at the speed of light. His voice was emotionless. Director of Youfu Group. Ignore him. What this director wants to talk to you about has nothing to do with Youfu Group. The secretary held the file to her chest and smiled. According to him, he wants to invest in Kuiguang Group and become a director of Kuiguang Group. Kuiguang Group refused any investment, let alone more directors. If there are more outsiders on the board of directors, how can I make those outrageous decisions in the future? In order to cooperate with this system, Yang Ruoqian can only have the final say in Kuiguang Group. Reject him, and reject any shares and investments in the future. Yang Ruoqian advised, Kim Yu, Kuiguang Group is not short of funds, and does not need financing. Our first priority now is to find entertainment projects that can be invested in, and spend the money. Now the first thing Mr. Yang does every day, when he opens his eyes, is to worry about how to spend the money in his hands. As a result, there are still people who are blind, and give him money? No vision at all. Kim Yu also expected Yang Ruoqian to make this decision, and nodded gently. I understand. There is another small thing. I just met Shanghai Anayu at the door. She seems to want to discuss something with you. Do you have time to see her? When the two entered the door, Shanghai Anayu politely followed the first come first served rule and let Kim Yu enter the office first. Shanghai Anayu. Yang Ruoqian had a headache when he heard the child's name. Let her in. It's strange. Usually, this child sometimes contacts directly by phone or WeChat, and rarely goes through the formal procedures so seriously. Did something happen? Soon, Kim Yu left, and Shanghai Anayu walked in from outside with a document in his hand. Yang Ruoqian and this silly kid have a very good personal relationship, and he didn't put on airs. He asked directly, what's the matter? Hey, boss, contract. Shanghai Anayu put the contract on the table a little embarrassedly. Do you remember the contract we signed before? Contract. Yang Ruoqian was refreshed. Could it be that this silly kid finally got it and was ready to ask for a higher profit share ratio and more company resources? Good news. As long as the profit share ratio changes, Kuiguang Group can make a lot less money every month. This kid has a future. President Yang's expectations were infinitely high. What's wrong with the contract? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't be shy. Don't be polite. Shanghai Anayu rubbed his hands and said expectantly, I think this 3-year contract is too short. I'm doing it now. Why don't you consider it and renew it for a few more years? Renew it for a few more years. President Yang, who was originally waiting for a sky-high price, was stunned. This overbearing clause is too much for 3 years, and you still want to renew the contract? Exclamation mark. Looking at the system's passive operation warning, Mr. Yang finally said with despair, continue. Chapter 367. Whether you are in dire straits or not, Mr. Yang has the final say. Looking at Xiao Shang happily leaving with the contract, Mr. Yang, who felt that life was not easy, sighed. Forget it. If Shanghai Anayu runs away when the contract expires, it will be quite disgusting. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. I can only say that things have developed to this point. No matter which situation it is difficult for me to choose. But the contract is a contract. Just make more concessions outside the contract. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Ruoqian simply turned off the game completely, turned off the computer, picked up his things, and left the office. As soon as he went down to the underground parking lot, Yang Ruoqian saw several people talking in the underground parking lot with his peripheral vision, and one of them looked familiar. After recalling for a few seconds, Yang Ruoqian remembered that this person was the one who was hired by Lu Shuyan on the job hunting variety. Show your best job. Almost all the guests turned off the lights for him, and finally the people of Yufa Group couldn't stand the pressure and released him to Kuiguang Group. In his impression, he seemed to be a video blogger who filmed outdoor life and made money from videos and writing novels. No, I just made some money from that stupid kid. I have to find someone to spend it on. Yang Ruoqian pondered for a moment and walked straight towards the people. It's not time to get off work yet, and one more person in the underground parking lot is very conspicuous, not to mention Yang Ruoqian, who is known to everyone in the company. The people who were still talking immediately felt a lot more awkward. They were all grassroots employees of the company, and they rarely saw Yang Ruoqian. They had only met a few times, and now the big boss was walking towards them, and the sense of oppression was really full. Boss Yang. Good afternoon, Boss Yang. Boss Yang. Luling, who had just signed the labor contract, trembled in his heart. There was only one person in the Kuiguang Group who could be called Boss Yang. Although he signed the contract with Lu Shuyan, the director of the Human Resources Department. Lu Shuyan was the head of the Human Resources Department of the Kuiguang Group and a veteran of the group, and basically there would be no major problems. But what if? What if Yang Ruoqian just didn't like him? When facing a leader, people always get nervous involuntarily. However, Mr. Yang didn't care whether others were nervous or not. He walked up to him, looked him over, nodded and said, Luling, right? Not bad. Very good. I also watched that episode of the variety show. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with you. Of course, these were just polite words. Yang Ruoqian had never gotten to know this person, let alone be satisfied with him. It was just that Yang Ruoqian thought he could use the label of wildlife blogger a little. I see that the quality of your vlogs is quite high, and you also have motorhome, right? Yang Ruoqian recalled the previous words and asked, did you bring it here? I drove it here. Luling was still very nervous and nodded vigorously. It's in the parking lot. Do you want to go and have a look? As a top office building, the underground parking lot of Kuiguang building can park blue plate motorhomes, but generally speaking, motorhomes that are not from the company will not be allowed in. This function has basically become a decoration. Okay, let's take a look. Mr. Yang, who had already made up his mind about the evil plan, did not refuse and nodded. 3 minutes later, several people came to a small motorhome. The entire RV is not tall, and the exterior looks practical. When you open the door, you can see that the daily necessities inside are basically practical, not particularly luxurious, and are relatively compact. Luling smiled and introduced, although it is small, it has everything. It has a bed, a table and other multifunctional areas, a bathroom, a kitchen, etc. It's enough. Yang Ruoqian looked at the internal structure of the RV and didn't speak for a long time, but from his expression, it can be seen that he was very dissatisfied. Luling, who had just joined the company and had not yet officially participated in the work, was shocked and asked quickly, "Boss Yang, do you have any opinions?" As soon as this question was asked, the other two employees who followed couldn't help but want to cover their faces. "Brother, your EQ is too low. How can you ask the boss such a question directly?" However, Boss Yang doesn't care much about the high EQ terms in the workplace, and his image of not liking to put on airs as a leader has basically been deeply rooted in people's hearts. They are still not worried that Luling will be reprimanded. Sure enough, Yang Ruoqian just waved his hand and said, "You usually drive this car to travel and live outside? Won't it be uncomfortable?" "Ah, no, don't worry, Mr. Yang. No, you will." Yang Ruoqian interrupted Luling's speech and said earnestly, "The reason why you don't feel uncomfortable now is just that you have become accustomed to this discomfort in a long period of life. It doesn't mean that you are comfortable. Luling, you are obviously in dire straits. How can you be so numb? Look, the room is so narrow and the supplies are so crowded. How can it be comfortable? No, in our group, I don't allow employees' work efficiency to be affected by comfort issues. Improving your work environment immediately is your first priority. The group has the obligation to help you replace this RV." "Well, I don't have any idea about RVs. Tell me first, what is the original price of your RV?" Luling had never seen a boss who wanted to replace the car for his employees. He was confused and could only answer blankly, "I don't choose many options. The new car will cost about 250,000. He had been doing this for the past few years and didn't think it was a big deal. How could he be defined as being in dire straits? "Then I'll slightly improve the configuration for you." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "I'll allocate a budget of 5 million for you first." "How much?" Exclamation mark. "Just slightly improve the configuration and it will be increased to 5 million. As he said that, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Kim Yu, asking her to check the information of 5 million priced RVs available nationwide. If the system did not allow it, Yang Ruoqian would have raised the budget for buying cars for employees to tens of millions. Soon, Kim Yu sent a message, "Mr. Yang, do you need a driver's license? Many RVs cannot be driven with a blue license plate C license." Yang Ruoqian asked about Luling's driver's license information and said, "Limited to a blue license plate C license." "Okay, I'll arrange a channel to help you check. Please wait." More than 10 minutes later, Kim Yu sent a message back, "Mr. Yang, currently I have found 7 information that roughly meets your requirements in the country. From near to far, let me report to you. We are holding a car show in Jinhae City. The address is. The car model is jointly produced by Mercedes-Benz and Amaduro, but the budget may be slightly exceeded. Magic City, Yangcheng. There is one in Jinhae, and the budget may exceed 5 million. If it is just slightly exceeded, it will not encounter the system's warning standard." Yang Ruoqian put away his phone, sent a message to his driver, and then said to Luling, "It just so happens that there is a car show nearby. I will take you to update your workplace." "Boss Yang, get in the car. Time is more valuable than money." Seeing that the boss said so, Luling could only get in the car nervously. More than 20 minutes later, the luxury car drove into the parking lot of the destination. From a distance, you can see several high-end luxury cars prominently displayed on the wide exhibition stand, and several beautiful models standing next to them. The whole scene is filled with luxury and elegance. Just after getting off the car and taking 2 steps, 2 women in sales clothes suddenly ran out of the venue in front. Their goal was very clear. They came directly to Yang Ruoqian and smiled attentively. "Hello, Mr. Yang Ruoqian. I'm XXX with work number XXX. If you have anything you want to see or ask, just tell me directly." As a high-end car show, they certainly know who has money in the local area. And Yang Ruoqian is undoubtedly one of the rich people in Jinhae City, and he is the kind who is particularly willing to spend money. His arrival means performance. The moment Yang Ruoqian's highly recognizable car drove in, a sharp-eyed employee noticed it and notified the leader. So immediately the most professional and beautiful salesperson came to offer the most perfect service. This is also a small sales skill, providing the best and most sincere service to a person who is not short of money. All the food and drinks are provided free of charge, and this person is likely to make a purchase for the sake of face. Looking at this scene, Mr. Yang couldn't help but recall the time when he just started his business and got a chance to reimburse the system for a public car. The car salesperson at that time was Ruoqian. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "Take me to see your RV, the Mercedes-Benz one." "Okay, follow me." The salesperson smiled and led a few people to the RV exhibition hall. In the middle of the exhibition hall, there was a square off-road RV with dark green paint and 4 pairs of large wheels that were half a person's height. There was also an electric retractable foot pedal at the door of the RV to facilitate passengers getting on and off. As a senior RV user, Luling naturally knew how expensive this RV was. He shook his head repeatedly and whispered, "Mr. Yang, this is too expensive, and the cost of maintaining the car is very high. Let's forget it." Hearing people who know cars say this, Yang Ruoqian was more satisfied with the behemoth in front of him. He ignored Luling's words and said to the salesperson, "Please introduce it to me." In fact, Yang Ruoqian was too lazy to listen to the introduction. He didn't need an RV anyway. It's just that it's a bit strange to buy it without asking anything, so it's better to go through the process. "Okay, Mr. Yang." The salesperson who was arranged to receive Yang Ruoqian was naturally very skilled. She didn't even look at the information and immediately introduced it. "Let me take you to understand the engine, chassis, suspension." After talking about the basic properties of these cars, the salesperson took the two into the rear compartment of the RV. This is a multifunctional living room with a liftable TV and sofa. When parking, the car can be widened to both sides, and the space inside the car is very spacious. Even if you are 1.9 meters tall, you can't touch the top when you stand up and stretch your hands out. I'll show you the kitchen. The kitchen facilities of this RV are very complete, with an induction cooker, oven, steamer, and microwave oven. If you unfold the outer part of the car, there is also a grill. Next to the oven is a 4-set dishwasher and disinfection cabinet for household use. The refrigerator and wine cabinet are here. Here is the washing machine with drying and washing machine. Separate bathroom with dry and wet separation. 2 meter x 1.5 meters double bed. Very large storage space. This is the second floor. The second floor is a bit low. Please watch your head. After more than 20 minutes of introduction, the salesperson finally finished all the information about the entire RV, including the price. Of course, the price of this RV is very high. At present, it takes a full 6 million to land with this configuration. Even if Yang Ruoqian does not lack this 6 million, it does not mean that he will use this money to buy such a RV. At this price, if you add a little more, you can even buy a Cullinan. So after the salesperson told him the price, he immediately added, "Mr. Yang, we have some other RVs at other prices on display, and the quality is also very good. If you are interested, I can take you to see them." "No, just this one." Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with the RV. He took out a black card from his bag, ignoring Luling's shocked look, and said, "Buy it. Insurance and license plate are all covered for me. Is there any problem?" All the tools in the car, such as kitchen utensils, dishwashing blocks and other similar necessities must be complete. Even the knowledgeable salesperson was stunned for a moment. He is indeed a wealthy man with a reputation throughout Jinhae City. Just with a glance, he took out 6 million without blinking, just to buy such a big toy. After paying the bill and issuing the invoice at the speed of light, Yang Ruoqian looked at the money disappearing from the balance and nodded with satisfaction. "You guys can take over the remaining procedures. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Mr. Yang took the car and ran away, leaving behind Luling, who was confused and had received a new car before he officially joined the company. He looked at the salesperson in front of him and the luxury car that could no longer be seen and slowly uttered a word, "Ah." After returning home, Yang Ruoqian changed his shoes and saw Chan Ziking eating melon seeds while watching a tablet. "Are you watching that job hunting variety show again?" Yang Ruoqian changed his shoes and moved over. It feels like you've been watching this recently. Recently, Yang Ruoqian has been busy dealing with the richest man in Jinhae City, the award ceremony and the promotional film, and has no time to pay attention to the variety show that Lu Shuyan participated in. However, Yang Ruoqian was still very satisfied with Lu Shuyan's performance, as he came back with the master, who spent 6 million. Seeing that Chang Ziking has been watching it, the show should be quite good. Yeah. Chang Ziking double-clicked the screen and said, "You've missed several episodes. It's so fun and exciting. It was a job hunting variety show, but now it's like a werewolf show with guests." Mr. Yang, who had almost finished his recent work, became curious. "Is that so? I'll come and see it too." The two turned on the TV and activated the screen projection function. Chang Ziking had been watching it for a while, and it happened to be the scene where the guests appeared. As the boss, Yang Ruoqian could see at a glance that the head of Youfu Group looked much worse than the first time he watched the variety show. He secretly glanced at Lu Shuyan, with a little bit of frustration in his eyes. Chapter 368, Recruiting People in a Crazy Manner. Since the last variety show poor performance and the pressure from the leader, Xiao Cheng, who originally regarded recruiting as a business trip at public expense, changed his previous carelessness and regarded this variety show as his life event. No wonder he was so nervous. I heard that the company headquarters was severely humiliated by the Kuiguang group recently. Now the relationship between the two sides is not to say that they are sympathetic, but at least they are incompatible. Because of this incident, it is said that a major purge was carried out within the top management of Youfu Group, and many executives were resigned in this purge. This even includes Zheng Wenning, the head of the entire live broadcast business segment. Although the live broadcast department has not been well received within the group due to profitability issues, Zheng Wenning's position is higher than that of Xiao Cheng. Zheng Wenning could leave yesterday, and Xiao Cheng can leave tomorrow. But fortunately, Lu Shuyan quickly pressed the rejection button in the last 2 episodes, so Xiao Cheng can choose people with confidence and boldness without causing much trouble. Although the process was very bizarre, the guests on the scene often fell into a terrifying cycle of if you don't move, I move, if you move, I move, if you move, I don't move immediately for some unknown reason. The guests on the scene were different from before, and they all had a strange feeling, among which Kuiguang, Gao Iao and Youfu were the worst. Now Xiao Cheng just hoped that this Mr. Lu could make a decision quickly and not wait until the last second to press the button like the first time he recruited people. Yang Ruoqian grabbed a handful of melon seeds and asked curiously, "Why does Xiao Cheng look so weird? He wasn't like this in the first episode." "I don't know." Chang Ziking shook her head. "I heard that things have been going on at Youfu Group recently, and many former executives have been fired. Maybe it's because of this? He's afraid he'll be fired, so he's too nervous to sleep well. It's possible. It's not a good feeling to be told by the company that you don't have to go back before you return from a business trip." Yang Ruoqian agreed with Chang Ziking's opinion, but why did Youfu Group suddenly lay off employees? Is it because the financial report is not good? Youfu Group is a listed company, and its financial report must be disclosed. I haven't heard of any big bombs. After being reborn, Yang Ruoqian was very cautious and did not try to use his experience in his previous life to speculate in stocks. Facts have proved that he was completely right. The stock of a certain winery that soared in the previous life is basically in a tepid state here, up and down, with little fluctuation and even a little loss. The shares of other companies are basically the same. Some soared, some plummeted, and there is no pattern at all. Mr. Yang has no idea about his business ability, but he has some knowledge of his stock trading ability. Once he enters the A-share market, he will not be able to get out without losing a lot of money. That's all his own money. If he loses his own money, there is no system to help him reimburse. Chang Ziking shook her head again. "I don't know. This is the company's business. Who can tell me? Who cares? Youfu Group's business has nothing to do with us." Yang Ruoqian was too lazy to care so much. Continue watching the variety show. On the big screen, the first job seeker walked out confidently. He was wearing a suit and looked very young, but he had a middle-aged hairstyle. The host walked up with a microphone and said with a smile, "Let's welcome this job seeker from XX, Luke A. Welcome you." "Hello, host, hello, guests." Luke held the microphone and said in Mandarin with a slight accent, "Very good, let's start the first introduction video." The host smiled and pointed to the big screen behind him with his palm. "Please come in." Soon, the first video began to play. The scene starts with a study room, and the job seeker is in the deepest part of the study room, holding a brush, writing something on the rice paper on the table. Above his head, a very sloppy handwriting says Bean Ruoqian, but it looks like women's treasure, and is very conspicuous. However, ignoring this detail, this opening scene can barely be considered acceptable. While the guests were thinking this, Luke K's unique accent was played by the loudspeaker. "I'm a genius." After this, the video was still playing, but the whole variety show seemed to be frozen. The leaders who have seen a lot of things were speechless for a while, and they couldn't believe their ears. "What the hell?" Exclamation mark. In this day and age, there are still people who dare to call themselves geniuses in public, even if they are geniuses in the true sense, who have good grades since childhood, have been admitted to famous universities and famous majors at a young age, and have won many awards in various competitions. They have to be cautious when saying this on this show. Because these guests are not teachers, nor are they engaged in academics, but in business. A genius in learning may not necessarily be able to do business well, unless there is a boss who is in urgent need of an actuary or an employee who specializes in a certain technology. Otherwise, if you say you are a genius, it is really easy to be ridiculed by the crowd. Maybe he really has some skills. Yang Ruoqian threw a melon seed into his mouth and commented with interest, "I envy those geniuses in the class. Come on, when we were in school, we were already the group of geniuses in the class. The scoreline is enough to be admitted to a key university, and even in a very good high school, it is at least in the top 10. At most, he is a top student, not a genius." Yang Ruoqian pointed at the job seeker who was full of self-confidence on the screen. "Look at what a real genius looks like. He dares to speak out in front of so many big bosses and so many audiences. He should have some level of ability." The barrage was also speculating where this person came from. Is he a top student from a famous domestic university or an international student from a famous international university? However, what he said next immediately silenced everyone. "I'm from XX Arts and Crafts Institute." As soon as this sentence came out, not only did Mr. Yang in front of the screen show a shocked expression, but even the guests who seemed to be sitting on the top of Mount A, at least on the surface, looked a little embarrassed. For Mr. Yang himself, he actually didn't value academic qualifications that much. What academic qualifications does Kuiguang Group need? As long as they can lose money, they are good employees. The ratio of people with high and low academic qualifications in the company is almost 50 to 50. He doesn't have much academic discrimination, but this kind of person who has a secondary technical school diploma and calls himself a genius is a bit too confused about his position. As soon as this sentence came out, Yang Ruoqian guessed that this person must be the kind of job seeker who didn't know what was good for him, and arranged by the program team to create a program effect. It is specially used to raise the blood pressure of the audience and guests. The rest of the content after the video is also all kinds of bragging about himself, all kinds of boasting about genius, and his academic studies, academic achievements, work experience and work results are not mentioned at all. However, after the video ended, all the guests did not turn off the lights, which was rare. But from their expressions, it can be seen that the reason for not turning off the lights is very simple. These guests want more time to criticize Luke K. The host saw that all the guests on the stage were in the pending state and immediately smiled and said, "Very good. Congratulations to this job seeker for not being rejected in the first round of screening. Then we will enter the extra session, and all guests can have a 3-minute conversation with a job seeker. Please welcome the first teacher." The first speaker was naturally the CEO of Kuiguang Group. He said very impolitely, "This job seeker, I have a question. Please tell us what a genius is. Please define it first." Luke K answered very quickly, "I think the definition of a genius is that even after 200 years, the world can still remember you. but this definition is too harsh, and few people may be able to achieve it, so I relaxed some conditions. Anyone who can win the Nobel Prize is considered a genius. GAO Group has participated in this program several times, and the CEO also reviewed the previous variety show content. At this time, his mood was relatively stable. I have finished asking questions, and I don't think I have anything to say. Please invite the next guest. After that, he pressed the reject button. The second guest also asked some questions, and after secretly mocking the academic qualifications in colleges, he also pressed the reject button. The third person was Ruoqian. She remembered Yang Ruoqian's instructions at this time. There was no nervousness on her face. She just asked with a little curiosity, "What is the book in your hand?" Ruoqian immediately took a small booklet in his hand and said proudly, "This is the secret book of genius. I wrote down the process of becoming a genius. As long as you think and act according to this book in the future, you can become a genius." Ruoqian nodded gently. "Host, can we take a look at this book?" The host was very good at livening up the atmosphere. He immediately said yes, took the book from Ruoqian, and put it in Ruoqian's hand. Ruoqian simply glanced at it twice, without any change in her face. After 30 or 40 seconds, she suddenly looked up and said, "There is a hard indicator on this book." Ruoqian said that he plans to win a Nobel Prize to prove the correctness of this book. Well, I have finished what I want to say. Let the next guest speak. For the effect of the show, the guest next to the guest of Kuiguang Group is naturally Ruoqian, the guest of Youfu Group. When Ruoqian heard the genius theory, he actually wanted to turn off the light. But for the sake of the show effect and the what if of Kuiguang Group, he still resisted the urge to turn off the light. After all, if he makes another mistake, he may very well receive a dismissal letter from the company. For the sake of the future, think more, look more, and make cautious decisions. When making a decision subconsciously, you must think about it and see what Ruoqian has done. Sure enough, after Ruoqian finished her speech, she did not choose to turn off the light, but remained in the pending state. Fortunately, he was not fooled. Ruoqian did not dare to neglect it. He thought about it and asked a question first. "LVK, how old are you this year?" Ruoqian replied, 39 years old this year. 39 years old. Ruoqian resisted the urge to turn off the light again and nodded. "How long do you think it will take you to win the Nobel Prize?" "If I have 10 million in my hand, I'm confident that I can get it within 3 years. Ruoqian said very seriously and seriously, "This is the startup and research and development funds. Scientific research funds. It's nonsense." But, since Ruoqian still has the light on, it means that this matter is not simple. Ruoqian doesn't know what's not simple, but Ruoqian, as a veteran of Kuiguang Group, must know. That person is on par with his immediate boss, or even better, and her ability to accept fate in personnel matters is even better than that of the CEO of GAO Group. Following her judgment must be right. Ruoqian resisted the urge to shake his head and did not rush, letting the next guest continue to ask questions. Soon, a round of questioning ended, but only one person turned off the light. The video soon entered the next round of playback. Sure enough, looking at the choices of others, Ruoqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone chose this way, which means that this job applicant really has some unusual qualities. Maybe it's hidden in the details of the first video. He didn't find it, but it doesn't mean that Ruoqian didn't find it. What exactly did Ruoqian and the Kuiguang Group behind her see in Ruoqian? Could it be that they believe that Ruoqian can really exchange 10 million for a Nobel Prize? Exclamation mark. If it were in any other situation, let alone someone with a technical secondary school diploma, he wouldn't believe it, even if a graduate student from a prestigious university said this. But the problem is, now it seems that Kuiguang Group seems to believe it. Kuiguang Group is best at turning impossible into possible. How many things that people in the industry have rated as impossible have Kuiguang Group finally accomplished? In terms of probability, the chance of a newly established domestic film company winning the highest award at the 3 major film festivals for its first film is close to zero. Based on experience, knowledge, and everything else, Ruoqian dared to be sure that Ruoqian had no chance of winning the Nobel Prize. But it was Kuiguang Group that made this decision. How many company seniors were fired because they didn't believe in evil? If a future Nobel Prize winner was missed on this show, what would be Xiao Cheng's fate? Exclamation mark. The more Xiao Cheng thought about it, the more scared he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a terrible conspiracy behind Lu Shuiwen's calm expression, so he didn't even finish watching the video and immediately pressed the favorite button. Ding. As soon as the option representing favorite lit up at the UFA group seat, Lu Shuiwen didn't hesitate for even a second and directly pressed the reject button. Now, she is just a tool who faithfully follows the boss's procedures. As long as there is a job seeker who is wanted, she will reject him. Dang. Following Lu Shuiwen's action, the other guests made a decision at the same time, almost as if they had agreed. Dang. 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 Rejection, or rejections. The situation that was still very good more than 10 seconds ago instantly became the dominance of UFO group. The host looked at this scene, nodded and smiled. Very good, there is only one guest who chose favorite. Then let's go directly to the last step. Teacher Xiao will give the position and salary. Xiao Cheng was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 369. Are you serious? Everything happened so fast that before Xiao Cheng could react, all the guests turned off their lights. So he became the most dazzling person in the audience. It was not until the host asked him what kind of treatment he would offer to job seekers that Xiao Cheng suddenly woke up. What had he done? Exclamation mark. In public, he actually recruited a person who only had a technical secondary school diploma and claimed that he could win the Nobel Prize in 3 years with only 10 million yuan. Xiao Cheng actually believed that the Kuiguang group had a way to make this a reality. He actually thought that Lu Shuiwen wanted to recruit him into the company. Exclamation mark. The fear of the Kuiguang group's repeated miracles and the sense of urgency that kept counting down made Xiao Cheng inevitably have irrational judgments. Now that Lu Shuiwen turned off the lights and the other guests turned off the lights, he immediately calmed down and rationality returned to his mind. It's bad. It's been set up. The last time a similar situation occurred, Lu Shuiwen had been sitting still, waiting until the countdown reached the last second, before making a choice. This time, except for the irrational behavior of other guests, Lu Shuiwen's performance was exactly the same as last time. They were all job seekers who looked like they were about to be turned off, and they all gave neither good nor bad evaluations, and they all remained in the pending state when someone chose to turn off the light in seconds. Xiao Cheng, who was scolded by his boss and was afraid of being fired, subconsciously preferred a more conservative choice in his heart, that is, referring to Lu Shuiwen's performance last time. Last time, Lu Shuiwen chose to admit lulling. Perhaps because she was worried that the job seeker would not choose her. If there were other people present who did not turn off the light, Lu Shuiwen would keep the light in her hand in the pending state. Xiao Cheng subconsciously thought that Lu Shuiwen would play the same way as last time. However, he was wrong, and he was very wrong. If he did not handle this matter properly and recruited this Nobel Prize competitor into the company, Xiao Cheng's reputation would be completely ruined. Not only is there a high possibility of being fired by the company, but it may even become a joke for the entire network. You have to know that after the director of the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group joined Your Best Job, the ratings of this variety show have been very high. Xiao Cheng was fooled by Lu Shuiwen, and UFA Group was fooled by Kuiguang Group. The fact that he recruited a person who defied the heavens into the company is likely to become the material for ridicule by the entire network in the next period of time. On the one hand, he was humiliated by Kuiguang Group at the Golden Image Cornerstone Award ceremony, and on the other hand, he was coaxed into recruiting a person who was found by the program team to improve the program effect. With 2 prongs, how furious the company's top management will be is something that you don't even need to think about. As for directly reneging on the variety show, it is even more impossible to do it. After all, it is a publicly broadcast variety show. Both parties must have signed a contract, and there are clear regulations on reneging. If you force yourself to renege, no matter what the reason is, even if you say that you pressed the wrong button, you must pay millions. If the company loses millions of dollars for no apparent reason, because of my own fault, will I still want to keep this job? Moreover, UFA Group already has a very bad reputation outside. If I do something to go back on my word at the last minute, the public relations department will probably call and scold me. After I recruit you, I can still say that it will be useful. If I go back on my word at the last minute, it means I have admitted to everyone that I was indeed cheated by Kuiguang Group. Now that the money has been lost, I must save my face. Our UFO group is open-minded, creative, and energetic. It's great that you have a dream, but things have to be done step by step. At this initial stage, UFO group may not be able to meet your requirements. I hope you are mentally prepared. After speaking, Xiao Cheng began to draft the treatment according to almost the minimum standard. It is also a decent way to let this job seeker actively reject this labor contract. Unfortunately, Xiao Cheng didn't know that when he said this, the barrage of comments watching this scene had already filled the entire screen. Ha ha ha. Someone actually hired this idiot. We're all just joking. Aching, are you serious? I think he must have been tricked. Didn't you notice that the moment he chose favorite, the guests from other companies turned off all the lights? I feel something is wrong too. I suspect someone is setting up a trap. You can tell with your feet that it's Mr. Liu from Kuiguang Group who is causing trouble. It's no secret that their two companies have conflicts. Although I don't know how Mr. Liu did it, there must be all kinds of alliances and conspiracies. TSK, I'm so curious, what on earth did Mr. Liu do to make the big boss of UFO Group take the initiative to find such a trap? Xiao Cheng can offer him a low salary, but it won't hurt much, and it's extremely insulting. There must be a business war in there that I can't understand. He is worthy of being the director of the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group and a veteran of Kuiguang Group. TSK, his level is very high at first glance. It looks good, but the Kuiguang Group has recruited too few people. Oh, recruit more people, so that we can see the recruitment standards. How can one sample be enough? I think there shouldn't be many samples. Whether it is academic qualifications, ability or past experience, they are not the only criteria for their selection. What they care about most may be suitability. Why not watch the fun of UFO Group? Ha 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 ha. Head to head, Yang Ruoqian and his friend who were watching the fun on the sofa couldn't help but discuss, no, UFO Group is recruiting everyone now? Are they really hungry? Mr. Yang himself is a little disgusted with such people. How come UFO still recruits them? Chang Ziking also found it very strange, as the boss lady of Kuiguang Group. Of course she knew that those things said in the barrage were pure conspiracy theories. What conspiracy of Kuiguang Group against UFO Group? What Lu Shuiwen's alliance to strangle Xiao Cheng are all nonsense. The company's top management has never issued such orders, and Chang Ziking is very clear about Xiao Lu's personality. She can't play tricks at all. Chang Ziking was also very curious about Xiao Cheng's thoughts at this time. Who knows, maybe they think this person really has a chance to win the Nobel Prize? Even if we analyze it rationally, he can't win the Nobel Prize. Yang Ruoqian complained, which Nobel Prize doesn't require long-term accumulation? 3 years is not enough. I think he may not even know that the Nobel Prize in Economics is not the Nobel Prize. Chang Ziking continued to complain. It's really not easy for this program group to find such a weirdo. It's hard for them. Yang Ruoqian grabbed another handful of melon seeds and expressed his own opinion. Well, I even think that with his level, he can't even win the funny Nobel Prize. Usually, you can occasionally encounter one or two weird people on the internet, but it's rare to meet them in real life. While the two were talking, Xiao Cheng on the screen also took out the labor contract he drafted. Xiao Cheng said seriously, we appreciate your innovative spirit and your will to fight hard, but you also need to understand that the company cannot make such a high investment just because of your empty words. If you can achieve results with the existing resources, we can consider your request. The host also asked at the right time, then please ask Mr. Xiao to show the treatment he is willing to give to this job seeker. On the big screen, the contract in Xiao Cheng's hand was displayed. Position. Salary. 3,000 per month. Other benefits. After reading the entire contract, even the other guests who were just watching the fun fell silent and did not speak for a long time. This contract is basically a contract stuck at the bottom line, and all the benefits are arranged as badly as possible. In addition to not illegal, this kind of work contract can be seen almost everywhere, which does not conform to the tone of this variety show at all. Youfu Group really made the wrong choice for some unknown reason. Instead of choosing to regret, they chose to set low conditions and find ways to make the job seeker run away on their own initiative. Xiao Cheng still has some face. After the host finished reading the contract, he joked, "It seems that Mr. Xiao is still conservative and cautious about this job applicant." Xiao Cheng said calmly, "Resources are limited. If you want more resources, you must first prove your value. We are happy to provide you with the opportunity to prove your value, but whether you can seize this opportunity and obtain greater resources depends on your ability. Now, this job applicant, are you willing to accept this opportunity?" As he said this, he secretly glanced at Lu Shuiwen out of the corner of his eye. However, Lu Shuiwen's face showed no expression. There was a sparse applause at the scene. Even the people invited by the program team were somewhat disdainful of Xiao Cheng's rather shameless remarks. If not, just give someone a most basic semi-physical position, basically working like a cow or a horse. How can you prove yourself? With this salary, it's barely enough to survive. How can you make achievements? Like the Kuiguang Group, they really give opportunities. 10 years ago, Xiao Cheng's rhetoric might have deceived many people and made many people work hard for that big pie, even working overtime for free. But now, basically no one is fooled. However, the middle-aged man who claimed that he could win the Nobel Prize with 10 million yuan and still held the secrets of genius in his hand, did not even think about it and nodded directly and said, "I'm willing to accept this contract. Teacher Xiao, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity." He didn't even think about the salary of 3,000 yuan a month, and he agreed directly. The CEO of Kuiguang Group, who watched the show throughout, couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. As a smart person, how could he not see that this job applicant was pretending to be stupid? Whether it was deliberately arranged by the program team or they wanted to get on the screen in this way, Youfu Group was really cheated this time. The host also tried to hold back his laughter. He looked at Xiao Cheng, whose face had turned green, and said, "In that case, both parties should sign the labor contract. Congratulations to both of you on finding your ideal employees and your ideal jobs. Let us invite the next job applicant." At noon the next day, in the staff cafeteria. Ha 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 ha. Several employees laughed quietly while eating their big meal. Look at Xiao Cheng's face. It stinks like he's eaten shit. Boss Lu is really amazing. He can easily control the other party. He's both low-key and amazing. Okay. Another employee said, "You see, Boss Xiao is also very amazing. But Boss Lu, his presence in the company, was not high before. Who among those who consider that position in our company is not a big boss among big bosses? Boss Lu's position is very stable. It just so happens that I know an old employee of the company. I'll ask him what earth-shaking things Boss Lu has done in the past. The main thing is that it feels great to see with my own eyes the boss of our company bullying his competitors outside. Shh, keep your voice down. Boss Yang and Boss Xiao are coming." At this time, Boss Yang, who was holding a plate in his hand and walking towards the president's exclusive room, had a little disgust on his face. "Why are you so concerned about the richest man in Jinhei City? What does this movie have to do with you? Xiao Yuki, I have finished all the projects on hand. By the way, do you have any new projects to play with? To be honest, the entertainment industry is quite interesting. The company plans to shoot a promotional video for the official. You can go and have a look then." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "This quarter, we have basically done what we should do." As he said that, Yang Ruoqian sat on the chair and was about to take out his phone to look for the kind of video that can be watched while eating. A few seconds later, a prompt suddenly popped up on a certain video playback platform. "The program group of you are the best job issued a notice. Due to personal work changes, Teacher Xiao Cheng will no longer participate in the next variety show, and you for group will have someone else to continue to participate in the variety show. Click here to see the profile of the new guest good guy." The latest episode of the variety show was just released for a day, and you for group acted so quickly and directly removed this embarrassing thing. Although Xiao Cheng's performance on the variety show yesterday forced an excuse for his mistakes, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was an attempt to cover up the truth. TSK, this kid, I guess he will be bullied when he goes back. If Yufu is a little more ruthless, it is not impossible for him to be expelled. After gloating, Yang Ruoqian deleted the information and continued to look for videos to watch while eating on the video platform. Soon, a recommendation caught Yang Ruoqian's attention. Hardcore, the sky-high auction price of the inferior trophy, analyzing from a business perspective how the Kuiguang Group completed this century-long marketing campaign. After seeing the video about himself, Mr. Yang immediately became curious and clicked in from the homepage. At the beginning of the video, there was a funny voice. Haha. Hello, everyone. I'm your favorite Upmaster XXXX. I have been late for a long time recently, and I saw a lot of private messages asking me to talk about the Kuiguang Group. Then I will use the recent Golden Mop Award to analyze the business logic of it for everyone. You see, this funny trophy should be classified as a street stall product worth 5 yuan at most, right? Its first-hand price is only more than 200 yuan, and the cost is estimated to be no more than 100. But just now, this trophy was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 130,000. Chapter 370 Mysterious Buyer. What the hell? Yang Ruoqian almost spit out the food in his mouth. 130,000 just to buy that trophy designed with feet. Are all the rich people nowadays so boring? After the lesson of the last concert, Mr. Yang already knew that, as long as it is a limited edition, even if it is a pile of shit, someone will drive it up to a high price. But the problem is that there must be an upper limit to this high price. 130,000 is not worth mentioning to the current Kuiguang Group, but the value is not high, and it is extremely insulting. Moreover, this trophy is different from a limited edition album, and there is no commemorative significance in buying it back. Forget it. Yang Ruoqian ate the food in his mouth. Next time, tell the marketing department not to auction the trophy. Just set a price and sell it to whoever grabs it first. After comforting himself with this sentence, Yang Ruoqian put on the wireless headphones and continued to watch the content in the video. The highly recognizable voice of the video blogger came from the headphones. Recently, there must be a lot of friends who pay attention to the entertainment industry and those who don't. They have eaten a piece of gossip. The Kuiguang Group held an award ceremony by themselves and awarded the worst film award to their sworn enemy, the Yufu Group. The most important thing is that the Yufu Group can only grit its teeth and swallow it, because their Magic City Fortress really deserves the title of the worst. If any of you missed the award ceremony, you can go and watch the live broadcast replay before watching this video. If any of you don't know what the Kuiguang Group is, then my evaluation of you is that you have no enterprising spirit. Enough of the jokes, let's get back to the topic. Logically, a company disgusts its rival company and awards them an award, and the matter should end here. But what kind of company is the Kuiguang Group, and who is Yang Ruoqian? Can he let the matter end here? As we all know, the entertainment industry is a very closed circle. Outsiders have to work hard to get in, let alone awarding. But what about Kuiguang Group? Well, it entered so easily, and it is doing very well. Other old school conservatives are so angry, but they can't do anything about it. At this time, some friends will ask, is there any need for Yufu Group to care about Kuiguang Group? An award issued by a company, even the organizing committee is made up of their own people. What value can it have? Well, that's right. I'll tell you in detail next. Seeing this, Mr. Yang was also very curious. Yes, what value can an award issued by his entertainment company that has been established for less than 2 years have? Why is there no one on the internet questioning this award now? Mr. Yang, who was confused about what he had done, cheered up and listened to other people's analysis of his achievements with a serious learning attitude. The Upmaster continued, speaking of tactics, it can be summed up in one word: resources. Although this award has just been established, both the actual benefits and resources are real. The Kuiguang Group only invited celebrity directors to receive the award, but did not require them to affirm the value of the award on the internet. Look at that trophy, isn't it awesome? One costs at least 300,000. Not to mention the resources that can't be bought with any amount of money in the entertainment industry. After investing resources, even if they don't recognize this award in their hearts, they can't deny the value of the award in public. Other people who didn't receive the award must be jealous and want to receive it, so they won't express any objections. When there is no objection on the entire internet, the value of the Golden Image Cornerstone Award is not equal to a little girl who lets young Ruoqian dress her up, and he can brag about it however he wants. At this point, someone will definitely ask, are those other companies and celebrities fools? They can't see such an obvious thing. Well, this is seeing the truth, but not saying it out loud. Imagine, someone with considerable influence in the field recognizes your ability, but you turn around and say that others don't have the gold content. Isn't that the same as slapping yourself in the face? What is an open conspiracy? What is three people make a tiger? This is it. When everyone does not deny the gold content of the Academy Awards Cornerstone Award, whether it itself has gold content becomes less important. Moreover, I also specifically checked the directors and actors of these award-winning works, and found that most of them were people who lost in the selection, and had never won related awards. The Kuiguang Group's award giving has attracted this group of upstarts. They will definitely support this award with all their strength after being recognized, even if they have to pinch their noses to blow it up. When the up host said this, the barrage was full of exclamations such as wow, so that's how it is, and Boss Yang's operation is awesome. After Kuiguang Group became a star enterprise, Mr. Yang, who never concealed his identity, gradually accumulated fame on the internet. It was not a celebrity-like fame, but a fame that jumped out of the paper as soon as the name was heard. In fact, many netizens called him Mr. Yang directly. Yang Ruoqian looked at the barrage. The SYNOPSIS analysis was very logical, and the arguments were very sufficient and logical. The only problem was that Yang Ruoqian didn't think that much. What carefully selected winners? He never took care of such trivial matters and directly let the organizing committee take care of it. While he was madly complaining in his heart, the uploader continued. Finally, there is the interesting little thing mentioned in the title. When the Golden Mop Award was presented, the victim, no, the winner naturally did not come. After all, who can bear such humiliation? There is no need to mention the resources. It seems a pity that no one claims this trophy. So our boss Yang made an astonishing decision. He decided to put these funny trophies directly on the online auction platform for sale. After the auction of these trophies, the Kuiguang Group recovered at least 600,000 or 700,000. I was particularly curious about which rich man was willing to spend such a high price to buy such a toy. Guess what I found? I found that the accounts of these anonymous buyers were just registered, and their IP addresses were all in Pengcheng. Can you guess who the mysterious buyers of these trophies are now? You don't want it. If it's given to you for free, then buy it with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ha 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 ha. It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. Uploader, I'm just a small person. I dare not spread rumors without any reason. I didn't say anything, not targeting anyone, and didn't make any hints. Of course, I've said so much. The most important factor is that the Kuiguang Group itself is strong, has achieved remarkable results, and has produced works that are recognized by the international community. This is a reason why the current situation can be created. Otherwise, no matter how many memes there are, they are just for self-entertainment. Okay, today's program ends here. See you in the next program. By the way, the advertising space is for rent. Is there any client who would like to let me eat? After watching the video, Mr. Yang was silent for a moment, quickly finished the remaining food, and hurriedly left the office. Good for you, you food group. You finally caught the ghost. No wonder someone is willing to bid for a trophy at a price of hundreds of thousands. It turns out that they want to force themselves to save face. It's normal to think about it assuming a scenario. Food Group's old rival SYNOPSIS Group secretly bought these trophies while fueling the recognition of the gold content of the Golden Image Foundation Award and displaying the trophies in the most conspicuous position. This blow is too great for Food Group. The loss of reputation is not something that can be solved by just a few $100,000. Therefore, in this matter, Food Group lost face, and President Yang inexplicably received hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. It can be said that both sides lose. How abominable. He actually bought the trophy himself. Yang Ruoqian cursed angrily when he walked into the office. Next time, the trophy must be changed to a fixed price model. Even if you use software, you can only rely on luck to grab it. Anyway, there is only one product, and it is difficult to count the number of people who use software to grab it. In the end, who will win the trophy depends on luck. After cursing, Yang Ruoqian sighed, flipped through the documents on the table casually, and then turned on the computer to play a game to relax. In order to avoid being interrupted by Kimu rushing into the office halfway through the game like before, Yang Ruoqian specially asked the secretary in advance this time to make sure that she would find him in the afternoon before opening the game. Alas, it's really not easy to be a boss. Yang Ruoqian sighed and waited for the game to be matched. However, just as the afternoon working time arrived, Yang Ruoqian received a call on his mobile phone on time. No. Why is it so difficult for me to get away with something? Yang Ruoqian clicked off the game match in despair and glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. The caller shown on it was Lu Xuan. Little Lu? Isn't she still out of town, participating in the variety show You Are the Best Job? Due to the nature of the guests, most of the guests of this job hunting variety show will not stay in the city where the program group is located during the variety show. Many people, including the CEO of Gaoaya Group, will fly back to the company headquarters one day after filming the variety show, or even on the same day, to continue their work. Of course, President Yang will definitely not miss this great opportunity. As long as the variety show is filming, Lu Xuan is directly prohibited from returning to Jinhei City and the company to work. Employees who work hard to spend money during business trips are truly good employees. Even if she encounters a big thing, she can only contact through phone or WeChat. What happened now that she suddenly wants to call me? I haven't heard that the You Are the Best Job program group has revealed any news. And if it was a big thing about Lu Xuan, the secretary would have come to report it long ago. It seems that Lu Xuan herself encountered a problem, and it was not a big problem. Yang Ruoqian thought for a moment and pressed the connect button. Hello, Xiao Lu? What's the matter? Is the business trip fund insufficient? Lu Xuan, who had developed the habit of thrift since childhood, quickly denied. Boss Yang, no, it's not that the fund is insufficient. I encountered a problem here and wanted to ask your opinion. What is it? If it is a personnel matter, you can make the decision yourself. Now Yang Ruoqian is only responsible for some special personnel appointments in Kuiguang Group, and the recruitment of the most ordinary employees has now been completely handed over to the Human Resources Department. Anyway, Boss Yang has tried to recruit a variety of employees on a large scale, but the final result is the same, so he simply gave up struggling. As for why the Human Resources Department is still pursuing its original habit of recruiting people, and how this tradition has been preserved and become the first learning task for all employees in the Human Resources Department when they join the company, Yang Ruoqian himself can't explain it. Lu Xuan immediately said, Boss Yang, this matter is related to both personnel and variety shows. It doesn't seem like anything you told me to do, so I want to ask what you think. After appearing on the variety show, Lu Xuan realized that she had shortcomings in her abilities and planned to slowly improve her abilities through learning and execution, striving to make herself worthy of the position of director of the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group as soon as possible. Yang Ruoqian was immediately curious, are they all related? Tell me, Lu Xuan said, have you watched the latest episode of the variety show? Do you still remember Xiao Cheng, the guest of Youfu Group? He was the guest who recruited the Nobel Prize candidate into Youfu Group, right? It would be hard for Yang Ruoqian not to have an impression of this person who provided him with laughs for a month. I watched the latest episode, and I have some impression of this person. I just saw the program team issued an announcement saying that Youfu Group plans to remove him and replace him with another guest, right? Lu Xuan affirmed, yes, President Yang, it's this Xiao Cheng. Yang Ruoqian asked, what's wrong with him? Lu Xuan said, he found me this morning and said he wanted to discuss something with me. He wants to appear on the variety show Your Best Job as a job seeker and hopes that I can hire him. I don't dare to make a decision on my own, so I came to ask you. What? Yang Ruoqian didn't react. He went on the variety show as a job seeker and hopes that we will accept him. Is he no longer working at Youfu Group? According to him, after the variety show that day, the Nobel Prize candidate went to work at UFO Group smoothly, but Xiao Cheng himself was directly dismissed on the spot. He was on a business trip and didn't have to come back. Yang Ruoqian was even more confused. He thought about it and asked uncertainly, well, he was fired because of this, so he holds a grudge against UFO Group and plans to humiliate his old employer in this way. Lu Shuiwen was not too sure, should be, because he was fired for hiring the wrong person on a variety show, and then he returned to the variety show as a job seeker and completed the cooperation with the rival company. This is no longer a humiliation to UFO Group. It is using UFO Group's face as toilet paper to wipe his butt. You can't tell at ordinary times that Xiao Cheng is so cruel. The program team should not refuse such a thing with great program effect. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with money, and the person who can recruit a Nobel Prize candidate into the company should not have much ability. President Yang suddenly became playful and said, no problem, promise him. Chapter 371 Fun and Big Fun. Lu Shuiwen faithfully followed Mr. Yang's orders and immediately agreed. Okay, Mr. Yang, do you have any instructions on how to recruit him? The variety show Your Best Job has many different stages. Recruitment is recruitment, but how to recruit, at which stage to recruit, and what conditions to offer this person, all have a lot of room for maneuver. Yang Ruoqian recalled the specific process of the variety show in his mind and said, let Xiao Cheng go to the last link as much as possible, and extend the recruitment time. The longer the recruitment time is, the longer the public execution of UFO Group will be. Anyway, going against UFO Group is both relieving and costing money, and it can also be fun to watch, so why not do it? Think about it. Xiao Cheng, who was a guest a few days ago, has transformed into a job seeker. Facing the new UFO Group guest on the stage, he directly turned to his old rival Kuiguang Group, without looking back. How exciting this scene would be. Now what Yang Ruoqian wants to see most is to make the conflict with UFO Group bigger, and it would be best if the two companies go directly to court. Lu Shuiwen's voice came from the receiver. Okay, Mr. Yang, what conditions do you plan to offer Xiao Cheng? Which position do you want to assign him after he is recruited? Position assignment. Mr. Yang did not give an answer to this question immediately. After all, he had suffered from Lin KO. This anti-UFO man relied on his personal connections and resources in an almost insane way, using emotions and money to slowly dig out all the profitable anchors. He almost emptied the entire live broadcast sector of UFO Group. Even though Mr. Yang did not manage the live broadcast department much, it still developed rapidly, and is still one of the most profitable departments in the group. Now Kuiguang Group is ready to accept another big traitor, and Yang Ruoqian can't let him make the same mistake as Lin KO. After making the decision, Yang Ruoqian asked, are there any vacancies in our department? Mr. Yang, there aren't any for now, but I can add one at any time. Lu Shuiwen answered quickly, what kind of work do you want him to be responsible for? We can add a position according to your needs. Let's set up our department specifically for UFO Group. Yang Ruoqian tapped the table lightly. Since he is an employee in charge of the our department of UFO Group, he should be quite familiar with the internal personnel appointments and dismissals and work conditions of their company. Let him screen those employees who were optimized by UFO, and then recruit them according to the standards I gave. What are the specific standards? After he joins the company, let him come to my office and I will talk to him in person. Yang Ruoqian did not directly tell Lu Shuiwen about this standard. After all, Mr. Yang's recruitment concept has always been rather crazy. Considering that Xiao Lu's acceptance may not be as high as other employees, and it is highly likely that she will not interfere in the relevant business of UFO Group, he simply did not say it. This standard is actually very simple. After Xiao Cheng joins the company, let him dig out some people whose performance does not seem to be very good from UFO to Kuiguang Group, based on their personal work performance. Whether they are still working in UFO, or have already left in the last round of layoffs, they are all within the screening range. Moreover, in order to prevent the private customization moth that his group of juniors did from happening again, Yang Ruoqian also plans to place all the old employees of UFO Group in various departments to prevent them from twisting into a rope. From a probabilistic point of view, it is impossible for all these people to be superhumans with special skills, right? Finally, consider the performance of all people in the company. Select a small group of people with the worst performance from different departments and let them form a new team to be responsible for an important future project. He just doesn't believe in evil and doesn't believe that such an arrangement can still produce a profitable project. Although Mr. Yang has been in a state of falling in personnel since the establishment of the company, he still refuses to admit defeat and still wants to try again. We have already found Ruoqian Miner, Lin Ko, Shanghai Anayu and Xiao Cheng from Yufu. We can't keep importing talents from Yufu, right? Even if the probability is high, we can still get a few rookies, right? Lu Shuiwen never asks about the boss's affairs. She wrote down the requirements and continued to ask, what about the salary and benefits? What kind of salary and benefits do you plan to offer him? In fact, it stands to reason that Xiao Cheng chose to become a job seeker after being fired and completely surrendered to the enemy. There is a lot of revenge in it. As long as the salary and benefits are not too ugly, he will not refuse this opportunity from the disgusting Yufu group. However, what kind of company is Kuiguang Group? Here, even a guard dog must eat the most advanced and expensive dog food and have high-end steak as a snack every week. Ask Xiao Cheng how much his original salary and year-end bonus were at Yufu Group and increase his salary by 30%. Yang Ruoqian casually said a number. For other benefits, follow the standards of our company. Okay, Mr. Yang. Okay, that's all for now. You go and get busy. Yang Ruoqian thought about it, and after making sure there was nothing to add, he hung up the phone. This afternoon, he had to go to Sheng Busy restaurant with the film crew for dinner, so he had to play a few games in this short time. The filming of the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City has been basically completed, and now we can treat everyone to a meal and go our separate ways. There is no urgent matter to deal with at the moment. It will take a long time to recruit Xiao Cheng. You can also let him meet with Lin Ko. The two big traitors have successfully joined forces in my company, so I think they should have a lot in common. After Yang Ruoqian played 2 games comfortably, he turned off the computer and took a car to the hotel. After parking the car, I looked out from the door and saw the smiling and nodding director, the producer taking pictures everywhere, Feng Eluo holding a glass of Gaojiao red wine elegantly, and Shanghai Anayu eating hard. Wait, who? Shanghai Anayu? This kid is not from this crew. Why can I see her in this damn place? Yang Ruoqian walked into the restaurant, nodded and greeted the others, then came to Shanghai Anayu and knocked on the table next to her plate. Spare me, boss. Why are you here too? Yang Ruoqian looked her up and down, and after she swallowed the food in her mouth, he asked, this should be what I want to ask, right? You are not from the crew. Why do you feel so comfortable eating here? Shanghai Anayu took a big gulp of watermelon juice and said proudly, boss, you know, when I have nothing to do, I like to wander around the company's industry to learn. I happened to learn here this afternoon, and I saw many acquaintances eating, so I followed them to eat. It turned out that this street kid happened to walk over. Okay, then take your time eating. Yang Ruoqian was quite tolerant of the silly child. He said hello and left her table. When the others saw Yang Ruoqian finished speaking, they came up, each holding a wine glass in their hands. Boss Yang, to be honest, this is the most generous and most realistic movie about the super rich that I have ever seen. Our crew thanks you for your strong support. I'll drink first to show my respect. I really didn't expect that Boss Yang could even get such a luxurious helicopter and recruit so many extras. That big scene is no different from a real football match. What do you mean no difference? It's obviously better than that. Okay. Cheers. I wish our new movie a big box office hit. On the other side, Feng Eluo, who was already an acquaintance, also came up with a wine glass. After slightly raising his hand to signal, he gently touched the glass in Yang Ruoqian's hand. Feng Eluo took a sip of wine and said half jokingly, I still remember that more than a year ago, I wanted to cooperate with Boss Yang, but was rejected. Now we have worked together several times. Has Boss Yang changed his mind? Even now, Feng Eluo still wants to sign a contract with Kuiguang Group. It's just that the status of both parties has almost reversed between before and now. However, Yang Ruoqian was quite serious about this issue. He clinked glasses with Feng Eluo and said, I remember I said that the fact that Kuiguang Group did not sign a contract does not mean that we do not recognize that person's ability, but that we think he can have better development space elsewhere. We can maintain cooperation, and Kuiguang Group will not block you in terms of resources and pay, but maintaining the current state will actually be better for your development. If you sign a contract with us, you will not get more resources, but may be constrained by this contract. The simplest example is that, if you sign a contract with Kuiguang Group, you will not have the possibility of winning the Golden Image Foundation Award in the future. If she does not sign a contract with Feng Eluo, then the pay for her to make a movie in the future will be a one-sided expenditure, and no matter what she does, or how much she earns, Yang Ruoqian will not get a penny. If she signs a contract, Shanghai Anai's tragedy may happen again. It is not right to let her use the company's resources, and it is not right to let her make money outside. Both inside and outside are profitable. Feng Eluo heard Yang Ruoqian's sincerity and smiled brightly. Mr. Yang's words make sense. I hope we can have more cooperation in the future. Yeah, cooperation. Today, there is the richest man in Jinhei City as entertainment, and tomorrow I can watch the big fun on your best job. Life is very fulfilling. The director and others also came up and said, more cooperation, more cooperation. At the same time, in another high-end restaurant in a distant city, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The two seemed to be talking about something, until the woman spoke. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Mr. Lu, let's cooperate more in the future. In the new company, please take care of me more. Xiao Cheng finally put down the stone in his heart. After getting a definite answer, this meal is just a small token of my appreciation. When Xiao Cheng finished recording the show last time, he was very uneasy. Sure enough, he received a dismissal notice from Youfu Group as soon as he left the shooting site. By the way, there was also a scolding from the old leader. Of course, Xiao Cheng is not a coward. After he determined that there was no room for maneuver with his old boss, he simply turned against him and began to scold his leaders for being careless and blindly commanding. The reason why Youfu Group is getting worse and worse is because of these leaders who know nothing and command randomly. The two sides exchanged verbal attacks for more than 10 minutes, and they completely turned against each other. Since he has completely turned against his old boss, the other party will definitely not have a good impression of him. If the next company does some background checks, it may not be so easy for him to find a job. Besides, he is not a technical position, so it is not easy to find a job. Even if he finds one, he has to mix up his qualifications again, and his salary and benefits will definitely not be as good as before. So after thinking it over again and again, he contacted Kuiguang Group, thinking that if he is lucky enough, he can disgust this leader in turn and get a good salary. The most important thing is that Kuiguang Group is not afraid of the pressure from Youfu Group. On the contrary, the greater the pressure from Youfu Group, the more Kuiguang Group will go against it. Now it seems that he made the right bet. When he enters the Kuiguang Group, he must launch a bloody revenge on the Yu Mansion. He can be submissive to the new leader Lu Shuiwen, but when facing the old leader, he must strike hard. Lu Shuiwen shook her head. I reported this matter directly to President Yang. He made the decision personally. I'm only responsible for conveying his meaning. Boss, Lu Shuiwen actually told Yang Ruoqian about this matter directly? But think about it, this operation is also normal. I understand. Xiao Cheng nodded and drank the wine in the glass in one breath. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. What about the program team? Have you contacted them? Lu Shuiwen ignored him and asked again. Seeing that Lu Shuiwen was completely business-like, Xiao Cheng, who originally planned to give something as a token of his appreciation, gradually put down the last stone in his heart. I have already contacted them. They are very happy to arrange such a program and let me jump the queue directly. I will be the first job seeker in the next issue. I heard that the atmosphere of the Kuiguang Group is very good. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation. If it were another company, Xiao Cheng would have to pay at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan today. But seeing how Lu Shuiwen was, they might have to pay for the meal together. Okay. Lu Shuiwen nodded. I know you have a personal grudge with your old company, and our company won't care about your personal affairs. But you have to remember that we hired you because of your personal ability. After participating in the variety show, you have to go to Jinhae City within 7 days, and Mr. Yang will personally meet with you to discuss your future work. Yang Ruoqian will meet with you in person. Such a high-level treatment? Xiao Cheng became nervous again and nodded slightly. Mr. Lu, I understand. Let's talk about the details after we get back to the company, Lu Shuyan said, and stretched out her hand to call the waiter. Waiter, check out. As if she had expected it, she turned her head as soon as she finished this sentence and said in an unquestionable voice, I'll pay for this meal. Don't rush. This is not a courtesy. Xiao Lu said seriously and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas, the budget given by the boss seems to be too much to spend. I may be criticized again when I go back. The new book of Wrath of the Meow King. It's good. The end of the world crazy guy. As awesome as always. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. Isn't the show effect here? Xiao Cheng, who had eaten and drunk for free before showing his loyalty, returned to the hotel and washed his face with clean water. This made Xiao Cheng feel a little embarrassed. It was indeed the Kuiguang group, which was generous everywhere, unlike his old employer Yufu, which was very petty. Even before leaving, Lu Shuyan told him that if he didn't have enough money for accommodation because of being fired, the Kuiguang group could reimburse his hotel expenses. They are so nice to me before I even started working. Look at Yufu group. Look at that mean old guy. Xiao Cheng became angrier and angrier as he compared himself with them. They always create invisible terror in the company. Who can calm down and work seriously? The reason why Xiao Cheng was tricked was not only because he was suspicious of Lu Shuyan's various strange operations, but also because of fear. Non-technical employees like him hope to see stability in their jobs the most. Otherwise, if they leave, in most cases, all their years of experience and connections will be wasted. When discussing big things with Lu Shuyan, Xiao Cheng never mentioned the salary. First, he believed in the reputation of Kuiguang Group and believed that they would not give too bad treatment. Second, he did not want to ask. As long as he could get half of what he got in Yufu Group, Xiao Cheng would be very satisfied. When he was in Yufu Group, Xiao Cheng was considered a middle to senior level leader, and his salary had slowly risen. No matter how good the treatment of Kuiguang Group was, the income of ordinary employees should not be as good as that of the middle to senior leaders of Yufu Group. Xiao Cheng's positioning in Kuiguang Group was very simple, just an ordinary employee in the Human Resources Department. As a deadly enemy, the Human Resources Department of Yufu Group naturally studied the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group carefully. It is no secret how much talent data they have input for Kuiguang Group. You can find shocking data with just a casual check. The Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group must be full of talents from top to bottom, and any one of them is at least at the level of deputy director of other companies. To be fair, Xiao Cheng felt that with his work ability, he could only be a low-level employee in the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group. But no matter how low the level, it is better than being unemployed. What's more, being able to work in Kuiguang Group is valuable in itself, and it is not a loss to have a lower salary. Oh, take a rest quickly. Xiao Cheng threw all kinds of complicated thoughts out of his mind and smiled bitterly. It's useless to think about these now. I'm afraid that I will be excluded by new colleagues in the new company. My identity is so sensitive, and I was recruited into the company because of special circumstances. The road to promotion in the future may be very bumpy, and it is even possible that I will not be promoted in my life. I heard that Lin Kao is doing well now and has become the head of the live broadcast department. If you encounter difficulties, ask him for advice. Both of them have worked for Yufu Group, but one is the anchor agent and the other is the leader of the Human Resources Department. The two don't even know each other. It turns out that the relationship of old colleagues may not be reliable. Being kicked out of the old environment suddenly, facing a strange new environment, Xiao Cheng, no matter how rich his work experience is, Can't help but think about it and feel uneasy. Xiao Cheng, who had been tossing and turning in bed for half an hour and couldn't fall asleep, suddenly sat up from the bed, cursing. It's all Yufu's fault. When I get to Kuiguang Group, don't let me catch you. Although Kuiguang Group is at least 50% responsible for Xiao Cheng's fall into today's situation, it is after all the place where he will eat in the future, and he can't afford to offend. Xiao Cheng picked the weak persimmon and naturally focused all his hatred on his former employer. Xiao Cheng took out the bottle of melatonin from his bag, took 2 pills, and then slowly fell asleep. A few days later, Xiao Cheng, who had nothing to do and had enough rest, changed into the most formal clothes, combed his hair neatly, and got on an expensive online car-hailing car under the guidance of the hotel receptionist. Since the program group was eager to increase the ratings, Xiao Cheng was given the privilege of cutting in line. Today was the day for filming the program. The online car-hailing service stopped at the door of the program group, and the deputy planner was already standing at the door, looking forward to it. Seeing Xiao Cheng get off the car, he hurried forward to greet him. Teacher Xiao is here? Come over here. Xiao Cheng shook his head. Since we are not guests anymore, there is no need to call him Teacher Xiao. Just treat him like a normal job seeker. Look at what you said. The deputy planner looked at Xiao Cheng as if he was looking at a series of ratings data, and his mouth was almost unable to close with laughter. He took Xiao Cheng into the filming site and pointed to a sofa. There are also differences between job seekers. Teacher Xiao, you can rest here for the time being. I will call you when we arrive. As a former guest, the deputy planner knew the entire process of the variety show. You are the best job, better than anyone else. So he didn't say any more nonsense. In order to attract enough attention, the program group threw out a lot of publicity for this episode. Excuse me, please. Xiao Cheng said a few polite words, sat on the sofa, put on the badge that job seekers must wear, and then turned on his mobile phone. One is to relieve the tension, and the other is to see what information is available recently. The most eye-catching one is naturally the preview of the latest episode of Your Best Job. This time, we will invite a mysterious heavyweight job seeker, who is an old friend of everyone. Look forward to the wonderful collision between the old and the new, between job seekers and guests, and between guests. Just by replacing Chenggayu Group with Kuiguang Group, the ratings of Your Best Job soared by more than one level. For the sake of ratings, the program team will invite a group of people from rival companies as guests. In the past, it was Chenggayu Group and Gaoaya Group. But the program effect they brought, compared with the enemy group Kuiguang Group and Yufu Group, can be said to be not worth mentioning. Because of embarrassing himself on the variety show, the guest was fired by the company, and then the person who was sitting in the guest seat in the previous episode suddenly changed and seamlessly switched to a job seeker. This top-notch plot is unique in the history of variety shows. Xiao Cheng picked up the mineral water on the table and took a sip to moisten his throat. The sound effects of the guest's appearance were heard from the show, and the host also chatted for a while to liven up the atmosphere. A few minutes later, a staff member hurried over, nodded to Xiao Cheng, and said, Teacher Xiao Cheng, please get ready, you will be on stage in a minute. Xiao Cheng nodded, stood up and walked to the preparation area. After hearing the host say please welcome the first job seeker, Xiao Cheng immediately stepped up and walked from behind the scenes to the stage. After seeing Xiao Cheng's face clearly and seeing the badge on his body clearly, the whole scene fell silent, including the guests on the stage, as well as the audience below. In order to keep it confidential, only a few high-level executives and hosts of the program group knew that Xiao Cheng participated in the variety show as a job seeker, whether it is the guests in the audience or the guests on the stage. In fact, they are only in a cooperative relationship with the program team. Once the news falls on them, it is guaranteed to spread all over the world the next day. At that time, for the sake of face, the guests of Yufu Group may even forcefully leave the variety show scene with compensation for breach of contract, and choose not to lose this person. Once the guests of Yufu Group leave, this big fun will lose half of its focus in an instant. The guests of the previous episode, the job seekers of this episode, what kind of sparks will burst out when facing their former employers is one of the biggest highlights of this episode. Will Youfu Group strongly crush the old employees who were kicked out, or will the old employees get up again where they fell and move towards the second spring of their careers? If someone admits defeat and leaves early, it would be a pity. The news must be blocked with the strongest means to prevent people from Youfu Group from leaving early. When Zhao Cheng said that he would return to the variety show as a job seeker, the top management of the program team held an emergency meeting to discuss all aspects of the matter. Almost everyone came to the same conclusion. As long as Youfu Group is not a fool, their guests will definitely miss this episode of the variety show. In serious cases, they may even just leave. Because this matter is basically harmful to Youfu Group. If they win, it is nothing more than kicking the old employees when they are down. For such a large company, sitting in the naturally strong position of the guest seat, it is natural for Zhao Cheng to be crushed. But if they lose, if Zhao Cheng is hired by other guests with a high salary, Youfu Group will be embarrassed and lose face, becoming the evil dragon slaughtered by mortals in the cliché story. And with the disruption of the Kuiguang Group, this kind of thing is very likely to happen. There is no benefit in winning, and it is embarrassing to lose. It is better to leave directly and not play this game. Even if they have to pay a large sum of money to the program team, the people in charge of the relevant projects can put the blame on Zhao Cheng, who has been fired. The new guest who took over did not even go on the stage. No matter how unreasonable Youfu Group is, it is impossible to blame him for the problem. Therefore, the matter must not be leaked. In order to avoid the subsequent pressure from Youfu Group, using various relationships or money, to prevent the release of this episode, the program team chose to broadcast this episode live for the first time. Although live broadcast will lack many unique clips of variety shows, various psychological activities of job seekers and guests, and individual interviews, they don't need these things, because they have a big gimmick. At most, they will make up an edited version after the live broadcast. The host looked at the extremely shocked expression on the face of the guest representing Youfu Group, went through the sad things in his life in his mind, and forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. Welcome our number one job seeker today, and also our old acquaintance. Welcome Zhao Cheng. The shills in the audience are worthy of being paid to do things. After a brief shock, they immediately applauded, pretending that nothing had happened. At least in terms of performance, they are much more professional than the new guest of Youfu Group who has not yet reacted. At this time, the number of people who clicked on the variety show to watch the live broadcast has exceeded an astonishing number. The barrage is even more dense to an unbelievable degree. What the hell? Isn't this guy the guest in the previous episode? I remember the program team issued an announcement before, saying that Zhao Cheng could not continue to be a guest on the variety show due to personal reasons, right? Personal reasons mean that he has to participate in the variety show as a job seeker, right? He must have been fired by Youfu Group because of his poor performance before. I still remember that he recruited a nobleman in the last episode, which made me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Zhao Cheng is also very cruel. He directly cut off the source of income. You fired me, and I will change my identity to participate in the variety show. If a company is willing to hire him with a high salary, it would be equivalent to slapping Youfu in the face. It's going to be so fun to watch. I think Kuiguang Group will not miss this opportunity to humiliate Youfu Group. Good boy, what bad luck has Youfu Group had recently? Why is it so miserable? I feel a little sorry for them. Ha 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 ha. What's there to be pitiful about? It's a completely disgusting company. The last time they laid off employees, the N+1 compensation was delayed for several months. It made me so angry. I'm happy to see them being disgusted. It's fun to watch it. Look at the expression of the new guest from Youfu Group. Haha. It's like he swallowed a fly. While the barrage was swiping the screen, the live broadcast of the variety show continued. I believe the guests all know teacher Zhao Cheng. Haha, but since I'm in the position of a job seeker today, I can't be like before. You understand? Zhao Cheng picked up the microphone and smiled. I understand. I totally understand. The host nodded and took the microphone. In order to make the new audience friends less confused, I'd like to introduce him here. Zhao Cheng was a guest of our variety show. If you missed it, you can watch the previous episodes of this season. As the one who likes to watch the fun, the host even started to add fuel to the fire. I know that old colleagues must have a lot to say when they meet. but now a lot of time has been wasted. Let's go through the process first. Please show the big screen. It's really appetizing. Who is watching this to really come to find a job? Now all the audience had only one idea in their mind. Quickly skip these damn processes. Quickly finish playing these job seeking videos. And fast forward to the bloody part. With the barrage of comments flying all over the sky and anxious waiting, the video of several minutes finally finished playing. And none of the guests present, including the representative of UFO group, chose to turn off the lights. From his expression, it can be seen that he is still urgently thinking about countermeasures, thinking about what to do and what to say to save his and the company's face to the greatest extent. However, the host will not give him this time. He smiled and said, "Very good. Congratulations to the job seeker for not having a light turned off in the first round of videos. Now we enter the extra stage. All guests have a chance to ask questions to the job seeker. Please welcome the first guest, the CEO of Kuiguang Group, Mr. Guan." The CEO of Kuiguang Group just smiled and said, "After all, we have worked together, and your ability is still obvious to everyone. If possible, it is not impossible to recruit you into the company." Well, that's it. Next one. In this episode, the program team deliberately adjusted the seating order. After Kuiguang Group, it is UFO Group. How could the program crew give them so much time to react? They just want a good program effect. Chapter 373. Let the people of U Mansion open their eyes. The new guest of UFO Group was stunned when he saw the microphone light on his desk. He was originally a person who was temporarily pulled here to take the blame. His position in the company was similar to Zhao Cheng's. The relationship between the two was not very good, but they were colleagues who saw each other every day. It was too much for him to face this situation without any preparation, not to mention facing emergencies. He even just figured out the rules of this variety show. He turned his mind again and again, looking at the shots and the host's expectant eyes, and felt the pressure getting bigger and bigger. After a long time, he reluctantly said a few words. "Well, this job applicant has a rich resume, rich work experience, and all the conditions are good. You can wait and see the subsequent performance before making a decision." During this period of strong impact, he could only think of such a solution. That was still a solution. Just ignore Zhao Cheng's previous identity, just pretend that the two did not know each other, and discuss the matter completely, based on the content of the video information. As long as he forced himself not to be embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. At the same time, the new guest from UFO Group finally understood why the program team of You Are the Best suddenly wanted to start a live broadcast. Everything can be explained. What is evil in people's hearts, and what is evil in mind? The program team definitely wanted to show this embarrassing and effective moment to the audience in full, so they did this live broadcast. It's just when he was cursing in his heart and feeling lucky that he had passed the test by luck, the host seemed to be a little bit excited and asked again, "Teacher son, do you have anything else to add? What the hell? How can this come with a finishing touch? Other guests have never been treated like this. For other people, they always ask the next question after they ask it, so how can there be any additions?" The guest called Teacher Sun forced a smile. "This is just the first video, and I can't see too much information for the time being. I can take a look later." What he has to do now is to delay time and see if he can think of any reasonable solutions. Simply turn off the lights in the next round. If the lights are turned off in the middle, the guests can skip the speech session directly. He didn't even say anything, so he wouldn't cause any trouble, right? However, the host seemed to see through his thoughts. He immediately let Ruoqian speak and handed the microphone to Zhao Cheng, asking, "Excuse me, our job seeker, do you have anything to say to the two guests?" At this time, not only the guests of UFO Group on the stage couldn't sit still, but even the barrage was a scene of vitality and everything competing. Ha ha ha. Did you see the guest from UFO Group? Are there steel needles on his chair? He looks exactly like me when I'm holding my urine. So embarrassing. I, a person watching the live broadcast, feel so embarrassed. It's hard to imagine how embarrassed the person on the stage must be. He can still force his smile at this time. His mind must be going through the happiest things in his life over and over again, right? No wonder they have to do a live broadcast. I can only say that this program group is really ruthless for the effect of the program. No prize guessing. Guess how this will end? There are only 3 possibilities. Yufu uses the old contract to recruit Xiao Cheng back, which is a successful defense for Yufu. Kuiguang Group poaches Xiao Cheng, which is a complete victory for Kuiguang Group. If he is taken away by another company, both parties will save face. As for the situation where Ruoqian hired Xiao Cheng, it should not happen. Putting aside his previous status as a guest, judging from his resume, whether he can get the original treatment or not, at least it is not difficult to find a decent job in a large company. I think it's 2. I don't think the Kuiguang Group will give this face to the Yufu Group. If both companies offer conditions, Xiao Cheng will definitely choose the Kuiguang Group's contract. Conspiracy theorists think it's 1. Maybe this is a trap set by the Yufu Group for the Kuiguang Group. 3. Right. Both companies are in the entertainment industry. Although they had a bad relationship before, in such a variety show with such a high ratings, they should give each other some face. It's just my personal opinion. I think 2. I think. At this time, Xiao Cheng took the microphone on the stage and said, "Thank you for the praise, teachers. The reason why I can stand in this place now is because I still have some shortcomings in my abilities and need to learn more. I would like to thank the program crew and all the guests for letting me stand on this stage now. I only have one word in my heart now, and that is gratitude." Well, the favor of the Yufu Group to him will be compounded in interest, and he will never be able to repay it in his lifetime. After that, Xiao Cheng nodded sincerely and handed the microphone back to the host. The host kept smiling. "Okay, then please invite the next guest, Mr. Lu, the director of the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group, to speak." Lu Shuiwen sat forward a little, picked up the microphone and said, "This job applicant is very professional in video production and has a good resume, but I have a small question here. Since you are so professional and have made such great contributions, why did you leave your previous company? If you don't mind, can you help me solve my doubts?" This statement is certainly not Lu Shuiwen's own opinion. It is a unique skill that a board boss who is sitting in front of the computer and playing with a lot of barrages came up with. Asking questions can not only increase the effect of the program and deepen the hatred with Yufu Group, but also tell from Xiao Cheng's answer whether he really wants to cooperate with Kuiguang Group. After all, Xiao Cheng's resignation may also be a double act performed by Yufu Group to fight back. If at the end of the variety show, Xiao Cheng, who was fired, chose Yufu Group between the 2 companies, wouldn't it be a great shame? Doesn't this mean that Xiao Cheng would rather return to the arms of his old employer who just fired him than go to Kuiguang Group? Although Mr. Yang has been trapped in the cage of success for nearly a year, he has been a boss for so long, so he still has the most basic sensitivity. Yang Ruoqian just has bad luck, and his ability to prevent villains is still full. The possibility of using this method to cheat Kuiguang Group is basically 0. Lu Shuiwen did not discuss this issue with Xiao Cheng in advance, and only she and Yang Ruoqian knew about it. If Xiao Cheng chooses to avoid the conflict with Yufu Group as much as possible when facing this issue on the variety show, it means that he has other plans and cannot tear his face with his old employer on the show. All the previous resentment is pretended. In that case, Lu Shuiwen can just choose to turn off the lights. And if Xiao Cheng does not hide his malice towards Yufu Group, speaks out the truth of the matter in a yin-yang tone, and chooses to completely turn against Yufu Group in public without knowing it beforehand, it means that he has indeed broken up with his old employer. When Xiao Cheng heard this question, he said without even thinking, "For well-known reasons, I made a low-level mistake at work, which caused the company a direct economic loss of nearly tens of thousands of yuan, and was fired by the leader. I admit that this was indeed my mistake. I accept all the punishments from the company without any complaints. Here, I also want to say sorry to my old employer. I'm sorry, because of my work mistakes, you lost tens of thousands of yuan." The new guest of Yufu Group turned green when he heard this. Taken alone, this sentence seems to be fine. But in conjunction with Xiao Cheng's dismissal in the video just now, this sentence is far more sarcastic than apology. Judging from the video and resume just released, Xiao Cheng has a sharp eye and has recruited many talents for Yufu Group and even poached many talents from other places. The direct and economic benefits brought to the company are at least millions of yuan every year. It is really unreasonable for such a person to be fired because of a mistake of tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Shuyan nodded and asked again, you are talking about direct economic losses, so what about other things besides economic losses? For example, the corporate image of your former employer? Xiao Cheng answered fluently again, Teacher Lu, how can you lose something that you don't have? The bad reputation of Youfu Group is known to everyone from anchors to audiences to employees, and even some people outside the circle have heard of it. As soon as this sentence came out, there was a slight laugh from the audience. In variety shows like this, the audience and the audience are not all agents. About 1/3 of the people sitting in less conspicuous positions are the audience who actually bought tickets. Ticket money is not the biggest income for this kind of variety show, but it's better to get back as much as possible. Anyway, 2/3 of the agents can already drive the atmosphere of the scene at will. To put it another way, even if this part of the audience couldn't help but not follow the rhythm of the agents, this clip can be deleted in the later editing version. However, it's live now. The laughter came into his ears, and the guests of Youfu Group just hoped that the variety show would end quickly so that he could leave this damn place quickly. It was so embarrassing. He couldn't even find the words to refute, because Xiao Cheng's attitude was very sincere, and the video describing his achievements was made for job hunting, and there was no causal logic with the following paragraph. He didn't even have an excuse to say that Xiao Cheng was being sarcastic. In fact, it was true. Youfu Group fired Xiao Cheng because of the loss of tens of thousands of dollars. The Nobel Prize candidate was allowed to work in the company for half a year with a fixed salary, and then he could be secretly fired after the heat was over. It didn't bring much loss in total. As for the company's image, as Xiao Cheng said, it was something that didn't exist for Youfu Group. Lu Shuyan got the answer, so she nodded with satisfaction. I have finished asking questions. Let's invite the next guest. In Jinhei City, Chang Ziking, who was watching the live variety show with Yang Ruoqian, exclaimed in surprise, wow, when did Xiao Lu become so good? After that, she poked Yang Ruoqian's shoulder. I don't think Xiao Lu is at this level. Are you helping him behind the scenes? Yang Ruoqian did not hide it. Yes, I asked her to ask this during the question and answer session. It's just right to see if this Xiao Cheng is a double act sent by the Youfu Group. Now he has passed this test. Chang Ziking blinked. Why didn't I know? I'm spoiling it to you so early. What's the fun in watching it? Yang Ruoqian argued. Think about it. If I don't tell you about this, you will have fun. Although I know the truth in advance, I can share the truth with you now, and it's great. But if I tell you, now we are both the ones who have been spoiled. How boring. Chang Ziking was taken aback. After thinking carefully for a while, she nodded in confusion. It seems to be true. What you said makes sense. While the two were chatting, the awkward question and answer session ended quickly. The other guests were not fools. They naturally saw that the first job seeker of today's variety show was centered around Kuiguang Group and Youfu Group. They were just a foil. Moreover, after all, they had been companions in the guest seats for so long, so it was okay to give them some face. The first round of questions and answers is over, so please play the second video on the big screen now. As if worried that the scene of being publicly executed in front of countless audiences and even direct leaders would happen again, this round of videos was only half played, and Teacher Sun hurriedly pressed the reject button. At least, it cannot show that Youfu Group regretted making the decision to expel Xiao Cheng. Alas. After all, they have cooperated several times before, so the host did not continue to embarrass Youfu Group this time. Congratulations, job seeker. There are still 4 guests who will keep the lights on for you. Now you have successfully entered the second stage. Choose to switch. After the guests from the 4 companies offer their conditions, you can choose the company you like most among the 4 companies to join. There are not many job seekers who can come to this stage. Do you have any comments you want to say? Xiao Cheng, who was determined to embarrass his old employer, did not even think about it. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you very much, but I came to participate in the program this time just for Kuiguang Group. Thank you. Thank you very much. He was very grateful that the guests were willing to give him face. The host said, "Oh, for a long time. Job seeker, are you sure you don't want to see the conditions offered by other guests? There will be no chance to regret after you refuse." Xiao Cheng did not even look at his old colleague's face and nodded, "Sure. The great revenge has been half avenged, and now it's time to look at his own future. As long as the salary offered by Kuiguang Group is greater than 15,000, it can be considered to have saved face." As soon as the words fell, the lights of the other guests went out instantly. The host pointed in the direction of Lu Shuiwen with his palm. "Then please give the final treatment, Mr. Lu." Lu Shuiwen nodded gently and pressed the contract display button. The whole venue was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, the host exclaimed, "4, a 5-digit number starting with 4. What kind of position is the head of the external talent mining department?" Chapter 374. "Come on, do you dare to fire me again?" While everyone was shocked by the generosity of the Kuiguang Group, they also developed a strong interest in this talent excavation department for external loss, including Xiao Cheng. He did not understand the specific responsibilities of this position. But the moment he saw the 5-digit salary starting with 4, he saw the future of his second half of life. If before this, half of the reason why Xiao Cheng chose to join the Kuiguang Group was to retaliate against the Youfu Group, then now he only has the word loyalty in his mind. From today on, he, Xiao Cheng, is the most loyal and devoted employee of the Kuiguang Group. If it weren't for so many eyes looking at him at the variety show, he would have wanted to shout Yang Ruoqian directly as his godfather. Once in the Youfu Group, Xiao Cheng had been working for many years, flattering and giving gifts, and slowly working his way up, and finally got a position with a monthly salary of 30,000, which was considered a small achievement in the human resources department. Now he has no qualifications and has not started to work, but he already has a monthly salary of more than 40,000 yuan, not to mention the room for promotion and salary increase in the future. Moreover, working in an environment like Kuiguang Group can extend one's life by 2 years. He didn't spend a penny, didn't give a gift, and even ate a meal for free, and he was able to get things done. This is simply unheard of. Xiao Cheng has adapted to the ways of the world and is used to a turbid environment, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't yearn for a clear environment. Lu Shuiwen thought about Yang Ruoqian's explanation and said, "The external talent mining department is a position specially set up by our company to mine those who have been laid off for various reasons, but can actually create value." The host immediately made a joke. "Teacher Lu, aren't you afraid that this will be heard by the audience friends and deliberately find a way to get yourself optimized by your old employer and get a chance to work in Kuiguang Group?" As a person who adjusts the atmosphere and increases the effect of the program, the host can naturally get some off-site information in the headphones. He can also know in real time what the live barrage is brushing. Almost everyone was envious of the salary. No wonder they wanted to defect. Who could resist this? Lu Shuiwen looked towards the camera and laughed. Kuiguang Group has always pursued a point-to-point recruitment method. There is no fixed standard. Even if you are fired, you may not be hired again. There are risks in resigning, so be careful. The host laughed, turned to look at Xiao Cheng on the side, and asked, "Is the job seeker satisfied with this contract?" Xiao Cheng had recovered from the huge surprise and said loudly, "Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me by President Lu. I will cherish this hard-won opportunity and repay the company's trust in me 1,000 times. Okay, then please have both parties sign the contract on the spot." At the same time, congratulations to Teacher Lu for finding the right job seeker, and congratulations to the job seeker for getting the job he wanted. There was warm applause from the audience again. After the live broadcast of this episode of the variety show ended, the host took off the various heavy equipment on his head, rubbed his sore neck, and asked casually, "How is it? How are the ratings today?" "It's average, only about 200% higher than the previous peak period. The discussion level and so on are just barely ranked first in the entire network, and there is not much room for improvement. Ha ha ha. Planner Liu, you are still so humorous. Then you are asking questions knowingly?" The chief planner of the program group said sarcastically. "Hey, her temple has to say that Kuiguang Group is indeed a lucky star. As long as the project is related to them, there is no project that they will not make money. It's mutually beneficial." Kuiguang Group also humiliated their old rival on our show and once again made a name for themselves. Now, except for the lack of foundation, they are about to surpass Euphor Group in all aspects. Wow. A win-win world where no one gets hurt has been achieved. Will they be invited to the show next year? The host sat in his seat, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and poured it down his throat. To be honest, I'm very tired as a host. You don't know how hard it was for me to hold back my laughter just now. Happiness built on the pain of others is the fastest, right? The planner complained, then sighed. They will definitely be invited next year, but Euphor Group may choose to withdraw, and the show effect may not be as good as this year. No, I believe that Kuiguang Group can create miracles. Anyway, just believe it. The program team here is celebrating the rebound of this variety show, and no one is idle outside the program team. Ruoqian gave Xiao Cheng 2 copies of the labor contract and said, report to the company within a week. After completing the entry procedures, go to the president's office first. President Yang has something to tell you. Okay, President Liu. What, within a week? Xiao Cheng had packed his luggage long ago and was waiting for the show to end before getting on the plane. He went to Kuiguang Group to work without wasting a minute and threw himself into the arms of Kuiguang Group. If he was a second late, he would feel that there was something wrong with his work attitude. After saying goodbye to Ruoqian, Xiao Cheng returned to his hotel, picked up all his luggage, took a taxi to the airport, and flew to Jinhae City. The next morning, Xiao Cheng, who had rested well, walked into the Kuiguang building with his head held high, and walked into the employee elevator. Before coming to work, he had learned that the Kuiguang Group had a written rule written into the employee code of conduct. When going to work in the morning, employees are only allowed to be late, not early. Today, he deliberately walked into the company at 9:01 and fully complied with the employee code of conduct. Xiao Cheng, who kept everything in mind, took a deep breath, came to the door of the president's office, and knocked gently. Yang Ruoqian's voice came from inside. Come in. Xiao Cheng walked into the president's office with anticipation and a little nervousness. He believed that with his performance in the variety show, and his attitude today, he would definitely give the boss a good first impression. Yang Ruoqian looked up at Xiao Cheng and asked in surprise, why is it you? How did you come so quickly? Didn't Ruoqian tell you that no matter what day you come to work this month, your salary for this month will be paid in full? Why did this person come so early? Wouldn't he take a few more days off? Xiao Cheng didn't expect his boss to react like this and was a little stunned. Yang, Mr. Yang, I want to adapt to the company's environment quickly. We must take our time, more haste, less speed. Yang Ruoqian sighed. Adapting to the environment is a long-term process because the environment itself is also changing. So why rush to do anything? A good rest is the right way. Xiao Cheng didn't know where he went wrong, but he knew he was wrong, so he immediately apologized. Mr. Yang, I will never make the same mistake again next time. Well, remember, in our company, the subtext of the leader asking you to solve something within a week is to hand it over to him after 7 days, not too early. Get it? Yang Ruoqian explained. Asking you to come within a week means that you should come again after 7 days. Xiao Cheng felt a little dizzy, but still nodded. I get it. Why does it feel like there's something different, unusual, and weird about Mr. Yang's words? Tell me about your next job. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand, picked up a document from the table, and took a look at it. Your position, as the name suggests, is to recruit some employees who were fired from other companies. I only have one basic requirement for these employees. I don't need people with very good performance. You are responsible for helping me find those who have average performance, but you think are suitable to work in our company. The specific work requirements, how many people you can recruit each month, and the lower limit of salary and benefits are all in this document. You can familiarize yourself with it when the time comes. If you feel that you are too busy, just recruit a helper yourself. Don't ask me. You can discuss it within your human resources department. Xiao Cheng, who was originally full of enthusiasm for the new job, was at a loss. It is understandable to recruit talents who have been fired and buried, but why should you only pick those with average performance? Since Mr. Yang emphasized this attribute so much, it must be very important. But why? As the big boss of Kuiguang Group, Mr. Yang has carefully considered every decision. Every sentence and every word has an unusual meaning, and you must not just look at the literal meaning. Then, what is Mr. Yang's implication? The instinct to guess the leader's thoughts came up again. Xiao Cheng thought quickly and soon realized it. Recruiting people with poor performance cannot be directly understood from the first layer of meaning. It should be understood in another way. Recruiting people with poor performance is equivalent to not recruiting people with good performance. What Mr. Yang meant was actually focusing on people with good performance. So why not recruit people with good performance? Kuiguang Group is a profitable enterprise. Everyone in the company has good performance, and Mr. Yang has not fired them all. So, this good performance actually refers to a special group of people. Combined with Xiao Cheng's experience as a human resources manager in Youfu Group, the identity of this special group of people is obvious: those who only eat and do not work, who can only give blind orders, and who are responsible for problems and their own wise decisions when they have credit. Therefore, Mr. Yang means to recruit those who have been robbed of credit by the leaders in the company, who are honest and hardworking. Everything can be explained. Moreover, both Mr. Yang and Lu Shuyan repeatedly emphasize the word fired. So, Xiao Cheng's job is to be a troublemaker, using his influence to stir up chaos within Youfu Group, find ways to get talents fired, and then recruit Kuiguang Group. In this way, Kuiguang Group can also get a lot of evidence that Youfu exploits employees and owes N+1 compensation, and further suppress them in public opinion. What external talent mining department is clearly the spy agency of Kuiguang Group, and he, Xiao Cheng, is the first brig of this agency. What a big move. What a plan to cut off the source of funds. It is a great honor to be a pawn in this plan. Xiao Cheng, who thinks he knows everything and understands everything, is full of passion and his body is very straight. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I will never let you down. After that, he picked up the documents, left the president's office with a heroic spirit, returned to the human resources department, and sat in his seat. I know several talented people. Well, let's find a way to sow discord between them and Youfu Group. In a win-win situation for all parties, the only loser is naturally ignored subconsciously. After all, it's too unlucky. At this time, the unlucky Youfu Group's human resources manager, who fell into the pit just after taking over, was on the phone with his immediate superior. Leader, this really can't be blamed on me. You can see that this is the situation when I just took over, and no one can do anything about it. Okay, I know it's not your responsibility. The director of the Youfu Group's human resources department said in a very bad tone. Be careful in the next show. Try to pass it peacefully, and don't cause trouble. Now that Youfu Group has lost all its face and reputation, it is really unrealistic to expect a human resources manager to turn the tide. Moreover, even if the director of the hour department wanted to vent his emotions like last time, he really didn't dare to take the gamble. If he fired another guest in anger, and this guest followed Xiao Cheng's example, and became a job seeker on a variety show, and was hired by Kuiguang Group, the fun would be exponentially higher. At that time, it might even be him, the director of the hour department, who would be kicked out. Forget it, I really don't dare to fire anyone at this critical moment. However, the director of the hour department is not so afraid of being held accountable now. The entire Youfu Group, from live broadcasts to TV dramas to movies to actors to honors, and even the legal department have been humiliated by Kuiguang Group. It can be said that there is almost no blind spot. It is already very remarkable that the hour department has been able to hold on until now, before becoming the target of humiliation. He is not afraid of doing poorly, as long as there are people who do worse than him. It's a very simple truth. If you don't want to be eaten by a tiger, you don't need to run faster than the tiger, you just need to run faster than others. Besides, he had already fired Xiao Cheng as a scapegoat, so it was not a problem to get through safely. Now the whole company was being humiliated from all angles, and the hour department was safe. After hanging up the phone, the hour director left the office and held a small meeting in the conference room upstairs. As expected, even though the variety show live broadcast yesterday was a hot topic, the senior leaders present at the meeting tacitly did not mention it. Everyone had been humiliated, and it would be embarrassing for anyone to mention it, so it was better to pretend not to know and give each other a way out. After everyone arrived, the meeting began. It's a pity that Shanghai Anai's TV series has a very good reputation, so we failed to attack her this time. Be careful, she has too many fans now, and it's easy to backfire if you are not careful. Let's not talk about the past. Do you have all the ammunition ready on the public relations side? Ready, just wait for his The Richest Man in Jinhae City to be released in a few days. This time we must attack them thoroughly. They'd better hope that there is no place in this movie that can be attacked. P.S. After taking a look at the cheating book on the new book list, I can only say that it is very scary. It's hard to imagine that there is such a thing in the world. Chapter 375. Why does this plot look familiar? The movie is going to be released today. In the president's office, Yang Ruoqian flipped through the documents on the table and casually complained, "I hope the box office will be a little bit worse." After a period of thinking, President Yang realized another truth. If you want to lose money, you don't necessarily have to make a bad movie. Finding ways to make moves in various links, increase the cost of film production, and make the box office unable to catch up with the cost, is also a good way to lose money. Now it is not realistic to expect this group of people in the company to make a bad movie. Yang Ruoqian is just a boss. He doesn't know how to make a movie. Even if he gives a very bad idea, he can't intervene in some details during the filming of the movie. In the end, this obviously bad idea will be made into a hit by the crew. The bad in the boss's mind is completely another matter in the director's mind. But it doesn't matter, a good movie can also lose money. Just like this time's The Richest Man in Jinhae City, Yang Ruoqian didn't even bother to care about what specific script the crew used and what plot they shot. He just desperately added money in every link he could think of. Need a helicopter as a prop? Just buy it, and buy the most expensive one. Need to film a football match? All the spectators and all the players will be played by real people. Since it is the life of a rich man, everything will be a perfect 1-to-1 replica of the rich man. All the luxury goods will be real. In order to avoid accidental damage to the luxury goods during the filming, 2 sets will be bought, one for filming, and one for backup. Judging from the current cost, even if The Richest Man in Jinhae City can make 1.5 billion at the box office this time, Kuiguang Group will not make any money. Yang Ruoqian never believes that a movie of this theme can have a box office of more than 1.5 billion. Haha, always deliberately pursuing a bad movie will only backfire. Yang Ruoqian is very satisfied with his idea of keeping up with the times, and there are so many projects now, and it is not realistic to pursue bad in every project. Just as Mr. Yang was imagining the future, Kim Yu pushed the door and walked in, holding a lot of documents in his hands as usual. It seems that he wants to explain everything to Yang Ruoqian one by one. "Mr. Yang, good morning." Kim Yu nodded to Yang Ruoqian and said with a smile, "The first show of The Richest Man in Jinhae City will be released at 10 o'clock this morning. Do you need me to report the real-time situation to you?" Originally, according to the audience's expectations for the movie and the theater's trust in the Kuiguang Group, The Richest Man in Jinhae City was to be scheduled for midnight or early morning shows. However, at Yang Ruoqian's strong request, Chengdu Media and the theater finally compromised and let the movie be played for the first time at 10 o'clock in the morning. In fact, it stands to reason that the film producers have no ability to interfere with these decisions, but the Kuiguang Group is the Kuiguang Group after all, and its influence in the entertainment industry is visibly increasing day by day. Since they strongly request it, there is no need to go against it. Report. Yang Ruoqian nodded. "Is there anything else about this movie?" "The movie has been shot and is about to be released. It is too late for Yang Ruoqian to do anything now, and his mentality is now relatively peaceful." Speaking of this, Kim Yu's face became a little more serious. "Yes, Mr. Yang. And I personally think it is a more urgent matter, and the public relations department may need to come forward to fight back." Hearing the bad news that had not been heard for a long time, Yang Ruoqian felt like being hit by a pie in the sky. "There is such a living bodhisattva? Tell me the details quickly." "Living bodhisattva?" Kim Yu was stunned for a moment. Mr. Yang should be talking about the living king of hell, right? Even someone like Mr. Yang was tongue-tied, which was enough to show that this matter was indeed very serious. The secretary was more serious. Mr. Yang, the external talent excavation department received a very important piece of information yesterday afternoon. External talent excavation department? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for half a second before he remembered what this department was. Isn't that a name that he made up on the spur of the moment? A few days ago, when Xiao Cheng heard that he could become the head of this department, he was very happy, thinking that he had got a very important position. No, Kim Yu said that the external talent excavation department received very important news. Wasn't it to ask Xiao Cheng to find some unwanted scraps and bring them into the company? Why is it related to the word intelligence? Yang Ruoqian was a little surprised. First, tell me what the specific intelligence is, and then tell me what the recent situation of the outflow talent excavation department is, and whether Xiao Cheng is familiar with the new position. Kim Yu put down the top file and placed the second file in front of Yang Ruoqian's desk. Mr. Yang, according to the information provided by Xiao Cheng's connections in Youfu Group, the public relations department of Youfu Group is preparing to attack the richest man in Jinhei City recently. They have learned their lesson this time. Unlike last time, they didn't slander us out of thin air. Instead, they plan to find small problems that actually exist in our movie and then magnify them infinitely to affect our reputation. If there is no public relations counterattack, the reputation of the movie is likely to be affected. Mr. Yang was slightly stunned. Would the outflow talent excavation department know about this kind of thing? Kim Yu helped Yang Ruoqian turn to the second page of the documents on the table and said, "This is actually related to the second thing you just mentioned." After Xiao Cheng took office as the head of the outflow talent excavation department, he contacted a large number of employees who were fired by Youfu and also actively mobilized his connections accumulated over the years in Youfu Group. So a lot of internal information about Youfu Group came to us. Now Xiao Cheng is very enthusiastic about work. If it weren't for the company's regulations, he would probably work overtime every day. Yang Ruoqian was even more puzzled. I asked him to be in charge of the external talent mining department. Why did he go directly to Youfu Group to collect intelligence for me? How did he understand this job? No wonder Xiao Cheng seemed so excited when he left his office before. It turned out that he misunderstood. Mr. Yang thought he was a little overwhelmed by getting a job with a monthly salary of more than 40,000. It turned out that there was a misunderstanding in the content of the job. From the current situation, he seems to be completing your arrangements, but most of his attention is focused on Youfu Group. Kim Yu explained, while doing related work, he should have obtained relevant information by the way. Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized, so that's it. Then let him do a good job. After talking about the movie and the new position, Kim Yu put down the second file and took out the third file. Mr. Yang, the preliminary work for the anti-fraud propaganda film has been almost prepared. There are some things that need you to decide. You say. Kim Yu nodded gently. Where do you plan to set the shooting location? After all, Yang Ruoqian claimed that he would eliminate a fraud scene with a restoration degree of more than 90%, so the shooting location cannot be chosen arbitrarily, otherwise it is easy to expose the gang. Yang Ruoqian thought for a while. Real shooting is still a bit dangerous. We can't let the actors risk their lives for such things. Then go to the province closest to that place and build a 1:1 restoration park. For his own money-losing business, it is still a bit bad to let Shanghai Anayu and others go to that kind of place. The risk is too great. And going to neighboring provinces and nearby areas to shoot and build parks, the environment is almost the same, and the safety is also higher. As for how to perfectly reproduce, the method is also very simple. Those parks have not been cracked before, and there are photos circulating. And since the official asked me to shoot this kind of propaganda film, I will definitely give some non-confidential video materials. I just need to invite some architectural masters to reproduce the buildings according to these materials. Kim Yu nodded to show that he understood. What about the actors? In addition to Shanghai Anayu, what other actors do you plan to invite? Try to invite actors with good acting skills and veteran actors. For movies that don't make money, President Yang will not deliberately make them bad. On the contrary, he will not consider the cost effectiveness at all. Also, we can find some victims of fraud and let them come to the scene to give guidance. We will restore it as much as possible. Of course, bringing up the past is like rubbing salt on the scar. If someone doesn't want to, we can't force them. For those who are willing, the group can give them a considerable subsidy. It's a first-line veteran actor, and they invited the former parties, and they gave subsidies, and they found architectural masters to replicate the buildings. This promotional video is completely aimed at making a big budget movie. Kim, you already understood Yang Ruoqian's idea. Okay, then we will find the crew according to your requirements. Wait a minute, I will report to you the data of the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City through information. Okay. Thinking of slacking off and playing games during work hours, President Yang arranged her own office for Kim Yu in order to have a better private space. If there were no things that had to be reported in person, he would have wished Kim Yu would not come to the office. President Yang opened the game and waved his hand. Go and get busy. A shopping mall near a university. The couple who had been lucky enough to be selected as the richest man in Jinhae City were queuing up at the entrance of the cinema to buy popcorn with their movie tickets. Wow. Today is Friday, and there are so many people. We even took a special leave. Maybe others have also taken a leave. We all bought tickets based on the time, but we still can't choose a good seat. The girl walked to the counter, ordered a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of Coke, and then sighed. It's worthy of being a movie made by the Kuiguang group. It's so popular. Wow. The boy was a little proud. We are also participants in this movie. It's so face-saving to tell others about it. During the filming of the movie, the two not only lived in a hotel with a very good environment that they are still reluctant to leave, but also received a considerable commission and a very precious internship certificate. I don't know how many classmates envied me after getting this internship certificate. It's no exaggeration to say that the difficulty of finding a job in the future will be reduced by at least 20%. The girl took the popcorn and stuffed the Coke into her boyfriend's hand, saying with some regret, "Unfortunately, in order to prevent the plot from being leaked, we only know the relevant plot of the football game. Are you still not satisfied?" The boy complained. The crew directly gave you a damaged luxury item. I think it's not too much for us to buy 10 tickets. Just as Yang Ruoqian expected, even if the extras were careful, in the chaotic environment of thousands of people, some bumps were inevitable. As long as it was not intentional, the crew would not pursue responsibility. As for the damaged luxury items, the crew simply drew them out to these extras at the wrap-up banquet after the filming of the movie. The crew wanted to return them to the group to see which department could deal with these luxury items that were said to be damaged, but could not be seen without careful observation at a second-hand price. As a result, the group headquarters directly refused to accept them, saying that the company did not collect waste and did not want these things. So, the girl was lucky enough to draw a bag. The original price of this bag is at least 20,000. Even if it is a little damaged, it is still valuable and can be cashed in at least 6,000 yuan in the second-hand market. However, as a symbol of honor, the girl is reluctant to even carry it, let alone sell it. I really want to work for Kuiguang Group after graduation. This is the first time I feel that work is such a happy thing. The girl walked into the theater, wailed softly, and looked at the big screen at the same time. After chatting, it is natural to watch the movie quietly. The protagonist of Jinhae City's richest man is the owner of a live broadcast equipment company on the verge of bankruptcy. He has an optimistic personality, but lives in poverty. One day, he suddenly received a notice of inheritance from a mysterious person, with the condition that he must spend 1 billion yuan within a month, and cannot have any assets added. If he completes the requirements, he can get a huge fortune. Of course, there are some restrictions. Then the protagonist of the story began to do all kinds of tricks, such as recruiting 2 investment assistants who looked very unreliable from the face. They called themselves Walong Fengchu and called each other Das Mart. When these 2 words were mentioned, even in the quiet movie theater, a very slight laugh broke out. The young couple immersed in the plot of the movie realized at once that after this movie, the above 2 words completely changed from praise to derogatory. After seeing Da Kangming, who called himself Walling, the protagonist hurriedly walked up, shook his hand, and said kindly, "Please join my team." Dakang Ming, it really lives up to its reputation. So, under the leadership of the two, one after another, seemingly outrageous investments sat up, and then succeeded, because of various coincidences. The young couple watched and watched, and the girl suddenly turned her head and whispered, "Didn't you find that there are many projects in this movie that look familiar?" The boy has been immersed in the plot and asked casually, "Why do you look familiar? Didn't you find there are many of those outrageous investments, many of which look like the investments that Kuiguang Group has made before?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.